Chapter 256, Demon. The brat actually agreed. It seems he still has some courage to him. Zhao Jianhua's opinion of Shi Feng changed slightly. Zhang Luowei was reputed to be a genius at fighting, and his mastery of Luohan Quan was very high. Many professional fighters were not even his match. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was only a gamer. Although his achievement of defeating Zhou Yuhu was indeed praiseworthy, when compared to Zhang Luowei, they were still on entirely different levels. Standing beside Zhao Jianhua, Zhao Ruoxi grew panicked. Why is this Shi Feng acting so foolishly? Zhao Ruoxi was inwardly speechless at Shi Feng's decision. Lan Hailong merely flattered him a little, yet he's already acting so cocky. Doesn't he know that Zhang Luowei is a real martial arts expert? Meanwhile, Ling Feilong stood at a distance, sneering at Shi Feng. He had personally witnessed Shi Feng's fight with Zhou Yuhu, so he knew Shi Feng was pretty skilled as well. However, he still had a long way to go before he was Zhang Luowei's match. Moreover, Zhou Yuhu had taken Shi Feng lightly the last time, resulting in him being caught off guard and losing to Shi Feng in one strike. If Zhou Yuhu had paid more attention to the fight, the final result definitely wouldn't have been so decisive. Currently, Shi Feng and Zhang Luowei were no longer fighting as individuals. Instead, they were representing their respective guilds in a competition. As long as Zhang Luowei defeated Shi Feng, in addition to Lan Hailong wantonly spreading the news about it, Shi Feng would definitely bring great shame to Zero Wing. This was also the part Lan Hailong was brilliant at death by overpraising. First, he endlessly praised Shi Feng and spoke of how amazing he was in front of everyone else. Then he made Shi Feng sound as if he was representing his guild in this competition, turning this normal exchange into a contest between two guilds. Finally, once Zhang Luowei defeated this amazingly powerful Shi Feng, Lan Hailong would use this piece of information to showcase just how amazing Shadow was. Even if Shi Feng was a middle manager of Zero Wing, he would definitely still receive a heavy punishment. After all, this matter concerned the reputation of the guild. Lan Hailong's means were indeed cruel and decisive. As the audience started cheering and discussing the competition, the staff members of the event went ahead with preparing a fighting ring for the competition. Who do you think will win? Of course it is Zhang Luowei. He is my idol. During the university's fighting competition, he obtained first place with great ease. None of the contestants could take 3 moves from him before being defeated. Although Shi Feng is also very strong, he doesn't have much of a presence. I can feel nothing from him at all, as if he doesn't even exist. Zhang Luowei, on the other hand, is like a cruel and ferocious beast. When I stood near him, I could feel a heavy pressure bearing down on me. When his eyes landed on me, I even felt a shiver go down my spine. I agree. Shi Feng might be an expert in God's domain, but this is a real-life martial arts competition. It would be good if he could survive 10 moves from Zhang Luowei. If this fight was held in God's domain, however, it would definitely be an interesting duel. While everyone was feeling pessimistic about Shi Feng's chances of winning, Zhou Yuhu, who was resting at a corner of the event hall, walked up to Zhang Luowei's side. Brother Zhang, you have to be careful when you are going up against Shi Feng. I've fought with him before. Although he doesn't have remarkable strength, and his physique is no good as well, he is very experienced in combat. He has a very good grasp of when to take action, and his fists and feet are extremely nimble. Zhou Yuhu said. Little Hu, you're overthinking things. Even if Shi Feng has reached the level of a professional, I can likewise defeat him with ease. Don't worry, I'll return the shame he brought to you. Zhang Luowei laughed as he clapped Zhou Yuhu's shoulders. He was completely unaffected by Zhou Yuhu's words. When one reached his level of skill, one's determination would be as hard as steel. Certainly, Zhang Luowei was not underestimating Shi Feng. He had simply reacted this way due to the arrogance of an expert. He would have confidence no matter what kind of enemy he faced. Brother Zhang. Zhou Yuhu knew that his advice had fallen on deaf ears. However, only those who had personally exchanged moves with Shi Feng would know how frightening he truly was. If Zhang Luowei was described as a ferocious beast, then Shi Feng was like the great ocean. No matter how powerful a person was, they would be helpless in the face of Mother Nature. In truth, Zhou Yuhu had wanted to dissuade Zhang Luowei from having a competition with Shi Feng. Only, after taking into consideration Zhang Luowei's prestige, he had instead chosen to warn him to be careful. However, his words had clearly been in vain. The staff members had very quickly enclosed an area for the martial arts competition. Although the fighting ring was somewhat smaller than one in an official setting, there was still a space of 100 square meters available. It was sufficient for 2 people to exchange punches and kicks with each other. Meanwhile, Su Wenqing, Zhao Jianhua, Chen Wu, and several other well-known figures in Jinhai City sat in the section closest to the fighting ring. Everyone else could only stand several meters behind them to observe the fight in the ring. Shifeng and Zhang Luowei stood 5 meters apart from each other. The former was an ordinary man who had no presence whatsoever, while the latter was like a muscular beast that looked as if he could swallow a man whole. The imposing aura Zhang Luowei emitted could cause others to tremble in fear. A great battle between these 2 men could happen at any moment now. Meanwhile, the audience around the ring started tensing up, their eyes locked on the 2 fighters. Every movement, unlike a fight between ordinary people, which would take a long time to finish, an exchange between experts would end in an instant. Hence, they were deeply afraid of missing out even the slightest detail of the brilliant exchange between the 2. In contrast, Su Wenqing and the other influential characters were currently talking cheerfully with one another. Master Chen Wu, as an ex-professional fighter and a martial arts master, which of the 2 do you think will win in this competition? Su Wenqing asked, a small chuckle escaping his lips as he caressed his beard. I can't say for sure. In a martial arts competition, strength and luck are both equally important. If I were to judge solely based on presence and physique, then Zhang Luowei is clearly a cut above Shifeng. However, I have never personally witnessed how skilled Shifeng is, so I can't make a clear judgment. Chen Wu shook his head, not providing a definite answer. If it was anyone else, even if it was the first time for Chen Wu to meet them, he could still determine the person's strength based on the presence he felt. He would then further evaluate the person's physique and make a rough evaluation. In Shifeng's case, however, Chen Wu could sense nothing from him. Shifeng's presence was so weak that Chen Wu might overlook him. If Shifeng were just an ordinary person who had not defeated a combat expert like Zhou Yuhu, then Chen Wu would definitely conclude Shifeng was a harmless white rabbit, an insignificant existence. Yet, defying all expectations, this little white rabbit had actually defeated a ferocious tiger like Zhou Yuhu. Hence, Chen Wu could not help but re-evaluate his opinion of Shifeng. After all, if a little white rabbit could get rid of a ferocious tiger, who would believe that it was still a little white rabbit? Even if Shifeng was a little white rabbit, he was still a rabbit demon that was capable of killing a tiger. If Shifeng had truly cultivated into a demon, then his presence was merely a facade. If one had cultivated into a demon, while the other was still an ordinary animal, the 2 would be on entirely different levels. However, experts capable of cultivating themselves into a demon were extremely rare existences. The so-called cultivating into a demon did not refer to one becoming a demon physically, but spiritually. It also referred to wisdom. When an expert reached this realm, the martial arts they practiced would no longer be something inanimate, it would start to take on life. However, a youth like Shifeng should not be capable of reaching such a realm yet. Hence, Chen Wu could not determine Shifeng's degree of mastery. Master Chen Wu, how can your keen eyes fail to make a judgment? Both Shifeng and Zhang Luowei are just youngsters. Although both of them can greatly improve in the future, you should have some indication of who will win, right? Zhao Jianhua refused to believe Chen Wu's words. After all, it was clear at first glance who was stronger, and who was weaker. Hence, Zhao Jianhua believed that Chen Wu was simply leaving some face for Shifeng. Unfortunately, Zhao Jianhua did not know that martial arts practitioners were usually forthright in their actions, even more so for a martial arts master like Chen Wu. He was always straightforward with his words, and he would never do something like twist his words around. He would only speak whatever was on his mind while the few of them were having their cheerful conversations. The referee in the fighting ring sent a glance at both Shifeng and Zhang Luowei, before abruptly swiping his hand down between the 2 fighters. Immediately, he shouted, "Begin." Chapter 257, Extraordinary. The moment the referee gave the signal, Zhang Luowei took action and immediately charged at Shifeng. However, Zhang Luowei did not rush forth like a normal person would, as attacking in a straight line would be too plain and predictable. Instead, he zigzagged as he moved, his footwork constantly changing as he swiftly weaved his way toward Shifeng. If it were any ordinary person faced with Zhang Luowei's footwork, they definitely would not know how to react to it properly. They would be enthralled by Zhang Luowei's erratic footwork and allow him to close in on them. Aside from placing emphasis on footwork, Luohan Quan practitioners also stressed fast, accurate, and fierce punches. If one failed to block a punch from a Luohan Quan practitioner and received a hit to the chest, the battle would end right there and then. Meanwhile, as a person of this modern era, and also as a professional fighter, Zhang Luowei had an arm strength of over 100 kilograms. Receiving a punch from him would be no different from being smashed in the chest with a hammer. Humans were also not made out of metal. Even if they were, after receiving tens of smashes from a hammer, they would still turn into scrap metal. Needless to say, what would happen to a body made of flesh? With Zhang Luowei's physique, it would be no surprise if he broke most of Shi Feng's ribs with a single punch, sending him flying back 1 to 2 meters away. Even however, Shi Feng was no ordinary person. Instead of retreating, he chose to advance and face Zhang Luowei head-on. Shi Feng utilized the swimming dragon steps as he strode forward, his feet moving as if the ground was completely frictionless. Shi Feng immediately slid towards Zhang Luowei, catching the latter off guard. Zhang Luowei never thought Shi Feng would actually know such nimble and irregular footwork. Right now, he could not find any way to land a good punch on Shi Feng. Shi Feng had over a decade of campaigning in God's domain. The combat experience he possessed far exceeded the imagination of an ordinary person. After all, there had been no dearth of martial arts masters and powerful boss monsters to serve as his opponents in the past. On the other hand, Zhang Luowei did not even possess 1,000th of Shi Feng's combat experience. Although Shi Feng's current physique was no match for Zhang Luowei's, Shi Feng made up for it by using the agility and fast reaction speed he gained from his years of battle. When fighting bosses in God's domain, even the slightest mistake could cause players to lose their lives. Among the countless boss battles Shi Feng experienced, there was many a time when he had to rely on his body's instinctive reactions instead of his eyes to make decisions. Such instinctive reactions were done under an unconscious state. If one wished to train themselves to this level, they needed to experience plenty of battles, regularly treading the line between life and death. However, one would rarely encounter such conditions for training in real life, even as a professional fighter. After all, when faced with a life-or-death situation in the real world, there was a high chance of losing one's life, and once dead, there was no second chance available. On the other hand, players could experience these life-or-death battles countless times without any risk of actual death. They could simply try again once they died in the game. This was also the reason why many professional fighters were obsessed with God's domain in the past. Only when one was placed in a life-or-death situation would one be able to display one's full potential. As long as they survived the battle, the insight they received from the battle could greatly increase their strength. Why did so many experts in the real world train at precipices? It was to experience the feeling of having their life hanging by a thread. They wanted to use the thread of death to stimulate their innate potential. However, taking such a course was extremely dangerous. Normally, only experts dared to do such a thing. If ordinary people tried it, 10 out of 10, they would lose their lives. Meanwhile, when a player died in battle in God's domain, they could just revive with an intact body. An expert in 100 battles. After experiencing 100 battles, even an ordinary person could become a combat expert. Meanwhile, in regard to the countless battles Shi Feng had experienced in the past, even an idiot could become a demon. Not to mention, Shi Feng had learned plenty of martial arts in the past. He had been a top-tier sword king in the past as well, and he had only been a thread away from being promoted to a tier 4 sword emperor. The reason he could not become a sword emperor, however, was not because his techniques had been lacking. After all, Shi Feng's combat techniques had already achieved perfection at that time, and he could easily adopt many techniques to his battles, not limiting himself to just a single style of combat. Although Zhang Luowei's footwork was nimble, Shi Feng was clearly a cut above him. Be it a punch, a chop, or a hammer strike, Zhang Luowei sent fist after fist at Shi Feng. Zhang Luowei's hammer strikes were especially deadly. If a bull received this strike, it would immediately fall to the ground and would not be able to recover within a short period of time. Unfortunately, every strike Zhang Luowei sent at Shi Feng would always rub past the edge of his clothes. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was constantly drifting around Zhang Luowei's side, revolving around him like a true dragon. No matter how Zhang Luowei tried to move, he could not escape from Shi Feng's shadow. After exchanging over a dozen moves, Zhang Luowei's heart grew panicked. Never had he imagined Shifeng to be a martial arts expert as well. When Shifeng executed the swimming dragon steps, he was like a true dragon traversing the 9 heavens, advancing and retreating with ease. However, Zhang Luowei also knew that Shifeng did not dare take him head-on. Yet, if Zhang Luowei continued his successive attacks, he would sooner or later exhaust himself completely and definitely be defeated. Scram. Zhang Luowei decided to use his finishing move, Fierce Tiger, pouncing on its prey, springing at Shifeng like a hungry tiger. Shifeng immediately moved his feet, effortlessly dodging Zhang Luowei's attack. Zhang Luowei took this chance to twist his body around, planting one of his feet forward as he swung his fists around, executing twin peaks piercing the clouds at Shifeng's side. The moment Zhang Luowei's fists struck out, those close to the fighting ring could clearly hear the sound of wind whistling. If Shifeng was struck by this move, he would be either dead or crippled. Contrary to expectations, Shifeng reacted calmly and unhurriedly. He simply smiled in reply to Zhang Luowei's vicious attack. Putting strength into his toes, Shifeng immediately did a flip in midair. He then executed the move Swimming Dragon Stable Strike, using his body's momentum to redirect Zhang Luowei's fists away, letting them strike nothing but air. Immediately afterwards, Shifeng's fists opened up, and utilizing the centripetal force of his body's rotation, he struck the major artery on Zhang Luowei's neck with his palm. Before Zhang Luowei could properly react, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, his breathing becoming difficult. Due to his brain receiving a shortage of blood, Zhang Luowei's limbs started to stiffen. However, Zhang Luowei was no ordinary person. He instantly knew he had received an attack from Shifeng, causing the response of his 4 limbs to lag. As a last resort, Zhang Luowei rammed his head at Shifeng, who was currently full of openings as he hung in midair. Zhang Luowei was fully intent on ending the battle in mutual destruction. If Shifeng wished to attack him in this situation, Shifeng would have to receive the ramming attack from him. Good. Shifeng first felt surprise, then joy. Contrary to expectations, Shifeng did not choose to retreat and give Zhang Luowei a chance to catch his breath. Instead, Shifeng executed the move Dragon's Palm, taking advantage of the situation to send another palm strike at Zhang Luowei's neck. With this strike, Shifeng immediately redirected Zhang Luowei's all-out charge, completely neutralizing the latter's attack. In addition, Shifeng's attack was further fueled by the force of his body's rotation. As a result, Zhang Luowei's body spun uncontrollably in mid-air after receiving the strike, just like a rotating arrow that was let loose. Right after that, Shifeng planted his palm on Zhang Luowei's chest and abruptly struck down. Zhang Luowei's body landed heavily, a web of cracks appearing on the marble floor beneath him. At this time, Zhang Luowei fell flat on his back, blood spewing out of his mouth. Shifeng's attack had fractured many of his ribs, and at this moment, he did not possess even the strength to speak. Zhang Luowei's eyes were filled with disbelief as he lost consciousness soon after. Although this series of complex actions sounded slow when described, in reality, everything had happened within an instant. The audience was stunned into silence. Every one of them looked at the fighting ring with dumbfounded expressions. The two in the ring were clearly locked in battle. Before anyone could react, Zhang Luowei's body was already falling to the floor, his body not even twitching as he landed. He actually defeated Zhang Luowei? My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Zhao Jianhua rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating. However, the fact that Zhang Luowei lay on the floor, unmoving, proved that he was not imagining things. A plain and ordinary person that did not possess the presence of an expert had actually defeated a combat genius. Who could believe such a thing? Second uncle, how are Shifeng's skills? Zhao Ruoshi proudly asked Zhao Jianhua, who was sitting beside her, her tone making it sound as if Shifeng's victory was her own victory. Strong, very strong. However, I still feel strange when I look at him. Even though I myself am a martial arts practitioner as well, I couldn't tell what kind of technique he used to defeat Zhang Luowei, Zhao Jianhua said, his heart filled with questions. He then asked, Master Chenwu, do you know what kind of technique he used? Chapter 258, Increased Backing. Zhao Jianhua's expectant gaze made it difficult for Chenwu to respond. Previously, he did not have a clear grasp on Shifeng's actual strength. He had merely felt that it was possible for Shifeng to have already reached that realm. However, now that he had actually witnessed Shifeng in action, Shock was the only word that could describe his current state. Jianghu had not dared to imagine that a young man in his early 20s could already attain such a high understanding of martial arts. If Shi Feng's understanding of martial arts had merely achieved perfection, Jianghu could still attribute it to him being a genius. Yet, when Shi Feng executed his moves, his actions were like nature itself, alive and full of spirit. Such actions were impossible with theoretical understanding alone. One needed to experience extensive combat, and also undergo countless life-or-death experiences in order to attain such a level. Even Jianghu himself had only recently reached such a level, and he was already 45 years old this year. Ever since he started practicing martial arts at the age of 16, he had participated in hundreds of battles, both large and small. He had even entered actual battlefields before. He could only achieve such a level today after undergoing the baptism of these fields of blood. Jianghu found it hard to believe that Shi Feng would possess so much hands-on experience. Even if he started participating in life-or-death battles in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to achieve such a degree of perfection in only 20 years or so. As he isn't limiting himself to a single style of combat, I can't make a good judgment. In Jianghu City, however, there probably isn't another youth like him who has cultivated his martial arts to such a level. Jianghu sighed, a soft chuckle escaping his mouth. It can't be, right? Master Jianghu, aren't you appraising him too highly? Zhao Jianhua was shocked by Jianghu's words. No, my evaluation is not high at all. Although Shi Feng's physique is on the weak side, in terms of actual combat strength, he would have no problem entering the top 10 of the provincial fighting tournament. Jianghu shook his head, refuting Zhao Jianhua's words. Jianghu's words instantly shocked Su Wenqing and Zhao Jianhua. Although the champion fighter of Jianghu City could be considered a top-tier expert, on the provincial level, he would not amount to much. After all, there were tens of cities within a single province. Not to mention the top 10, even entering the top 30 in a provincial fighting tournament would be a difficult challenge. Yet, a martial arts master like Jianghu was confident that Shi Feng could make it to the top 10. The listeners could not help but raise their evaluation of Shi Feng. In the past, Jianghu had personally entered the top 3 in a provincial tournament, so he had a very good grasp on the standards of the fighters at that level. If Jianghu said so, then Shi Feng did indeed possess the strength to enter the top 10 of the province. There were hundreds of millions of people within the province, and the number of fighters participating in the tournament was in the hundreds of thousands. If Shi Feng was capable of entering the top 10 out of so many participants, then his value would far exceed even that of the champion fighter of Jianghu City. In regard to a combat genius like Zhang Luowei, Zhao Jianhua, and the others only treated him as one of the younger generation. Although they looked favorably on him, it was not to the degree of placing actual importance on him. In Shi Feng's case, however, not only was it necessary for them to consider him someone of consequence, they also had to treat him as an equal when dealing with him. It seems that I have misjudged that little brat. He held such strength in his hands, yet he actually chose to keep it hidden. It is no wonder Ruoxi is placing such importance on him. At this moment, Zhao Jianhua no longer looked at Shi Feng with anger and contempt. On the contrary, admiration filled his eyes. He then shifted his gaze towards Ling Feilong, who sat beside him, thinking in rage, this brat, on the other hand, actually dared to use me as a hatchet man. It seems he needs to be taught a lesson. Previously, Zhao Jianhua had a favorable opinion of Ling Feilong. He was also clear on the fact that Ling Feilong was trying to pursue Zhao Ruoxi. However, he did not block Ling Feilong's actions, as the boy was indeed excellent. He had the qualifications necessary to pursue his beloved niece, Ruoxi. Now, however, Zhao Jianhua only felt loathing for Ling Feilong at this point. Even if Zhao Jianhua was an idiot, he could still tell that Ling Feilong had been using him all along. Previously, Ling Feilong had many a time commented on Shi Feng's shortcomings, his family's poverty, and how Shi Feng was constantly stalking Ruoxi. Ling Feilong had also mentioned that Shi Feng was often bullied by others, that he was a mediocre person, and so on. Now, however, it would seem that the situation was completely different from what Ling Feilong had made it out to be in reality. Ling Feilong had no chance of being compared to Shi Feng, hence why Ling Feilong slandered Shi Feng, giving Zhao Jianhua a bad impression of Shi Feng placing 9th in the university. That might be an impressive feat in Jianghu University, but against the backdrop of Jianghu City's fighting tournament, Ling Feilong would only amount to the standard of a fresh contestant. Meanwhile, there were hundreds of such new contestants participating in the city's fighting tournament every year. If placed in a provincial tournament, not even a hint of Ling Feilong's shadow would be found, as it were. The gap between Ling Feilong and Shifeng was like the gap between heaven and earth. It seems that my eyes are really growing bad. Indeed, just like Elder Su had said, young people should be left to deal with their own matters. Zhao Jianhua no longer planned to interfere in the matters between Shifeng and Zhao Ruoshi, intending to let nature take its course. As for what the final result would look like, that would depend on Ruoshi herself. Soon after the martial arts competition ended, Shifeng had undeniably become the main protagonist of the fellowship party this time around. Many students from the university came over to greet Shifeng, hoping to form a connection with him. By contrast, although Zhang Luowei clearly lay unconscious on the floor, not a single person bothered to check up on him, not even his associate Lan Hailong. Although Shifeng had long since known about Lan Hailong's personality, he still couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. Such was the fickleness of human nature. However, Shifeng did not sympathize with Zhang Luowei, because Zhang Luowei was also such a person. In the past, Shadow had recruited plenty of new players with good potential. Just when they were about to enter a period of rapid development, a sudden dispute occurred between Zhang Luowei and Lan Hailong. As a result of that dispute, the two had broken off all relations with each other, and Zhang Luowei had chosen to leave Shadow for good. To add insult to injury, Zhang Luowei had also drawn away a significant number of experts from the guild when he left to join World Dominators. Shadow received massive damages due to his actions. If such a split had not occurred in the past, Shadow would not have lagged behind in its development and remained a third-rate guild. Only after Shifeng had taken over as guild leader did Shadow gradually start to develop into a top-tier second-rate guild. Yet, in this life, things were completely different. Originally, Shifeng had planned to pay a huge price to compete for talent against Shadow. Now, however, it would seem that all his plans were unnecessary. Zhang Luowei had suffered an overwhelming defeat, causing everyone's opinion of Shadow to fall significantly. By contrast, Zero Wing had become the sole target of the audience now, and Lan Hailong could do nothing but gnash his teeth at this development. If Lan Hailong had known from the beginning that Shifeng was so powerful, he definitely would not have agreed to Zhang Luowei having a match with Shifeng. At the very least, he could still have recruited some experts or new players with good potential. Now, however, he had lost all drawing power in this event. He could only choose from the leftovers of Zero Wing. Fellow student Shifeng, do you think I can join Zero Wing? Even an outer member of the guild is fine. Hello, I am Yi Wumian, the president of Jianghu City's #1 workshop, Green Leaf. I wish to let my entire workshop join Zero Wing. I wonder if Brother Shifeng will be willing to accept us. We don't need many positions, only 10 official member spots, and 50 outer member spots. Just as Shifeng restarted his guild recruitment, the elite students of the university quickly surrounded him. There were also plenty of workshop representatives and professional fighters trying to meet with him. Among all these requests to join his guild, the most shocking one was the request from Green Leaf Workshop. In the past, Green Leaf Workshop had completely ignored Shadow's attempts at recruiting them, and they had instead established their own guild. After doing so, they had managed to obtain the aid and sponsorship of several corporations, becoming a third-rate guild in God's domain at that time. However, the number of guilds being established in Jianghu City was growing by the day, which resulted in the dilution of available funding. If the Green Leaf Guild had not been lacking in funds at that time, without a doubt, they would have been a powerful rival for Shadow. Besides that, Shifeng had finally managed to locate the 5 demon generals of Shadow. By the time the fellowship party ended, the number of people he managed to recruit had exceeded the quota he previously set by more than 100. Just the number of potential experts he recruited had already exceeded 50 people, as well as 9 future top-tier experts. Among those 9 were the 5 demon generals, while the remaining 4 were core members of Green Leaf Workshop. After recruiting all these people, Zero Wing Workshop instantly became a huge existence in Jianghu City's virtual gaming world. Compared to other third-rate guilds, Zero Wing had a much more powerful backing now. As long as Shifeng could turn these players into the backbone of Zero Wing, he would not falter even if he had to start a war with a second-rate guild, following which, Shifeng spent the remainder of his days signing contracts with these newly recruited members. As for the management of Zero Wing Workshop, Blackie had long since dealt with it. Moreover, most of the people Shifeng recruited were originally members of other workshops, so they took no time at all to adjust themselves to a new environment. In addition, these people could also contribute significantly on the management side of things. However, Blackie was truly shocked when he found out about the amount of people Shifeng managed to recruit. The influx of over 400 people had instantly filled up Zero Wing's workplace. Suddenly, the entire workshop was much livelier, no longer as empty and quiet as before. It was a fitting atmosphere for such a large workshop. Only when night arrived did Shifeng finally arrive back home. He then cooked a casual meal for himself and downed a bottle of nutrient fluids, before starting a new day in God's domain. Also, this new day was fated to be extraordinary. Chapter 259, Surging Situation. The first thing Shifeng did after entering God's domain was to contact Gentle Snow and conduct the transaction for the Arclight shields. Currently, he had exhausted most of his supply of magic crystals to forge the Arclight shields. Moreover, during this period of time, the various large guilds had already started raiding the 3 level 10 large-scale team dungeons. Although the elite members of these guilds had already reached level 13 or level 14, it was still impossible for them to raid even the normal mode of the 3 large-scale team dungeons. Even though these were only level 10 dungeons, in reality, the bosses inside were not limited to just level 10. The highest leveled boss inside the normal mode dungeon reached level 13. There was nothing special about the loot of the normal mode dungeon. The best items players could get were a bunch of level 10 secret silver weapons and equipment, and also some number of materials needed by lifestyle players. However, the hard mode of the large-scale team dungeon was markedly different. The main reason why they were titled the 3 Great Dungeons was because of the fact that, along with the increase in difficulty, the levels of the monsters inside the dungeon would also increase. For the hard mode of the 3 Great Dungeons, the bosses inside were all level 15. Hence, it would not be an easy endeavor for players at this stage of the game to obtain the first clear of the 3 Great Dungeons. In addition, the loot obtainable from the hard mode of these dungeons was significantly different, as a majority of the weapons and equipment dropped were of fine gold rank. Moreover, they were growth-type weapons and equipment. They were capable of growing from level 10 to level 15. However, they were bound to players upon equipping. As for Hell mode, the bosses inside were all level 18, and the weapons and equipment they dropped were mostly dark gold rank. These items were also capable of growing from level 10 to level 18, and similarly were bound to players upon equipping. The Hell mode of the 3 Great Dungeons was also the most difficult among dungeons below level 20. After level 20, there would be new large-scale dungeons available to players within the White River City region. There were a total of 4 such dungeons, and among them, 3 were 50-man dungeons, while the remaining one was a 100-man dungeon. The difficulty of a 100-man dungeon was on an entirely different level when compared to a 50-man dungeon. The main reason being, as long as someone managed to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon, the achievement would be announced to the entire God's domain. The announcement wasn't just limited to a single country. In other words, this achievement would be seen by the 2 billion players that were playing God's domain. In addition, the achievement would be recorded in the epic list of God's domain, allowing everyone in God's domain look at it. However, it was extremely difficult for players to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon. Even Shifeng himself did not have a strategy to raid it. Gentle Snow pushed open the doors of one of the parlors of the Starstreak trading firm and entered the room. Gentle Snow's equipment now was quite different from the last time Shifeng had met with her. Most of the equipment she had on were of secret silver rank. Among them, the silvery white greatsword that she carried on her back was even of fine gold rank. Currently, Gentle Snow had already reached level 16. It was obvious that she had been grinding non-stop, night and day, to reach such a level. Let's hurry up and make the trade, Gentle Snow said impatiently, not bothering to even take a seat. It seems that you are in quite a hurry, Miss Snow. Did something happen? Shifeng asked curiously. This was a transaction involving fine gold-ranked shields. It was definitely a matter of utmost importance. However, it seemed that Gentle Snow had an even more important matter to attend to. It's nothing much. I just heard that Dark Star has already reached the second-to-last boss of the Land of Death, so I wish to be done with this trade quickly. In a moment, I'll need to head to the Land of Death as well. Gentle Snow did not try to hide the reason for her distress. The number 1 guild in White River City was actually a step behind Dark Star, a third-rate guild, in terms of raiding one of the 3 great dungeons. How could she not feel anxious? They sure are fast. Since when did Dark Star possess such powerful experts? Shifeng felt something fishy about Dark Star first. It had annexed over 10 unrated guilds. Now, a group of experts had appeared in its ranks. Its raiding progress of the 3 great dungeons was even faster than Ouroboros's. It should be known that Ouroboros was the current number 1 guild in White River City. Moreover, in order to better develop the guild in White River City, Gentle Snow had transferred over many experts stationed at Starmoon City. She had even requested for a party from the God-slaying army to be sent to White River City, and each and every member of the God-slaying army was a top-tier expert. Yet, even when these top-tier experts were led by great experts such as Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru, they still were not a match for Dark Star. Each of the 3 great dungeons had 5 bosses. Meanwhile, Dark Star had already cleared up to the 4th boss, while a powerful team like Ouroboros was only at the 2nd boss. No matter how Shifeng thought about it, Dark Star's progression was simply unbelievable. The difference between second-rate guilds and first-rate guilds lay in the quality of their experts. In order to nurture these experts, first-rate guilds had spent over a decade researching and gaining experience. Meanwhile, for a guild like the Assassins' Alliance, although it was a second-rate guild, in terms of nurturing experts, it was still at the stage of accumulating experience. Compared to a first-rate guild, they were on entirely different levels. However, what did Dark Star amount to? Moreover, Shifeng had made Dark Star an enemy of the first-rate guild Twilight Echo. Yet, nothing had actually happened to Dark Star. Shifeng had received no news of anything happening to it. On the other hand, Twilight Echo had done something so unbelievable that even Shifeng himself was shocked. The guild had actually paid the 50 million credits willingly to Shifeng. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng felt that the power supporting Dark Star from behind was far stronger than he had imagined. Twilight Echo must have discovered something about Dark Star for it to willingly pay up the 50 million credits. Here are 200 magic crystals. Here are the 4 Arclight shields, please verify them. Gentle Snow was no longer in the mood to discuss Dark Star. She immediately called out her trade window. Shifeng, likewise, tactfully stopped speaking of this topic. Seeing Gentle Snow in such a hurry, it seemed that Dark Star was putting quite a pressure on her. It was possible that Gentle Snow's worries were not just limited to the dungeon, there should be some other matters troubling her. In any case, this had nothing to do with Shifeng. Of course, if Gentle Snow was willing to reveal her troubles to him, Shifeng would naturally offer a helping hand, as a friend. However, Gentle Snow chose to keep quiet about them, so Shifeng could only remain silent as well. Moreover, these 4 Arclight shields should provide quite an upgrade to the MTs of Gentle Snow's team. They should have no problem surpassing Dark Star if they had these shields. The moment Gentle Snow inspected the attributes of the Arclight shields, her eyes immediately glowed, a hint of joy surfacing on her face. Excellent. The attributes on these Arclight shields are simply too good. I will need 2 more of these items. I wonder when you will be able to finish them for me. At this time, excitement was evident on Gentle Snow's face. With these 4 shields, they would definitely have no problem clearing the 2nd boss. The success rate for producing these shields is simply too low. I will need around half a day's time to complete 2 of them, Shifeng replied after giving it some thought. Then, I'll visit again in half a day's time. You better not sell them to anyone else. Gentle Snow nodded her head. She then left the parlor hastily. Shortly after Gentle Snow departed, Fire Dance arrived at the Starstreak trading firm. Guild leader, we've already finished our dungeon raiding preparations. We can head to the demon's castle at any time. Fire Dance looked at Shifeng with passionate eyes. She couldn't help but wish she could immediately show Shifeng how amazing the team she managed was. It's a little too early for that right now. The demon's castle is a 20-man team dungeon. You should also know that Zero Wing Workshop has recently recruited a new batch of members. On average, the level of these players are quite low. There are even some who have just made their accounts and entered the game. I want you guys to power level some of them, bring them up to level 15 quickly, and form a main team to raid the demon's castle, Shifeng said with a smile, passing Fire Dance a nameless. Originally, Shifeng had intended to have Aqua Rose send some of her subordinates over to aid them. However, most of her subordinates were currently managing the new recruits of the guild. In addition, Aqua Rose's group was also in the midst of raiding 10-man and 20-man dungeons to upgrade their equipment, preparing themselves to raid the 3 great dungeons. They had neither the time nor energy to help him raid the demon's castle, hence, Shifeng planned to form a main force for the guild. He could not let the 9 top-tier experts he just recently recruited go to waste, so he decided to let Fire Dance and the others carry them. I understand, Fire Dance answered with disappointment. However, when she thought about how Shifeng was willing to let her lead even more players and, in addition, become the leader of the guild's main team, she couldn't help but grow joyous. After all, this showed that Shifeng acknowledged her abilities. Oh, right. I nearly forgot to give these things to you. Just as Fire Dance was about to turn around and leave, Shifeng tapped his head and suddenly called out to her. Chapter 260, Top 6. Fire Dance halted her steps and turned around to look at Shifeng. She immediately noticed that Shifeng had brought a few items, and each and every one of them had a golden glow surrounding them. They certainly did not look like ordinary items. This pair of daggers is for you. There's also this shield for Kola. Tell him to make sure he lives up to this shield. Shifeng traded the 3 items to Fire Dance. Of these, the pair of daggers were none other than the fine gold-ranked Ice Thorn and Raging Flames dagger that Shifeng won at the Blackwing auction. As the team leader of the guild's main force, Fire Dance's equipment naturally should not lose out to others. These 2 daggers were just right to give a boost to her current equipment. In addition, there was also the dark gold-ranked Arclight Guard. If Kola equipped this shield, no other Guardian Knight in White River City could even hope to match him. This Fire Dance was instantly mesmerized by the attributes of the 2 daggers. Although the daggers she currently used were of relatively good quality, when compared to the Ice Thorn and Raging Flames dagger, the difference was like silver and gold. Fire Dance swapped out her old daggers for the new ones right away. The streaks of white and red hanging on the sides of Fire Dance's willowy waist looked extremely captivating. Ivy already instructed the 9 players to head to the appointed location. You just need to fetch them and help them level up, Shifeng Sadie. Understand, guild leader. Fire Dance nodded her head, a smile on her face. She then took hold of her new daggers, brandishing them, the impatience in her eyes clearly showing her eagerness to test out her new weapons. After Fire Dance left the parlor, Shifeng headed to his forging room on the 4th floor. Now that he had received a new batch of magic crystals, he would naturally resume forging more Arclight shields as time slowly passed. Unknowingly, the competition at the 3 great dungeons of White River City grew even more intense. Dark Star, which was at the forefront in terms of progression, finally started raiding the final boss of the Land of Death. Meanwhile, Ouroboros, which was placed second, started raiding the 4th boss. The advance of these 2 guilds greatly shocked the other guilds in White River City. What did that woman, Gentle Snow, eat? How could their progression suddenly increase so rapidly? The Guardian Knight, Lone Tyrant, felt pressured after receiving the latest report from his subordinate. Don't worry. We spent almost 5 hours raiding the 4th boss. At the very minimum, Gentle Snow would need 2 to 3 hours to finish it. We will definitely clear the dungeon a step ahead of her, the burly-looking ranger standing beside Lone Tyrant said. That's true. We've sent all our elites out this time, and our battle prowess is clearly stronger than Gentle Snow's team by a notch. Lone Tyrant also felt that he was being oversensitive to things. They would definitely be the first one to clear the normal mode of the Land of Death. Although there would be no announcement for being the first to clear a normal mode team dungeon, it would still make other guilds know how fearsome Dark Star was, solidifying their position in White River City. Guild leader, I've just received news that Gentle Snow has somehow managed to obtain 4 Arclight shields. The addition of these 4 shields to their team has greatly reduced the burden placed on their healers, giving more time for the damage dealers to attack. Hence why they could conquer the bosses so easily. Arclight shield? Isn't that the forging design Black Flame got? How could he possibly manage to produce them in such a short amount of time? Lone Tyrant had not even been able to contain his drool when he had heard about Black Flame obtaining the forging design for the Arclight shield. If possible, he had planned to buy one of those Arclight shields as well. However, contacting Black Flame was simply too difficult, making the Arclight shield almost impossible to obtain. Meanwhile, the matter of Ouroboros obtaining the Arclight shields had also quickly spread to the other guilds. They couldn't help but grow envious at this piece of news. The victory or defeat of a boss battle was usually determined by the strength of the MT. Meanwhile, the prerequisite for a powerful MT was equipment. It was especially true for the shield the MT used currently. Only a few main MTs of the various large guilds possessed secret silver-ranked shields. However, despite having such a shield, these MTs still had a very hard time tanking the bosses of the 3 great dungeons. If they could swap it out for a fine gold-ranked shield, it would undeniably reduce the pressure placed on them, instantly reducing the difficulty of the raid by a large margin. Ouroboros was the best proof after all. During today's competition for the Land of Death, although a latecomer, Ouroboros had still managed to clear the normal mode dungeon ahead of Dark Star. This achievement dumbfounded every guild in White River City. As for Dark Star's lone tyrant, he was currently burning with rage over this matter. He had secretly prepared so much, all in order to surpass Ouroboros. In the end, however, he was instead given a big slap to the face by Ouroboros. Soon after, the various large guilds in White River City started asking around, hoping to find out from the members of Ouroboros what method they used to obtain the Arclight shields. Some guilds had even directly created forum posts offering several hundred thousands of credits to purchase an Arclight shield. Looking at this scene, many players felt that these guilds had gone insane. They were actually willing to spend so much money just to buy a fine gold-ranked shield. However, this bottom line was, very quickly, broken by a guild 1 million credits. It was a number that inspired awe in ordinary people. Meanwhile, the goal of spending such a large sum of money was to purchase the Arclight shield. How could this piece of news not bring shock to others? At the same time, the guild offering such an insane price was none other than Dark Star. The players who discovered this matter thought the people of Dark Star were idiots with too much money in their pockets. However, when Shifeng saw Dark Star's offer, he couldn't help but inwardly praise them for their shrewdness. Aside from trying to purchase the Arclight shield, they had also made the post with the intention of directing players' attention towards Dark Star. If they truly managed to purchase the shield for 1 million credits, it would definitely become the subject of conversation for many players. This method they were using was much more effective than directly spending money to create advertisements. A million? Unfortunately, I'm not lacking in credits right now. Shifeng did not intend to let Dark Star gain both fame and fortune by selling the Arclight shield to them. However, this incident also revealed to Shifeng the fact that the various large guilds were starting to pay more importance to the first clear of the 3 great dungeons. If Shifeng had sold the Arclight shields at an earlier time, he definitely would not have obtained such a high price for them. However, due to Ouroboros' efficiency, the various large guilds thought that they could easily clear the normal mode of the 3 great dungeons so long as they possessed the Arclight shield. They could also have a better chance at obtaining the first clear of the 3 great dungeons. After working for half a day, Shifeng managed to produce 6 Arclight shields in total. He had also made a large number of basic mana armor kits. Out of the 6 shields he made, he stored 3 in the guild warehouse, allowing guild members to exchange for it. However, it would not be easy to exchange for these shields. After all, if sold outside, one could get at least 25 gold for it. The sight of 3 Arclight shields appearing in Zero Wing's guild warehouse brought the newly recruited members even greater hope. Despite their not being able to obtain it for themselves at the same time, Shifeng's actions nearly caused the other guilds in White River City to vomit blood in anger. After all, instead of letting the MTs of the guild use these excellent shields, Shifeng had chosen to put them on display. It was as if these Arclight shields meant nothing to Zero Wing. Just recently Zero Wing created a sensation throughout White River City. Now, its member count had already exceeded 5,000. It also had the 8 great experts holding down the fort for them. Zero Wing's strength could no longer be categorized within the levels of only second-rate or third-rate guilds. Now that Zero Wing caused another sensation in White River City, many players could not help but re-evaluate their opinion of Zero Wing. When players tried to further investigate Zero Wing, they were immediately shocked by what they found. Not only was Zero Wing home to the 8 great experts, it also had Aqua Rose, a great expert who was no weaker than the snow goddess, Gentle Snow. In addition, there was also a rumor that the leveling expert, Shifeng, was overseeing the guild. With so many experts there, Zero Wing's strength within White River City did not lose out to the 3 first-rate guilds in the slightest. Although it was weaker than the first-rate guilds in terms of dungeon rating, it had an extremely huge potential for growth. Unwittingly, Zero Wing had become publicly acknowledged as one of the top 6 guilds in White River City. The top 6 guilds were Ouroboros, Emperor's Light, World Dominators, Dark Star, Assassin's Alliance, and Zero Wing. Among these guilds, Ouroboros, Emperor's Light, and World Dominators were all first-rate guilds, and each of them possessed very powerful backgrounds. Even if only a portion of their actual strength was stationed in White River City, second-rate and third-rate guilds were still far from being comparable to them. Shortly after this incident, Shifeng exchanged another 2 Arclight shields with Gentle Snow. He then placed the remaining one for sale at the Starstreak trading firm. 30 gold, no negotiations. If converted to credits, one could obtain 30 gold coins simply by spending around 600,000 credits. However, it would still require some effort to fully gather 30 gold coins. Meanwhile, Shifeng had reached level 17 unawares just by forging items. Although his leveling speed was not as fast as that of Blackie and the others, who grinded on monsters on a higher level, nobody else in White River City could be a match for him. Guild leader, they're now all level 15 already. Moreover, we've also raided a few hard mode team dungeons, so their equipment are all of acceptable quality now. What should we do next? Fire Dance spoke through the communicator. Nicely done. Gather up everyone from the main team. Let's meet up at the Demon's Castle half an hour from now. Shifeng was a little surprised by Fire Dance's revelation. He never imagined that Fire Dance would bring him results so quickly. Originally, Shifeng had estimated that she would take a full day's time to complete the task. In the end, she barely took half a day to complete his request. It was completely beyond his expectations. Chapter 261, Magnificent Lineup. What? You're saying Starstreak is selling an Arclight shield right now? Are you sure about this? Lone Tyrant grew excited when he received this piece of news. Boss, how could I be mistaken? The Arclight shield is being sold at a special counter on the 2nd floor, but they're selling it for 30 gold coins. Many people were stunned by the price, and they could only drool as they looked at it. An assassin that kept watch on the Starstreak trading firm affirmed, I understand. I'll go purchase the coins we need right now. You can stop lining up for the mana armor kits for now. Go keep an eye on the Arclight shield for me. You're not allowed to take even a half step away from it. As soon as I gather enough money, I'll send someone over to buy it, Lone Tyrant said. Although 30 gold coins was not a small sum for any guild, Lone Tyrant did not hesitate as he made this decision. The reason being, Lone Tyrant knew how vital the Arclight shield was. If one wished to clear the 3 great dungeons, one must first possess a sufficiently powerful MT. Meanwhile, the best shield available to players was currently the Arclight shield. Hence, he needed to obtain it no matter what. Just as Lone Tyrant received this piece of news, the other guilds based in the 8 cities where the Starstreak trading firm had shops also received this information, because all items sold by the Starstreak trading firm were interconnected. As long as an item was sold in one of the shops of the Starstreak trading firm, the item would also appear in the 7 other shops. As a result, the competition to purchase the Arclight shield was made even more intense now. Just as the many guilds were desperately raising coins, Shifeng had already arrived in front of the Demon's Castle. The Demon's Castle was once a lord's territory. However, the lord of this place had been bewitched by a demon and turned into a demon himself, gaining tremendous power in return. The lord had then turned this place into a demon's lair. Now, the area surrounding the Demon's Castle was filled with level 15 or so demonkins. Compared to other monsters, demon-type monsters were born with very high magic resistance, and they also possessed very high magical perception. Hence, their magic attacks were very powerful. Even a normal fireball from a level 15 demonkin could take away a quarter of a level 15 berserker's total HP. If it was a skill that possessed great destructive force such as the Great Fireball or Flame Explosion, then a single attack could take away half of a level 15 berserker's total HP. To make matters worse, these demonkins never acted alone. They normally moved around in groups of 3 or 4. If a solo player met a group of these demonkins, the result would be an instant kill. Hence, players normally only came to the Demon's Castle after forming a party or a team. However, even though this was a dangerous location, many players still chose to come here as demons were greedy by nature. They were very fond of money and gemstones. In general, demon-type monsters had a much higher drop rate for money and gemstones than normal monsters. Hence, plenty of players would grind here. A Tier 1 gemstone could sell for roughly 1 silver coin on the market. It was neither too cheap nor too expensive. However, many players were not willing to inlay their equipment with these gemstones. After all, gemstones were one-time use items. They would be gone once inlaid into equipment. Hence, it would be a huge waste to do so if the quality of their equipment was too poor. Generally, players would only choose to inlay gemstones into their equipment if it was of mysterious iron rank or above. However, how many players could actually get their hands on mysterious iron equipment? A majority of the players at this stage of the game were still using bronze equipment. Who would be willing to inlay gemstones into bronze equipment? Normally, players would either sell the gemstones they obtained or exchange them for items to further enhance their own strength. After all, grinding monsters would exhaust a significant amount of their resources, with equipment repairs taking up the majority. However, this situation was exactly what Shifeng had been hoping for, hence why he had been secretly purchasing gemstones all this time. A Tier 1 gemstone only increased attributes by a trivial amount. They only increased 1 point in specific basic attributes. Even if a player inlaid every piece of equipment they wore with gemstones, they would not see any significant improvement. However, in the case of Tier 2 gemstones, it was an entirely different story. Tier 2 gemstones increased specific attributes by 2 to 3 points. If players could fully inlay all their equipment with Tier 2 gemstones, then they could obtain an additional 20 to 30 attribute points. The difference between the benefits provided by a Tier 1 gemstone and a Tier 2 gemstone was as clear as day. Such an increase was the equivalent of possessing an additional piece of equipment. Thus, the prices for Tier 2 gemstones would naturally be high. Although Tier 1 gemstones could only sell for around 1 silver, a Tier 2 gemstone could sell for at least 10 silvers also. Shifeng knew of a secret that nobody else knew right now. Tier 1 gemstones could be used to synthesize Tier 2 gemstones. Moreover, only 3 Tier 1 gemstones were needed to do so. In truth, this wasn't any great secret at all. As long as someone managed to clear the 3 great dungeons, the alchemy synthesis system would be unlocked for White River City. Players could then just head to an alchemist to synthesize Tier 2 gemstones. At that time, the prices of Tier 1 gemstones would abruptly soar. They would sell for at least 3 to 4 silvers for now. However, nobody but Shifeng knew of this secret. Meanwhile, Shifeng had been hoarding Tier 1 gemstones non-stop as he waited for someone to activate the alchemy synthesis system. Once that happened, he could easily earn back double or triple the original cost. However, Shifeng hoped that this time the activation of the alchemy synthesis system would come a little later. That way, he would have more time to hoard even more Tier 1 gemstones through the Starstreak trading firm. Not only could Shifeng obtain Tier 1 gemstones from White River City, he could also purchase them from 7 other cities. His current acquisition rate was much faster than before he became the manager of the Starstreak trading firm. Naturally, the longer it took for players to clear the 3 great dungeons, the more money he could earn. Guild leader, what did you call me here for all of a sudden? Aqua Rose asked in a confused tone as she arrived at the entrance of the Demon's Castle dungeon. As a 20-man level 15 team dungeon, there were very few guilds that possessed the strength to challenge this place right now. However, even if these guilds did possess the strength to do so, they would not attempt to raid this dungeon. The reason being, they were all held up by the hell mode of the level 10 team dungeons, and also the 3 great dungeons. Moreover, the level requirement for the Demon's Castle was simply too high. Also, if they were unable to clear the hard mode of the Demon's Castle, raiding it would bring little improvement to their team's equipment, making it a waste of time. It would be much better for them to place their focus on the hell mode of level 10 team dungeons. Hence, Aqua Rose felt curious as to why Shifeng would call her to this place. Of course, it is to raid the Demon's Castle, Shifeng said, chuckling. Aqua Rose was shocked by his words. Immediately, she said, Guild leader, isn't it a little too early to raid the Demon's Castle? It would be better for us to focus on raiding the level 10 hell mode team dungeons. Although our guild started slower than the others, we can still try to compete with the other guilds over the 3 great dungeons. No. Aqua, our guild will not be competing over the 3 great dungeons. Our goal is the level 20, 100-man dungeon, the Thunder Palace. So, we need to start preparing for it now. Once we're done with this raid, you should get everyone to level up as quick as possible. Don't intentionally suppress their levels. It won't be a worthwhile thing to do, Shifeng said, confidence filling his eyes as he shook his head. Aqua Rose was rendered speechless by Shifeng's words. She couldn't help but sigh as she felt pessimistic about Shifeng's whimsical thoughts. Let alone the 100-man dungeon, Thunder Palace, it was not even possible for them to obtain the first clear of the demon's castle. Although she believed in Shifeng's strength, the equipment of their team was simply insufficient. They're here. Shifeng looked towards a group of a dozen or so players walking over. They were none other than Fire Dance and her team. Aqua Rose turned towards the direction Shifeng was looking at and was immediately shocked by what she saw. She discovered more than 10 players walking over, each of them looking extremely dazzling. It was especially true for the sexy beauty walking in the lead. The 2 daggers by the woman's waist were actually giving off the glow of a fine gold-ranked weapon. In addition, quite a few members of this team also possessed gorgeous-looking equipment. They all wore secret silver equipment. Although the cursemancer of this team had hidden the special effects of his staff, judging by the delicate make of the weapon, it should be of fine gold rank at the very least. As for the team's guardian knight, the equipment he wore were mostly of secret silver rank, with 2 pieces of fine gold equipment mixed in. Although the guardian knight had likewise hidden the special effects of his shield, based on looks alone, it shouldn't be lower than secret silver rank. It was possible that not even the main force of Ouroboros could compare to this dazzling team. When Aqua Rose took a closer look at this group of players, she was surprised to discover that each and every of them sported a 6-winged emblem. They were actually members of their 0-wing. Aqua Rose's delicate mouth suddenly parted in disbelief. Guild leader, I've brought everyone here, Fire Dance said, walking up to Shifeng. She and the other core members of 0-wing already knew about Shifeng's secret identity. Hence, they were not confused by his appearance as Black Flame. Good. Leave your teams and I'll send an invite to all of you. Shifeng nodded in reply. Chapter 262, We Are Very Strong. Aqua Rose was shocked. They are the 8 players at the top of the ranking list? Aqua Rose whispered in silence. Although she did not use any identification skills on these players, aside from the top 8 players, she could think of no other members of 0-wing that could possibly possess such excellent equipment. Yeah. Shifeng nodded his head. He then started inviting Fire Dance and the others into his team. There were a total of 17 players in Fire Dance's team. Aqua Rose had also brought along a good friend of hers, Icy Fruit. Aqua Rose had chosen her upon Shifeng's request for a healer who was level 15 or above. Shifeng had exactly 20 members in his team now. Of them, 2 were MTs. One of them was the Guardian Knight, Kola, while the other was Yi Wumian, who was a shield warrior. There were also a total of 4 healers in the team. It was a standard composition for a 20-man dungeon raiding team. Just as Shifeng was about to enter the dungeon, another team came walking over to the dungeon's entrance. The members of this team were out of the ordinary. Let alone possessing mysterious iron equipment as their lowest ranked equipment, there were also several of them with secret silver equipment. This was a sight impossible to be found in an independent team. Yet, contrary to expectations, these players were not guild players but independent players. None of them wore a guild emblem on their bodies. Wore wolf. Fire Dance said in astonishment when she saw the slim-looking man walking over. Oh? Is it an acquaintance? Whether it was his memory of this life or his past life, Shifeng had no recollection of the man who looked to be the leader of this team. However, if these players were able to come into possession of such quality weapons and equipment, they could definitely be considered an expert team. In theory, they should not be unknown existences. Could they have stopped playing midway in the past? Shifeng inwardly wondered. Hello. We meet again, War Wolf said in greeting, looking at Fire Dance. After not meeting for some time, I never imagined that Miss Fire Dance would have joined a guild. No. In truth, we were originally members of this guild. It was only due to some complications that we did not establish the guild before, Fire Dance explained. Let me introduce you. This man here is our guild leader, Black Flame. What a shock. So it turns out that your excellency is none other than the famous chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom, Black Flame. War Wolf was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. Although he had long since known that Fire Dance and the others were not ordinary players, never would he have thought that their guild leader would be such a well-known character. Team leader War Wolf is the one who has left me in shock. You are actually starting to raid the level 15, 20-man team dungeon already. The teams that are capable of diving into the demon's castle at this time definitely belong to the apex of White River City. Although Shifeng had never heard of Werewolf before, a person capable of leading such a team definitely would not be a mediocre person. Shifeng suddenly had the urge to recruit this team of players. Fortunately, we are only an independent team, and it's impossible for us to compete with those guilds over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons. So, we can only choose to come here. Since guild leader Black Flame has something to do, we won't continue bothering you. Werewolf did not possess any good feelings towards guilds, so he immediately brought his team into the dungeon after speaking a few perfunctory words. This person's attitude is really weird. The previous time we met, he was welcoming when he spoke to us. Now, he only said a few words before taking his leave. Isn't this change in attitude a little too much? Blackie said in an unhappy tone. He probably doesn't like guilds too much. Shifeng revealed a helpless smile as he looked at Werewolf entering the dungeon. There were all kinds of people in God's domain, and naturally, there were bound to be some who disliked guilds. After all, most guilds usually acted in an overbearing manner. Many players just wanted to experience the world of God's domain, so they weren't all that interested in guilds. Meanwhile, many of these players who were wholeheartedly chasing after adventure were surprisingly powerful. Among them, the most famous adventurer team in the past was the Midnight Tea Party. Although there were only 20+ members in the team, not a single guild in God's domain dared to underestimate this adventurer team. Even super guilds had to draw a clear line with the Midnight Tea Party, both sides minding their own businesses. Obviously, Werewolf belonged to this type of adventurer. I guess it can't be helped. Everybody has their own aspirations. Shifeng silently lamented. There sure are a lot of powerhouses in White River City. Aqua Rose was astonished to find that there were actually so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in White River City. Soon after, Shifeng and the others had also entered the demon's castle. However, Shifeng had chosen a different difficulty from Werewolf's team's Hell mode, a difficulty that made all players pale when they talked about it. Yet, Shifeng had chosen it without much thought. Aqua Rose was momentarily rendered speechless. She couldn't stand it anymore. Shifeng was always taking unconventional actions. This was the Hell mode of a 20-man team dungeon. At the very least, they should have started with normal mode to familiarize themselves with the dungeon. They could then start accumulating better equipment from hard mode, before finally challenging Hell mode. However, Shifeng had started with Hell mode right from the very beginning. Just what did he think of a Hell mode dungeon? Even if they had powerful experts in their team, they couldn't just be so reckless. Did Shifeng forget the fact that almost half of the members in this team still didn't possess particularly good equipment? Meanwhile, these players in question were none other than the 5 demon generals and the 4 experts from Greenleaf Workshop. Although they had already reached level 15, and were also fully geared in mysterious iron equipment, they were still far from reaching the requirement to raid the Hell mode of the demon's castle. Hence, these 9 players reacted with panic when they realized Shifeng's decision. As this was Hell mode, the monsters inside the castle all received an upgrade. Even the normal elite monsters could cause one to tremble. Meanwhile, such monsters were wandering around in groups inside the castle corridors. Demon Maid, Elite Rank. Level 15. HP 80,000/80,000. Good at magical attacks, particularly fire-type damage. Demon Butler, Elite Rank. Level 15. HP 100,000/100,000. Good at melee attacks. Of these 2 types of monsters, the demon butlers were more difficult to deal with, as they would ignore aggro when they used charge. In addition, when their charge connected, they would also inflict a debuff called Blood Curse, causing players to continuously lose HP. Also, due to this being Hell mode, the debuff was further strengthened. When afflicted with this enhanced Blood Curse, players would lose 300 HP every 3 seconds, and receive 10% additional magic damage for 30 seconds. The debuff was also stackable up to 10 times. To make matters worse, demonic beings were born with high magic resistance, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Alright, Cola, go pull some monsters. Yi Wumian, you'll act as support for Cola. Healers, pay attention to the MT's HP and remember to cast Dispel when necessary. As for everyone else, just focus on your damage output. Shifeng instructed casually, guild leader, I suggest that we should take things slowly. After all, this is a hell mode dungeon, not a normal mode. Even if Cola's equipment is excellent, we still can't act so recklessly. Aqua Rose was close to collapsing from Shifeng's carefree attitude. It's okay, Shifeng said, smiling. We are very strong. Shifeng had a clear grasp on the strength of this team, hence his carefree and confident attitude. Cola was currently level 18, and with the Arclight Guard equipped, his HP had already reached 3,340 points. His defense was even a frightening 2,300 points. In terms of attributes, not a single MT within White River City could match him. The elite monsters inside the dungeon were only at level 15. With 3 levels of suppression, these monsters could hardly harm Cola at all. Meanwhile, Cola did not hesitate in carrying out Shifeng's orders. Immediately, he rushed at a group of monsters, raising his shield and throwing it at them. In a blink of an eye, the shield struck 5 elite monsters, causing over 300 damage and placing a silenced effect on each of the monsters, preventing them from using magic for 6 seconds. Shortly after, the shield returned to Cola's hands. Before coming to this dungeon, Cola had experienced luring over 100 level 25 monsters. Of them, there had been no lack of elite monsters. Compared to those times, the few elites before him were hardly worth mentioning. These demonic monsters simply had slightly higher HP and slightly more powerful skills. All of you, come over. Cola executed Justice Roar, compelling monsters within a fixed range to attack only him. Letting out angry roars, the demon maids at a distance had no choice but to attack Cola. As if he had transformed into a steel wall, Cola fully blocked the charge of the 3 demon butlers and 4 demon maids. Cola then used the group aggro skill Devotion. As the sacred aura provided by the skill dealt holy damage, it inflicted amplified damage on the 7 demons. Every second, the 7 demons would receive 200 holy damage. Before long, the aggro Cola had on these monsters was unshakably stable. On the other hand, the demon butlers only dealt around -240 damage with each of their attacks, while the demon maids dealt around -400 damage with their magical attacks. However, Cola managed to dodge the majority of these attacks by utilizing his nimble footwork, greatly reducing the damage he received. As a result, only Violet Cloud was actually required to maintain Cola's HP above a safe threshold. Meanwhile, the other healers and Yiwumian could only watch helplessly on the sidelines. No way. Aqua Rose's delicate body trembled slightly. Currently, the excitement she felt could no longer be described with words. Chapter 263, Like a Hot Knife Through Butter. The task that originally required 2 MTs to accomplish was now handled by Cola alone. Moreover, it was obvious that Cola still had energy to spare. Fire Dance, go lure another wave. Yiwumian, assist Cola and attract the aggro of the demon maids. Shifeng determined that they would have no problems handling 2 waves of monsters at once, and that it would be much more efficient to do so. Although the demon butlers would frequently inflict the blood curse on Cola, with 2 clerics taking turns casting Dispel on him, the debuff was not a particularly big problem. Moreover, the 2 clerics in the team were very skilled. It was especially true for Violet Cloud. After undergoing the baptism of the Trial of Gods, it was as if she had been reborn anew. It was no wonder she had become a tier 6 cleric god shortly after clearing a 6-colored trial. Although she had only cleared a 4-colored trial this time, it was already a remarkable feat. The rewards she obtained from the trial also included permanent attribute increases, enhanced skills, weapons, equipment, and other precious items. Currently, in terms of healing power, no other healer in White River City could match Violet Cloud. After Fire Dance lured another wave of monsters, Cola immediately aimed his shield at the 3 demon butlers and threw it, executing the Shield of Vengeance. The skill caused over -300 damage to the demon butlers, and their aggro instantly switched from Fire Dance to Cola. Immediately after, Yiwumian used Flame Charge on the 4 demon maids at the back, stunning them. He then followed up with a Thunderclap, lightning flickering and electrocuting the 4 demon maids and causing close to -100 damage to them. Yiwumian's damage was clearly much worse than Cola's. The demon maids grew furious at being attacked, and one of them shot a flame explosion at Yiwumian right away, engulfing the shield warrior in brilliant flames. Yiwumian had to retreat 2 steps before he could shake off the attack. His HP abruptly decreased by a large chunk as a damage of over -700 appeared above his head. Yi Wumian had a maximum HP of 2,580 points, while his defense was 1,875 points. When compared to all the other shield warriors in White River City, he could definitely be counted as a top-tier expert. After all, Yi Wumian was originally the boss of Jianghu City's #1 workshop. The original equipment he used was already of good quality. In addition, Fire Dance had also helped them upgrade their equipment by raiding a few hard-mode dungeons. Currently, most of Yi Wumian's equipment were of Mysterious Iron rank, while 3 were of Secret Silver rank. The items that were of Secret Silver rank were his shield, breastplate, and leg guards. Yet, even with such equipment, his attributes were still far from being comparable to Cola Strong. When Aqua Rose witnessed the difference between Cola and Yi Wumian, she could not help but look at Cola, who was handling 10 monsters simultaneously, in shock. Before, when Aqua Rose watched how effortlessly Cola had lured and tanked the monsters, she had even believed for a second that they were not actually in a 20-man hell mode dungeon. However, now that she had witnessed Yi Wumian tanking, she immediately woke up from her stupor. This was indeed hell mode. Cola was simply too powerful, making the monsters look weak instead. It was no wonder Shi Feng was confident enough to challenge the hell mode of the demon's castle right away. With such a powerful MT, it was not impossible for them to start from hell mode healers, prioritize healing Yi Wumian. Everyone else, focus your attacks and kill the demon maids first. Shi Feng immediately rushed into the fray after saying so, aiming for one of the demon maids. Leave it to me, Blackie said excitedly. It was finally his turn to display his strength. He then waved his epic-ranked staff, Mavis's Guard, sending a bombardment of spells at the demon maids. Blackie's firepower spoke for itself. Each one of his dark arrows caused -964 damage to the monsters, and critical hits caused -2,106 damage. If the effect of his staff, Spear of Light, triggered, he could also deal around -800 additional damage. Blackie then used Hell Flame, dealing over -1,000 damage every second to all targets within a 10-yard radius of the targeted location. If demons did not possess high magic resistance, the damage of this spell would have been even higher compared to Blackie. Aqua Rose's damage as an elementalist was much weaker. Every time she used Flame Explosion or Chain Explosion, she could only deal -670 damage or so. Aqua Rose felt slightly depressed at this scene. After all, she used to be an honorary elder of Twilight Echo, yet her damage was actually lower than Blackie's by over 300 points. However, Aqua Rose did not know that Blackie held an epic-ranked staff in his hands. If she were to find out about it, she would definitely jump in shock. As for the other mages in the team, the damage they dealt was all above -500 or so. As for the melee players, Fire Dance stood out the most. Although she only dealt around -280 damage with her normal attacks and her skills dealt around -460 damage, her attack speed with the 2 daggers was extremely fast. When she attacked a demon maid, not only was the demon maid unable to use any spells, its HP also madly decreased. After Fire Dance accumulated 8 stars worth of energy, she immediately used Eviscerate on the demon maid, dealing over -2,400 damage to the monster. As for Lonely Snow the Berserker, although his weapon was only a level 15 Secret Silver rank 2-handed axe, his normal attacks still dealt over -500 damage. His attacks that achieved a critical hit dealt over -900 damage. However, when compared to an assassin, his attack rate was much lower in regard to the damage output of the 8 great experts of Zero Wing. The newly joined 5 demon generals and the 4 experts from Green Leaf Workshop had long since grown numb of it. Not to mention, the power the experts of Zero Wing showed right now was only the tip of the iceberg. Just as Aqua Rose and Icy Fruit were getting over their shock, Shi Feng's damage once again blew their minds away. Shi Feng looked just like the Grim Reaper when he brandished the Abyssal Blade and the Silver Lake, sweeping through the monsters like a violent tornado. Just his normal attacks alone dealt over -350 damage. However, that was not the end. When his attacks achieved a critical hit, they dealt over -700 damage. Sometimes, triple critical hits would even appear, dealing over -1,000 damage in a single attack. Meanwhile, due to Shi Feng's high attack rate, the chances for double critical hits were also very high. It was a very pleasing sight to behold. Shi Feng then used Thundering Flash, 3 arcs of lightning passing through all the elite monsters. Instantly, damages of -510, -721, and -1020 appeared above the monsters' heads. Some of the monsters had even received critical hits, multiplying the damage they received by twofold, and even threefold immediately after. Shifeng activated Dark Violent Dance, the skill enabling him to spread 40% of the target damage towards enemies within a 12-yard cone in front of him. Every time he slashed his sword, the 14 elite monsters behind his main target would receive over -100 damage. If he executed the level 10 chop, the 14 monsters would instantly receive over -300 damage. Although Shifeng's damage was frightening, it was not his most amazing aspect. Instead, the area he excelled at the most was his perfect grasp of timing and the overall situation. As long as these elite monsters showed the slightest signs of leaving the group, he would immediately execute Thunder Flame Explosion, placing all these elite monsters into a fainted state. As a result, the two MTs would have more time to react to the situation, readjusting their positions and retaking the aggro of the monsters. Although Aqua Rose had long since known of Shifeng's strength, she still could not help but be shocked when she personally witnessed Shifeng's damage output after killing these 2 waves of elites. Shifeng took a look at the team's damage output list. I'm no good anymore. It's been too long since I upgraded my equipment. I never thought I would deal only this little damage. Shifeng smiled bitterly. Although Shifeng's total damage ranked at the very top of the team, his damage exceeding even Blackie's, in terms of single attack output, he was far from being Blackie's match. All this time, Shifeng had been busy making money and increasing his guild's backing. Hence, he did not get much of a chance to upgrade his own equipment. Presently, he was still using the level 10 Mysterious Iron set equipment, the Wind Extinguisher set. He only had 3 pieces of secret silver equipment on his entire person, and they were even level 10 equipment only. Shifeng depended mainly on the Abyssal Blade and his pseudo-extraordinary item, the Blazing Meteor, to produce his frightening damage. Without them, he would only rank around 5th or 6th place at best within the team. However, Shifeng's words had immediately earned him the contemptuous gazes of everyone in the team. If Shifeng, who ranked first in terms of damage output, said he was no good, then what were they supposed to be? Following which, under Shifeng's command, everyone advanced deeper into the castle, killing hundreds of elites and a dozen or so special elites. Of the latter, the demon hounds were extremely ferocious. Moreover, these demon hounds moved in groups of 4. Fortunately, Kola was capable of tanking 3 of these monsters at once, leaving the remaining 1 to Yi Wumian. If Kola had not been sufficiently strong, they would have definitely team-wiped naturally. The team's harvest was also bountiful. Aside from a few Tier 1 gemstones, and bronze, and mysterious iron equipment, they had also obtained 2 pieces of secret silver equipment. One of them was a cloth armor chest piece for elementalists, which was promptly distributed to Aqua Rose. The other item was cloth armor shoes for clerics. As Violet Cloud already had excellent equipment, she had no need for the shoes at all. Hence, the equipment was given to the other cleric in the team. Icy Fruit. The profits of a 20-man Hell Mode team dungeon is truly high. We have obtained so many mysterious iron equipment just from the elite monsters. The special elites even dropped secret silver equipment, Aqua Rose exclaimed. Just the harvest they reaped from arriving at the first boss was already comparable to the harvest of raiding a hard mode team dungeon. If they could kill 1 or 2 bosses this time, they would definitely make a huge profit. It's still too early to get excited. Save your joy for after we finish raiding this boss before us. Shifeng's pupils contracted, focusing his gaze towards the center of the arena. A tall heavy-armored knight with bloodshot eyes stood there, an aura of bloodthirst surrounding it. Knight Captain Justin Freed, demonic being, Lord rank. Level 16. HP 880,000/880,000. Chapter 264, Nemesis. Such a high HP. Aqua Rose couldn't help but wrinkle her brows at this sight. The amount of HP a boss was correlated with the amount of time needed to kill it, and the more HP a boss had, the higher the demands on the damage dealers. The bosses of level 10, 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons would have 700,000 HP at maximum. Even so, not a single team in White River City had managed to clear one such dungeon yet. Meanwhile, the boss before them had 880,000 HP, Aqua Rose instantly felt despair at this sight. Fire Dance and the others, on the other hand, felt nothing much about it. They were simply waiting for Shifeng's orders. Feeling everyone's fervent gaze on him, Shifeng smiled as he said, "Cola, go test the waters. Gluttonous Mouse, you'll be responsible for healing him. Everyone else, pay close attention to the boss's movement patterns and habits. Be sure to take a video recording. Afterwards, we'll think of a way to raid it." As the Knight Captain of the Demon's Castle, Justin Fried excelled in melee combat. Even though Cola boasted excellent equipment, he could survive 3 hits at most from this boss. If it were any other MT, they would definitely die in 2 hits. Aside from possessing high attack power, Justin Fried was a heavy armored knight and his defense spoke for itself. Now that he had been converted into a demon, his natural magic resistance was also very high. Justin Fried was practically a boss without weaknesses. Justin Fried had 2 major skills, and if not taken with caution, either one of these skills could easily wipe out their entire team. Moreover, these 2 skills were further strengthened by the Hell mode difficulty, making them extremely hard to deal with. The first skill was called Demon Summoning. Periodically, Justin Fried would summon 3 demon guards. If players failed to kill these 3 demon guards within a set amount of time, they would be absorbed into Justin Fried's body, replenishing the boss's HP. In the hard mode difficulty of the dungeon, each demon guard would heal Justin Fried of 3% of his maximum HP, while in Hell mode, that percentage was increased to 5%. Hence, players needed to kill these demon guards no matter what. The second skill was called Death Blow. When using this skill, Justin Fried would randomly mark a player and throw a spear at them, dealing large amounts of damage. Players struck by this spear would also have their movement speed reduced by 60%, and defense reduced by 100%. Justin Fried would then charge towards this marked player. During this charge, players had to avoid standing between Justin Fried and the marked player. Otherwise, both the marked player and the players standing in Justin Fried's way would die without question. Hence, when a player was marked by Justin Fried, they needed to run as far away from everyone else as possible. The marked player would be fine as long as they could survive Justin Fried's onslaught for 10 seconds. Just these 2 skills alone would already cause many challengers to despair. However, Justin Fried also possessed multiple other minor skills, although those would not be a huge problem if players made sure to dodge them. After Cola and Gluttonous Mouse battled with the boss a few times, everyone fully understood just how amazing Justin Fried was. If struck by Justin Fried's great sword, even a powerful tank like Cola would lose over 1,400 HP. It would take Justin Fried only 2 attacks to finish off anyone else within the team. Moreover, Justin Fried had a very high attack speed. He had no problems brandishing his greatsword twice in 1 second. If they wished to successfully clear this boss, they needed to cooperate with each other properly. Not only did the MTs have to know when to dodge Justin Fried's attacks, the other melee classes also needed to know how to interrupt the boss's attack pattern. Start the raid. After Shifeng finished giving out his instructions, everyone went to their assigned positions, making a perfect encirclement around Justin Fried. Once ready, Cola immediately rushed towards Justin Fried, while Yi Wumian waited at one side for the appearance of the 3 demon guards. Compared to attacking an elite monster, the damage Cola dealt to Justin Fried was much lower. His normal attacks only dealt slightly more than -100 damage to the boss. After Cola solidified his aggro of the boss, everyone else promptly barraged Justin Fried with attacks. However, the team quickly discovered a crucial matter: Justin Fried's defense was seriously too high. During the trial runs, Cola had been the only one attacking. Hence, everyone had not really noticed how high Justin Fried's defense was. Take Lonely Snow for example. As a berserker, every time he struck Justin Fried's back with his 2-handed axe, he could only deal slightly more than -200 damage. Even after using armor break on the boss, his damage only barely reached -300. As for the newcomers, the damage they dealt was far less. His defense is too high. Even with her most powerful spells, Aqua Rose only managed to deal around -500 damage to the boss. Shadow Burst. Blackie didn't dare hold back, immediately using the new skill he received for clearing the 4-color trial. 5 black streaks of light immediately shot out from his staff, landed on Justin Fried's back, and exploded. Damages of -736, -741, -726, -732, -738 appeared above Justin Fried's head. Sure Feng was also slashing madly at Justin Fried's back. However, the damage he dealt was far lower than Blackie's. Each of his basic attacks only dealt over -100 damage. However, this damage was further increased when Sure Feng triggered one of the Abyssal Blade's effects, inflicting the Doom Curse on the boss. There was also the damage amplification effect from Thundering Flash. As Justin Fried was a Hell mode boss, both the Abyssal Blade's Doom Curse and the effect of Thundering Flash were greatly weakened. Overall, the two debuffs had weakened Justin Fried by 15% simultaneously. Sure Feng swapped out his Might of 1,000 title for his Demon Hunter title, further weakening Justin Fried. Now, Justin Fried only possessed 80% of his original strength. This result undeniably reduced the burden placed on everyone in the team. Guild leader, the additional passive skill of your weapon and also the effect of your title are simply too amazing. Thanks to you, the difficulty of this boss has been forcefully brought down a notch, Cola said with a smile. Undeniably, he was the person who profited the most from these debuffs. Aqua Rose's eyes glowed with joy as well when she witnessed this scene. Thanks to Sure Feng's skills and title, they now had hope of defeating this boss. It seems that I, too, should get more of such titles in the future. It would make boss raids a lot easier. Aqua Rose looked at Sure Feng's title in envy. However, she knew it would be very difficult to obtain such a title. Aqua Rose made a note to herself to ask Sure Feng how she, too, could obtain such a title. When they left this dungeon, when Justin Fried's HP fell to 90%, Sure Feng immediately shouted through the team chat, "Yi Wumian, get ready to aggro the monsters. Everyone, focus fire on the spawns the moment they appear. Fire dance and I will help Cola cope with the boss. Damnable trespassers. Guards. Get rid of them." Justin Fried bellowed suddenly. 3 demon guards ran in from outside the arena. Every one of these demon guards were elite monsters. Moreover, each of them possessed 40,000 HP. Fortunately, the demon guards had much lower defense compared to the boss. The team took no time at all to finish all 3, especially when they had a powerhouse like Blackie. Everyone then returned their focus to the boss. During the entire battle, Sure Feng did not get many chances to deal damage. Possibly due to there being many more people attacking him, Justin Fried's attack pattern right now was slightly different from when only Cola and Gluttonous Mouse were raiding him. The boss could always accurately force Cola into a corner whenever he brandished his greatsword, preventing Cola from effectively dodging his attacks. To make matters worse, aside from Sure Feng, nobody else in the team could accurately find a way to interrupt the boss's attack rhythm. Although Fire Dance managed to react to the situation and find a suitable location to attack, due to her low strength as an assassin, she failed to interrupt Justin Fried's attack. Hence, Sure Feng had no choice but to focus all his attention on interrupting the boss's attacks. Otherwise, if Cola were to make a mistake and eat any of the boss's minor skills, he would definitely lose his life because the healers would not be able to keep up with their healing. Concurrently, Cola's death would also mean everyone else's death. When Justin Fried's HP fell to 78%, he finally used Death Blow in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, the target of this skill was none other than Sure Feng. Sure Feng's first reaction to the activation of this skill was to turn tail and run. After being marked by this skill, unless players activated skills that provided invincibility, they would unquestionably die. When Justin Fried closed in on them, Justin Fried retrieved a silver spear and abruptly threw it at Sure Feng. Instantly, a silver flash streaked across the sky and flew at Sure Feng, producing a boom as it broke the sound barrier. Players were unable to dodge this silver spear, so they could only try to block it. Hence, just as the spear was about to reach him, Sure Feng immediately spun his body around and activated parry. The spear smashed into the abyssal blade, generating brilliant sparks as metal clashed against metal. Sure Feng was forced to retreat over a dozen steps before he could shake off the attack and stabilize his body. Both his hands felt numb after blocking Justin Fried's attack, and he had very nearly lost his grip on his swords. He then took a glance at the abyssal blade, finding a clear scar on the blade of the sword. Unbelievable. To think that this move could even damage a magic weapon. If it were a secret silver weapon taking this hit, wouldn't it get destroyed instantly? Even a fine gold weapon might not survive this attack. Sure Feng secretly rejoiced that he had not used the silver lake to block this attack. Otherwise, the sword would have been finished. After seeing his spear blocked, Justin Fried grew furious. Ignoring Cola, he charged at Shifeng with large strides without hesitation. Shifeng immediately activated Windwalk, increasing his movement speed by 30%. He then started moving in circles around the arena as Shifeng did not receive any damage from Justin Fried's spear. He also did not receive the movement speed reduction debuff. Hence, no matter how hard the boss tried to chase Shifeng, he simply couldn't catch up. In the end, Shifeng kited the boss around the arena for the full 10 seconds with both of Justin Fried's major skills dealt with. Everyone returned to their positions and resumed their attack on Justin Fried. Later on, no matter how many times Justin Fried used his major skills, the end result was still the same. After a dozen minutes passed, even when Justin Fried entered his berserk state, he still could not change the inevitable. The reason being, Cola had protection blessing to stave off the boss's increased damage. Cola also had the Arclight Guard's additional skill, Time Arc. The effect of this skill was the equivalent of providing Cola with 9 seconds of invincibility. It also allowed him to reset the cooldown of any skills he had used during Time Arc's duration. One way or another, Cola had managed to endure and survive through the 20-second duration of the boss's berserk state. In the end, Justin Fried let out a scream of resentment as he fell to the ground, his body leaving behind a pile of dazzling items as it disappeared. Chapter 265, Dark Knight Gaia. It's a jackpot. Our karma must be too good. I wonder what we'll get. This is the hell mode of the demon's castle. A jackpot should give us at least a dark gold weapon, right? Justin Fried's death allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, when they saw the pile of items on the ground, everyone knew that their luck had come. Just a brief glance told them that Justin Fried had dropped more than 10 items. It was an obvious sign that this was one of those rare karmic jackpots. Alright, don't get too excited right now. Rest and recover for now. Shifeng simply smiled when he looked at his teammates' excitement. However, he knew that the jackpot this time around was no coincidence. Others might not know this, but the demon's castle was actually the hardest dungeon out of all the level 15, 20-man team dungeons, although everyone believed that it was simply a 20-man dungeon with above-average difficulty. In the past, countless guilds had suffered team wipe after team wipe in order to raid the demon's castle. According to Shifeng's understanding, the bosses of every Hell Mode team dungeon that possessed the highest difficulty out of all Hell Mode team dungeons of the same level would always yield a jackpot when it was being raided for the first time. This was a reward by the system for pioneering the team dungeon with the highest difficulty. While Shifeng was counting up the loot from Justin Fried, a group of players revived at the entrance of the demon's castle boss, that Justin Fried's defense and attack are simply too high. Compared to a level 10 dungeon, the demon's castle is far more difficult. Moreover, this is only the normal mode dungeon. Even a powerful MT like yourself could not survive 3 hits from the first boss. I don't think there's any way we can raid this dungeon right now, a druid said. It seems that 2 MTs are required for this boss, to share the damage. We can just let a ranger kite the 3 summon monsters. After experiencing a battle with Justin Fried, Warwolf fully realized just how powerful the boss was. Every time Justin Fried attacked, Warwolf would be forced into a corner and prevented from dodging. He had no choice but to take the full brunt of the boss's attack. If he only had to endure Justin Fried's basic attacks, Warwolf was confident he could make do with the heals he received. However, one of Justin Fried's minor skills, Thousand Sweep, dealt at least minus 1000 damage to all targets within an 8-yard radius. Meanwhile, the activation time for this skill was practically instantaneous, so Warwolf had no chance at dodging it. When Warwolf ate this minor skill in addition to a basic attack, he would instantly lose at least 2000 HP. Only with all 4 healers in the team focusing their heals on him could they barely manage to get his HP back up to a safe level before Justin Fried's next attack connected. However, shortly after, the boss summoned 3 demon guards. Once the healers spread their focus to the other members of the team, Warwolf was promptly slain by Justin Fried. The end result: a team wipe. As Warwolf's team was about to enter the demon's castle for the second time, Shifeng had already started distributing the loot. The jackpot this time had yielded 11 weapons and equipment in total. There were also quite a number of magic crystals and precious materials. Among the weapons and equipment dropped were 3 secret silver equipment, leg guards for rangers, a hat for druids, and shoulder guards for summoners. As this was a guild-only team, and also a pioneer raid. The distribution of items this time was not done using the contribution auction method. Instead, Shifeng assigned the items to specific players while placing priority on increasing the overall battle prowess of the team. Meanwhile, fine gold ranked weapons and equipment numbered the most. There was a total of 6 of such items dropped by Justin Freed. The attributes of these items spoke for themselves. The items dropped from the hell mode of the demon's castle were all of the finest quality. Lonely Snow received a level 15 fine gold ranked great axe, while Kola received a level 15 fine gold ranked short sword. Meanwhile, the secret silver weapons the two previously used were passed on to their teammates. The remaining 4 items were fine gold equipment, shoes for swordsmen, arm guards for cursemancers, a chest piece for oracles, and a chest piece for elementalists. Shifeng kept the shoes for swordsmen for himself, exchanging it with his level 10 mysterious iron ranked boots. Triumph boots, shoes, plate armor, fine gold rank. Level 15. Defense plus 184. Strength plus 17, agility plus 20, endurance plus 12. Movement speed plus 5. Restricted to swordsman. Additional passive skill dash. Light-footed, increases movement speed by 5%. Shifeng then handed the fine gold ranked arm guards to Blackie, the chest piece for oracles to Gluttonous Mouse, and the chest piece for elementalists to Aqua. The final 2 items were of dark gold rank. One was a pitch black long sword, while the other was a dark gray colored staff that emitted black mist. Demonbane, one-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 15. Attack power plus 183. Strength plus 20, agility plus 21, endurance plus 10. Attack speed plus 3. Durability 100/100. Additional passive skill dash. Demonbane, deals 20% additional damage towards darkness-type monsters. Although the Demonbane was only at the level of being satisfactory in terms of attributes, the passive skill that came along with it was perfect for raiding the demon's castle. Shifeng just happened to be able to replace his level 10 dark gold weapon, the Silver Lake. Although the Silver Lake was a personal exclusive weapon, in terms of attributes and attack power, it was much weaker than the level 15 Demonbane. The reason being, there would be a huge increase in the performance of weapons and equipment every 5 levels. Moreover, when taking into consideration the convenience of the upcoming battles, Shifeng had even more reason to exchange the Silver Lake for the Demonbane. As for the dark gold ranked staff, it was also of extremely good quality. Black Mist staff, two-handed staff, dark gold rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement, strength 40, intelligence 60. Attack power plus 154. Intelligence plus 42, vitality plus 28, endurance plus 33. Chanting speed plus 6. Durability 100/100. Elemental spell damage increased by 10%. Elemental spells have 18% chance to achieve a critical hit. Ignore levels plus 3. Cast range plus 2. Elemental spell levels plus 1. Restricted to elementalist. Wow. The attributes on this staff are insane. It's practically tailored for elementalists. Even though Blackie already had an epic ranked staff, he still couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the attributes on this staff. The eyes of the 2 elementalists in the team immediately glowed upon seeing the attributes of this staff. This staff will go to Aqua. Shifeng handed the staff over to Aqua Rose without hesitation. Although Taciturn Goose, who was one of the newly recruited 5 demon generals, was also an elementalist, Aqua Rose was the vice leader of the guild. It would not look well if the vice leader of the guild continued using only a secret silver ranked staff. Moreover, Aqua Rose's techniques and strength was far above Taciturn Goose's, and she would be able to display the staff's true power better for me. Although Aqua Rose indeed liked this Black Mist staff very much, she had only recently joined the guild. She would feel very awkward if she were to receive such an amazing staff so quickly. Take it. You're the vice leader of our guild. We can't have other guilds looking down on Zero Wing now, can we? Shifeng said, a grin on his face. That's right, vice leader. Our guild is acknowledged as one of the 6 major guilds right now. If the other guilds were to find out that our vice leader was still using a secret silver ranked staff, they would definitely make fun of us. Blackie said, all right, then. I'll take it. Aqua Rose felt that their words were logical. As one of the top management of the guild, every action she took affected the guild's reputation. If others were to discover her poor quality equipment, although they might not outright slander them with insults, they would definitely look down on Zero Wing. It would make others think that Zero Wing was not as good as it seemed to be after equipping this exquisite staff. Aqua Rose suddenly felt the responsibilities placed upon her shoulders growing heavier, following which, after everyone was rested, they resumed advancing towards the heart of the demon's castle. Due to the jackpot from Justin Freed, the team's overall strength was greatly increased. They had a much easier time now when they fought against the elites and special elites, and very quickly, they arrived at the main hall of the demon's castle. The final boss, the Dark Knight Gaia, sat high above on the throne inside the hall. The moment everyone set foot inside the hall, the atmosphere of the room suddenly changed, and even the air started feeling heavy. Everyone in the team sucked in a mouthful of cold breath at the scene inside the hall. This is a joke, right? Blackie looked at the throne in the distance, his mouth gaping wide open in shock. What is going on here? Why are there two more bosses with Dark Knight Gaia? Astonished, Shifeng stared at the two beauties standing beside the throne. The two beauties had a pair of pitch-black wings on their backs, and both of them were giving off an imposing aura that was no weaker than Dark Knight Gaia's. Chapter 266, Holy Light. Just Dark Knight Gaia alone was a challenge for them to deal with. Yet, there were two more bosses of equal strength now. Even Shifeng felt powerless at this sight. However, the fact that there were three bosses in this hall was not the most important point. The key point was that even a single boss was enough to cause everyone to despair. The difficulty of this quest is too high. Shifeng's head ached when he looked at the three bosses. He never imagined that Weissman's quest would be so difficult. If it were the normal hell mode demon's castle, Shifeng would still have a way to clear it. However, if he had to face the three bosses before him simultaneously, then there really was no hope for clearing this dungeon at all. Dark Knight Gaia, High Lord rank. Level 16. HP 4000000/4000000. Fallen Angel Heir, High Lord rank. Level 16. HP 3600000/3600000. Fallen Angel Lara, High Lord rank. Level 16. HP 3600000/3600000. Not only did the quest increase the number of bosses, it had also greatly increased their strength. With a frightening 4 million HP, even if their healers exhausted all their mana, they still wouldn't be able to kill Dark Knight Gaia. It was also highly possible that Kola would die with a single stab from Dark Knight Gaia's spear. Guild leader, I think we should withdraw. There must be a problem with the system. 4 million HP is just ridiculous, Kola said, shaking his head while sighing. I think so as well, Brother Feng. Maybe we should go out and reset the dungeon. Blackie said. The others had similar thoughts as well. Even if this was hell mode, the difficulty of these bosses was simply preposterous. Since we've already come this far, let's give it a try. There should be a special mechanism in place if the bosses are set to be so powerful. Shifeng did not think there was an error with the system. It definitely had its own reasoning for making the bosses this powerful. So, they might as well test the water. Who knows? They might even discover some secret trick that will allow them to defeat these bosses. Since Shifeng had already spoken, the others naturally did not oppose his decision. At worst, they would simply waste some of their EXP, and EXP was something they could easily obtain. Hence, like the previous time, Kola and Gluttonous Mouse went ahead to gauge the standards of the bosses. Like before, Kola threw his shield at the three bosses, activating Shield of Vengeance. Yet, the moment Kola's shield struck the three bosses, everyone in the team was stunned by what they saw. 1-1-1. Only 1 point of damage appeared above each of the three bosses. Their frightening defense rendered everyone in the team speechless. You are seeking death. Dark Knight Gaia spoke in a tone that was neither enraged nor arrogant. Rather, his voice was only filled with coldness and indifference. He spoke just like a machine, emotionless. Gaia then slowly got up from his throne. He did not rush to attack Kola, instead choosing to abruptly focus his eyes on Kola. Kola instantly felt a chill overcome his body. Although this was a game, the pressure he felt was nothing but real. Similarly, the two fallen angels by Gaia's side did not take any action. They did not even give Kola a single glance, as if saying Kola was not worth their attention. Ali refused to believe it yet. Kola summoned up his courage as he used punishment on Dark Knight Gaia. However, just like before, his attack only dealt 1 point of damage to the boss. Everyone cringed at this result. This time, Dark Knight Gaia finally retaliated against Kola's attack. Gaia casually retrieved a spear from his side, aimed it at Kola, and threw it. Before anyone could react, a flash of light pierced through Kola's chest, followed by a sonic boom reverberating throughout the hall. The attack caused over -2,900 damage to Kola, leaving him with only several hundred HP remaining. This casual attack had nearly taken Kola's pitiful life. Just as Dark Knight Gaia was about to attack for the second time, a pillar of holy light descended from the sky, enveloping Kola. When Gaia's spear clashed against the holy light, it was as if the spear had struck an impenetrable wall. The spear could not advance by even an inch. There was a trick to it, as expected. Shifeng smiled faintly when he saw the holy light descending from the sky. He also discovered the silhouette of a person floating amidst the pillar of holy light. Hence, Shifeng shouted in the team chat, "Everyone, together. Healers, get Kola's HP back up first." Previously, everyone merely had the intention of giving the bosses a try. They did not hold any hope of actually killing them. Now that a chance had appeared, how could they easily give it up? The atmosphere surrounding the team instantly changed. No longer were they shrouded by despair. Why is it her? When the person inside the pillar of light walked out, Shifeng discovered a familiar face. When he caught a clearer view of that saintly appearance, his mind immediately turned sluggish. The person that walked out of the pillar of holy light was actually the Tier 3 divine official Charlene. Wow. My goddess. Blackie's eyes widened upon seeing Charlene, his drool nearly leaking out of his mouth. Putting aside Charlene's peerless appearance and graceful figure, just that extraordinary aura that she exuded would attract others to her. Gifted with both appearance and aura, Charlene was even more mesmerizing than the snow goddess, gentle snow. After Charlene descended into the hall, she did not look at the people behind her. Instead, she focused her attention on the black throne, at Dark Knight Gaia and the two fallen angels by his side. Dark Knight Gaia no longer maintained his look of indifference when he noticed Charlene's appearance. Instead, a hint of fear showed on his face. "Gaia, leave that woman to us. You take care of those ants and activate the teleportation gate. It is about time we let this continent be filled with fear and death once more." Fallen Angel Air said. "Yes, Lady Air." Dark Knight Gaia answered respectfully. At the same time, Charlene whirled around to look at everyone, saying, "Adventurers. For his selfish gains, Gaia has turned the past inhabitants of this castle into demons, letting them live a life that is worse than death. Now, he is even trying to open a gate to the demon world, summoning the Legion of Dead to attack White River City. You must stop Gaia from doing so at all costs and prevent a terrible fate from befalling the inhabitants of White River City." Finished speaking, Charlene immediately chanted some divine incantations. She then pointed a finger at the players before her. Suddenly, everyone in the team received a buff blessing of holy light. Increases all attributes by 200 points. This blessing is insane. My magic damage is over 1,000 points. My HP is also over 5,000. This feels awesome. Blackie said in exhilaration. Everyone else shared Blackie's feelings. Their bodies felt full of power, and they felt that they could easily go back and trample the previous boss, just and free. Just the HP of the ranged players had already exceeded the 5,000 threshold. The other melee players also had their HPs increased past the 6,000 threshold. As for the monstrous MT of the team, Kola, his HP had already gone past the 7,000 threshold. Kola was practically a mini-boss now. After Charlene and the two fallen angels departed to do battle, Dark Knight Gaia immediately charged towards the team of players, intending to massacre them quickly. At this time, everyone in the team no longer looked at Dark Knight Gaia with fearful eyes like before. Even if Kola received close to -3,000 damage from a single spear throw from the boss, the Guardian Knight presently had over 7,000 HP. Moreover, the healers also had their magic damage increased from the blessing. Now, a casual heal from any one of them could replenish over 1,000 HP for Kola. They had no problems coping with Dark Knight Gaia's frightening damage taking the lead. Kola immediately slashed his sword at Gaia, following up the attack with a punishment. 328-641. 2 damages appeared above Dark Knight Gaia's head. Meanwhile, Shifeng had used silent steps and arrived at Dark Knight Gaia's back. Executing chop, he slashed his sword down at Gaia's neck, immediately causing more than -1,200 damage to the boss. His follow-up normal attacks also caused around -600 damage. However, compared to physical damage classes, the mages had a much greater improvement. Each of Blackie's dark arrows caused over -2,000 damage to the boss, over -4,000 damage if it was a critical hit. As for Aqua Rose, her flame explosion dealt over -1,500 damage to the boss. The other mages in the team could also deal over -1,200 damage with each of their attacks, which was very impressive. On the other hand, Dark Knight Gaia's damage towards Kola was slightly reduced. Each of his attacks only dealt slightly over -2,400 damage to Kola. Now one side was strengthened, while the other weakened. Even if Dark Knight Gaia had 4 million HP, everyone still felt confident of defeating him. As Dark Knight Gaia's HP continuously fell, his attack rate also grew fiercer, and the damage he dealt also became greater. From the initial -2,400 damage, Kola now received around -2,700 from each of Gaia's attacks. Chapter 267, Legendary Power. This won't do. The damage we're dealing is still too low. If this keeps up, we will definitely be the ones to die. After several exchanges with Dark Knight Gaia, Shifeng had already deduced the most likely ending of this raid. His mind immediately started churning for a solution to this problem. When Dark Knight Gaia's HP fell to 70%, everyone else detected that something was wrong. The spear Gaia brandished was like a python, containing both power and agility. Gaia had a more relaxed time responding to everyone's attacks now, successfully blocking and rendering many of the attacks sent at him ineffective. Currently, Gaia was like the reincarnation of the spear god. Dark Knight Gaia abruptly swept his spear in a circle, sending Shifeng and the others, who were attacking his back, flying. Shifeng reacted quickly and used parry without hesitation, preventing any harm from reaching him. Unfortunately, everyone else in the team was not as quick to react. As a result, each of them received over -2,000 damage from the attack, suddenly increasing the burden placed on the healers. Meanwhile, the main target of Dark Knight Gaia's attack, Kola, had to retreat a handful of steps before stabilizing his body. A frightening damage of -4,300 also appeared above his head. Guild leader, the boss is getting more powerful the longer we fight. I don't think I will last long if this situation continues. At this moment, the Guardian Knight, Kola, was no longer as calm and composed as he was before. Currently, the Dark Knight Gaia would deal around -3,000 damage each time he attacked Kola. If the boss triggered a critical hit or used a skill, he would deal over -4,000 damage. Even if Kola had over 7,000 HP, the pressure placed on him was huge. His HP constantly hovered around the safety threshold, which was a very dangerous situation. This was exactly where the Dark Knight Gaia excelled. The longer he fought, the braver he got. On the surface, Dark Knight Gaia did not seem to use any major skills. However, in reality, he had been using them constantly. Blood Rage. With this skill, the longer Dark Knight Gaia battled, the higher his damage would become. His attack speed would also rise as time passed. Just this skill alone was already sufficient to make any team that dared challenge him kneel and accept defeat. In addition, Dark Knight Gaia also possessed an AoE skill, Blood Domain. The skill had an effective area of 100 yards. When used, a blood demon would spawn behind all enemies within this range. These blood fiends each had 10,000 HP. Contrary to expectations, these blood fiends would not attack players. Instead, if these blood fiends came within 3 yards of their locked target, they would self-destruct. The resulting explosion had an effective radius of 20 yards, and in Hell mode, the explosion would deal -2,000 damage. However, due to Shifeng's quest, the current boss the team faced was an enhanced version of the Hell mode Dark Knight Gaia. Hence, Shifeng did not know how much damage the blood fiends would deal if they exploded. It was bound to be more than -2,000 damage if they could not deal with these blood fiends quickly, leaving the monsters to self-destruct without control. The end result would, without a doubt, be a team wipe. Yet, if everyone were to run around the hall while having the blood fiends chase after them, it would disrupt the team's formation. Any mistake made during this confusion would easily lead to a team wipe. Hence, the moment these blood fiends appeared, they needed to deal with them within the shortest amount of time possible. Just depending on the blessing of holy light won't be enough to deal with this boss. If we can't increase our damage output, we will die sooner or later. Shifeng took a look at the mana levels of the 4 healers and discovered that all of them only had around half remaining. However, Dark Knight Gaia still had 65% of his HP left. If this situation continued, they wouldn't be able to last until the end. Not to mention, Dark Knight Gaia hadn't used Blood Domain yet. At that time, the burden on the healers would definitely be huge. Brother Feng will definitely be team wiped if this continues. Should I use Stars of Light now? Blackie secretly sent a private message to Shifeng. Stars of Light was the most powerful skill of the epic ranked staff, Mavis's Guard. Its might surpassed even that of a tier 2 spell. It was a spell that could devastate both heaven and earth. Unfortunately, this powerful spell had a cooldown time of half an hour. Hence, it was a trump card that could only be used once in a boss battle. As a result, whenever Blackie was in a party together with Shifeng, he would always seek Shifeng's advice, letting Shifeng decide when he should use the skill. No, it's still too early for it. Shifeng had long since planned for Blackie to use Stars of Light when Gaia used Blood Domain. The might of the skill would instantly evaporate the blood fiends that spawn, yet if they did not use the skill now, they might not even survive to see Dark Knight Gaia use Blood Domain. With 2 difficult options at hand, Shifeng was at a loss which to pick in the end. We still aren't strong enough. Shifeng smiled bitterly. Even though their team was already so powerful, it was still not enough to clear this quest. Shifeng truly did not know how those players in the past had managed to complete this quest. However, it was also a fact that the players had already completed their Tier 1 class promotion when they completed this quest. With a team of Tier 1 players with top-tier level 20 equipment and weapons, it would be a simple walk in the park for them to conquer the enhanced hell mode of the Demon's Castle. Also, even if nobody in the team had reached level 20, if everyone's weapons and equipment were of Dark Gold rank or above, Dark Knight Gaia would still have no choice but to submit to them. To put it bluntly, they were lacking in preparations. As expected, our current equipment is still too weak. Shifeng could not help but lament as he watched the boss getting stronger as time passed. Suddenly, however, a flash of realization came to Shifeng. That's right. If it's equipment, don't I have the fragmented legendary item? Shifeng thought of the ring that had been left asleep inside his bag, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. As a fragmented legendary item, it possessed the strength to change a player's tier. Yes, tier, not level. Previously, Shifeng had never managed to reach the requirements of the fragmented legendary item. Now, however, he had already achieved it. Heavenly Dragon's Breath, ring, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement: Strength 200, Agility 200, Intelligence 120. Strength plus 40%, Agility plus 40%, Intelligence plus 30%, Endurance plus 30%. Movement speed plus 20%. Attack speed plus 30%. Ignore levels plus 10. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill 1, Dragon's Authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon, inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 30-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 20%, attack speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 1 minute cooldown, 3 minutes. Additional skill 2, Dragon Breath. Inflicts 6x damage in a 305-yard line in front of you. There is a 20% chance to induce the fainted state for 2 seconds cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 3, Heavenly Dragon's Power. Allows the user to temporarily possess the power of the Heavenly Dragon, increasing HP by 300%, Strength by 100%, and Defense by 300%, and grants immunity to all controlling effects for 2 minutes cooldown, 3 hours. The Dragon Slayer Mechasera once owned the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was originally a legendary ranked item possessing the suppressed strength of the Dragon tribe. Due to damage resulting from a war between gods, its might has greatly decreased. However, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath possesses an incomparably strong magic power and possesses the potential to restore itself. Its past glory may be restored with 3 magic stars and 1 dragon's heart. Current restoration, 0/4, Blessing of Holy Light. Increases all attributes by 200 points. This blessing had allowed Shifeng to instantly surpass the daunting requirement of having 120 intelligence without wasting any more time. Shifeng immediately retrieved the heavenly dragon's breath from his bag. The instant he wore the ring, he immediately felt it transmit a boundless power into his body. Not even the blessing of holy light could compare to this power. Good. The raid officially starts, now. Shifeng looked at the silver dragon-shaped ring on his finger, a smile on his face. Whether it was his past life or his present life, this was the very first time he was feeling the strength of a legendary item, even if it was only a fragment. He then shifted his gaze towards Dark Knight Gaia, his eyes abruptly focusing Dragon's authority. Instantly, everyone felt Shifeng's transformation. They could feel the might of an ancient dragon coming off him, and even their souls quivered in the face of this power. Meanwhile, as if stuck in a deep quagmire, Dark Knight Gaia's movements turned sluggish. Gaia's attack power was greatly reduced as well, letting Kola gain a breather. Kola no longer felt overwhelmed by Gaia's attacks, and he could even dodge the boss's attacks. Now it wasn't just limited to Kola. Everyone else started attacking with greater efficiency as well. Originally, they were on the verge of being team-wiped. Yet, the situation suddenly had a huge change. It was simply unbelievable what happened. Aqua Rose was shocked. Chapter 268, Everything is Insubstantial. Although everyone was shocked by Dark Knight Gaia's weakening, they were even more shocked by the person who activated Dragon's authority, Shifeng. Currently, raging winds surrounded Shifeng's body, swirling in all directions and creating a dazzling sight. Shifeng had now become the focus of this hall. When Shifeng took a step forward, his body instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of Dark Knight Gaia. Brandishing both the Abyssal Blade and the Demon Bane, Shifeng sent over a dozen slashes at the boss, the afterimages of his swords creating an impression of a lotus flower due to the heavenly dragon's breath. Shifeng's attributes were greatly increased once more. Currently, his strength had already exceeded 500 points, while his attack was well over 1,200 points. His agility had also exceeded 600 points. Whether it was his attack power or attack speed, both were far above the standards of even a Tier 1 swordsman. Right now, Shifeng could even give a Tier 2 sword master a run for his money. This was the power of a legendary item. Even though Shifeng only had a fragmented version of it, the increase in combat power he received could allow him to challenge enemies of a higher tier. Damages of over -1,000 appeared one after another. Some of his attacks had even dealt over -2,000 and -3,000 damage. Dark Knight Gaia, who had previously been like an immovable mountain, was currently being forced to retreat step after step by the torrent of sword slashes. He could not even enter a basic stance due to the incessant attacks. Meanwhile, Kola was having a relaxed time going against the boss, expending almost no effort on evading the boss's attacks. However, Shifeng's onslaught had yet to end. Thundering flash. Chop. Double chop. Earth splitter. Thunder flame explosion. Every skill dealt over -2,000 damage. Of them, the level 8 Thunder Flame Explosion had even achieved a critical hit, dealing over -6,000 damage to the boss. Shifeng's damage far surpassed even that of Blackie, now guild leader. What sort of potion did you take? How did you suddenly become so awesome? Kola was extremely curious about Shifeng's sudden transformation. Previously, Shifeng's single output damage was even below Blackie's and Aqua Rose's. Now, however, his damage had completely left that of the two in the dust. If Shifeng said it was nothing, not even a ghost would believe him. Potion? Kola, you're thinking too highly of potions. This is the trump card of our guild. Blackie said, a grin on his face. He had a fair idea of what was actually going on. After all, he had also been present when Shifeng obtained the heavenly dragon's breath. Brother Black is right. Kola, you're looking down on guild leader too much. Lonely Snow chimed in with a proud tone. The matter of the fragmented legendary item had always been a secret between the three of them. Shifeng had previously told them not to leak any information about it, so nobody else, other than them, knew about it. After all, just an epic ranked item alone could entice a first-rate guild to take action. If it was known that their guild possessed a fragmented legendary item, rivers of blood might start to flow in White River City. It's not a potion. Aqua Rose was also surprised. However, after she gave it a thought, their words felt right. It should not be possible for potions to provide such a powerful upgrade. Yet, if it was not a potion, what else could allow Shifeng's battle strength to increase so tremendously? Suddenly, Aqua Rose started growing more confused about the guild known as Zero Winget was clearly a recently established guild. It could even be described as a blank slate. Yet, shortly after she had joined the guild, she received one shock after another. Aqua Rose had even begun to suspect that Shifeng was an elder of one of those super guilds, and that he had come to White River City to play the role of a pig to devour the tiger. Only a dozen seconds passed since the battle resumed, and already, Dark Knight Gaia had lost 5% of his HP. Currently, he only had 54% of his HP remaining. If this trend continued, his life would end before 3 minutes even passed. However, Shifeng was still not satisfied with this result. The reason being, along with the passing of time, Dark Knight Gaia would grow stronger and stronger. Moreover, Dragon's authority lasted for only 1 minute. After the minute was up, Dark Knight Gaia would once again be like the reincarnation of a spear god. With Cola's equipment, he would not last long under the boss's onslaught. Just as Dark Knight Gaia was about to recover his battle strength. I wonder how well this move will perform. The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hands suddenly ignited in flames, the fire-type mana within a 30-yard radius frantically gathering around the weapon. The light from the scorching flames illuminated the dark hall, while the heat evaporated the moisture in the air. Currently, the abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand was like a miniature sun. This was none other than Shifeng's ultimate move, Flame Burst. Due to his increased attributes, the current Flame Burst was much stronger than the last time Shifeng used it. Before anyone could react, the abyssal blade turned into a shooting star, smashing into Dark Knight Gaia's chest. Gaia's previously impenetrable armor was like tofu when it met with the abyssal blade. The abyssal blade easily pierced Gaia's steel armor and body like a hot knife through butter, creating a large hole in Gaia's chest. However, this was not the end of Shifeng's attack. Shifeng then followed up with 5 more slashes, each of his slashes dealing over -6,000 damage. Some of them had even achieved a critical hit, dealing over -13,000 damage. Meanwhile, the armor on Dark Knight Gaia's body was instantly shattered, the sundered metal fragments smashing heavily against the stone pillars at the sides of the hall. These stone pillars completely collapsed at the impact of the metal fragments. Receiving these 6 continuous attacks, Dark Knight Gaia instantly lost over 60,000 HP. This scene absolutely dumbfounded everyone in the team right now. Shifeng looked more like the boss here with Dark Knight Gaia as the player. The situation was so shocking that Cola and everyone else in the team even forgot to attack Dark Knight Gaia. Oi. Stop daydreaming. The boss is still alive. Shifeng smiled helplessly as he received everyone's fervent gazes. After Shifeng's reminder, Cola and Yiwumian quickly reacted and charged at the boss. Maybe because he no longer had his armor, Dark Knight Gaia was actually receiving an additional 30% damage from everyone's attacks now. The raid progressed at a much faster rate right away. You ants have angered me. Accept the punishment of darkness. The moment Dark Knight Gaia bellowed, the entire hall turned bloody red. Immediately, 20 ferocious-looking blood fiends appeared within the hall. Meanwhile, these blood fiends each had 20,000 HP, and each of them quickly ran towards their locked targets after being summoned. Blackie. Shifeng said in the team chat, got it. It's finally time for me to show off. Blackie chuckled as he waved his staff. A gigantic magic circle appeared above the hall, and in the blink of an eye, a dazzling star emerged from the magic circle and crashed downwards. The stars of light had a very wide coverage. Hence, Blackie easily enveloped all the blood fiends within the skill. The enraged Dark Knight Gaia included. Each star caused over -5,000 damage. After over a dozen stars came crashing down, not even ashes remained of the blood fiends. As for Dark Knight Gaia, he was left in a miserable state after the duration of the skill ended. Everyone else in the team took this chance to use their most powerful moves on the boss, holding nothing back. Before even a minute passed, Dark Knight Gaia's HP fell to 30%. Instantly, the boss went into a berserk state, his body doubling in size. In this state, both his attack power and defense were greatly increased. Even when Cola had Protection Blessing activated, the skill reducing any damage he received by 50%, he lost over 3,000 HP the instant Dark Knight Gaia's spear connected with his body just in time. Shifeng had been waiting for this moment all along. Did he think going berserk was amazing? In front of a dragon, everything was insubstantial. Shi Feng immediately activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his HP by 300%, strength by 100%, defense by 300%, and also becoming immune to all controlling effects for 2 minutes. After the activation of Heavenly Dragon's power, Shi Feng's body underwent a transformation. Dragon scales suddenly covered his skin, making him look as if he was wearing Dragonscale armor. With the addition of these dragon scales, Shi Feng's originally ordinary appearance suddenly became tyrannical. Chapter 269, Violent Conclusion. Originally, everyone was still worried about how they should deal with the Berserk boss. However, Shi Feng's shocking transformation immediately attracted their attention, leaving aside Shi Feng's new handsome and gorgeous appearance. Just by standing there, he was already giving off an insurmountable pressure. This was no longer an oppression due to strength. Instead, this pressure was the instinctive reverence for a primordial life form. Just what is going on here? Aqua Rose asked in shock. It was a known fact that players could not transform their bodies. Yet, Shi Feng had actually transformed in defiance of that notion. Moreover, that frightening pressure he was giving off was much more terrifying when compared to the Berserk Dark Knight Gaia, let alone the others. Even Blackie and Lonely Snow, who knew about the fragmented legendary item, were greatly astonished by Shi Feng's sudden transformation. They never thought that a player could actually become so powerful after activating the Heavenly Dragon's power. I think the guild leader can kill me in a single hit now, Lonely Snow said, a bitter smile on his face. Let alone you, even Cola might not survive a single hit from Brother Feng. With the activation of the Heavenly Dragon's power, Shi Feng's strength received a several-fold increase, which meant that his attack power had increased as well. When Blackie thought about how his most powerful skill, Stars of Light, already failed to match Shi Feng's previous strength. If Shi Feng used a skill, even Cola, who had over 7,000 HP, would be reduced to ash. The Heavenly Dragon's power is strong, as expected, Shi Feng thought as he shook his fists. He could feel boundless power coursing through his body. In addition, after activating this skill, Shi Feng could feel his mind becoming much clearer than before, allowing him to reach a peak condition that he had never experienced. Shi Feng's strength now exceeded 1,000 points. His attack power was also over 2,300 points, while his HP was over 15,900. In addition, his defense had gone past 4,500 points, almost twice that of Cola's. Currently, he could easily be considered a mini-boss. Cola, leave tanking the boss to me. Shi Feng wanted to test his new body. Moreover, it would be much more effective for him to tank the boss instead of Cola right now. Apart from having higher attack, defense, and HP, Shi Feng's current dodging capabilities were miles ahead of Cola's. Alright. Although Cola was still shocked by Shi Feng's transformation, he managed to muster a reply with more than 15,900 HP. Nobody was a more reliable MT than Shi Feng. After relieving Cola of his duties, Shi Feng immediately slashed a sword at Dark Knight Gaia. Like a lightning bolt, Shi Feng's sword smashed into Dark Knight Gaia's body with the might of 1,000. The attack dealt over -2,000 damage to the boss, and the strength behind the attack forced the boss to retreat 3 steps. Each step the boss retreated left behind a deep footprint on the hard-tiled floor. This was the benefit of increasing one's strength. Compared to increasing just attack power, if players with physical damage classes increased their strength, not only could they gain additional attack power, their increased strength would also create a suppression effect during battle. This effect would further raise the damage they dealt their enemies. When attacking, players could also cause their enemies to lose their balance. In a battle, if one could not maintain a proper stance, it would be very easy for problems to arise. Hence, compared to purely increasing one's attack power, it would be much more beneficial to increase one's strength instead. This was a kind of invisible support, and many players only discovered the importance of basic attributes after playing the game for a long time. Currently, Shi Feng's battle with Dark Knight Gaia was in full swing, and the other melee classes had no chance to get close to the boss at all. The reason being, aside from MTs like Cola and Yi Wumian, the other melee classes could not even survive a single hit from Dark Knight Gaia. In this situation, only the ranged players could continue attacking without worry. Although Dark Knight Gaia had gone berserk, he was merely an insignificant being in the face of the Shi Feng who had the Heavenly Dragon's power activated. The battle between the two of them was just like a battle between two boss monsters. Although Shifeng's HP was only a tiny fraction of Dark Knight Gaia's 4 million HP, in this battle, Shifeng was the only one doing actual damage. Whenever Dark Knight Gaia attacked Shifeng, the latter would either dodge the attack or block it. Dark Knight Gaia was unable to deal any real damage to Shifeng. Moreover, every time Shifeng brandished his two swords, Dark Knight Gaia would be forced to retreat. Each of Shifeng's attacks dealt over -2,000 damage, but more often than not, his attacks would achieve a critical hit and deal over -4,000 damage. A critical chop also dealt over -6,000 damage. On the other hand, Dark Knight Gaia could only deal around -2,000 damage to Shifeng with each attack. With close to 16,000 HP, the healers could take their sweet time healing Shifeng. They had no need to fear stealing the aggro of the boss at all. As a tank, Shifeng was currently far stronger than the guild's number 1 MT, Kola after the 30-second berserk period was over. Dark Knight Gaia's body shrank back to its original size. Even though he still had blood rage in effect, he no longer possessed the previous ferocity he had possessed in his berserk state. Meanwhile, the heavenly dragon's power had a duration of 2 minutes. There were still 90 seconds left before Shifeng's transformation ended without the berserk effect. Dark Knight Gaia was like a venomous snake that lost its fangs. He could only receive a one-sided beating from Shifeng now. Whenever Shifeng slashed his sword, Dark Knight Gaia would have to retreat a handful of steps. The gap between the two of them simply rendered one speechless. Throw in everything you've got. We need to end the battle as quick as possible, Shifeng said in the team chat upon Shifeng's reminder. The others who hadn't dared to approach the boss before immediately rushed up in a hurry. As a result, the damage rate to the boss instantly soared when Dark Knight Gaia's HP fell to 15%. He used Blood Domain once more, summoning another group of Blood Fiends. However, unlike the first group of Blood Fiends, these newly summoned monsters each had 30,000 HP as expected. Even his skills have changed. Shifeng had been afraid of something like this happening, hence why he wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. Since the quest had altered the rating difficulty of the dungeon, a change to the skills of the boss would naturally occur. Since there wasn't much of a change in Dark Knight Gaia's blood rage, then the only skill that remained was Blood Domain. Everyone, gather in the center. Shifeng immediately shouted when Blood Domain was previously used. The team had a wide-range AoE skill like the Stars of Light to depend on. However, they had no such skill that could quickly deal with all the Blood Fiends this time. Stars of Light had a 30-minute cooldown, so there was no way of using it for the second time in this battle. Hence, they could only hope to group up and concentrate their attacks on the monsters. Everyone in the team reacted fast. Before 3 seconds had passed, all of them were already standing together having the shape of a demonic beast. The blood-red monsters revealed malicious expressions upon being summoned. After locking on to their respective targets, the Blood Fiends let out frenzied roars as they charged forward. By the time the Blood Fiends started moving, Aqua Rose had already finished chanting an incantation. First, she summoned an ice wall to block off all the Blood Fiends from closing in on their group. The ice wall also placed an additional debuff on the Blood Fiends, slowing the monsters' movement speeds. Right after that, Aqua Rose shot an ice sphere at the group of monsters, reducing their movement speeds even further. With the successive use of these two skills, the group of Blood Fiends now moved as slow as snails. However, Aqua Rose was still not done with her spells. She then followed up with a third spell called Blizzard. Not only could this spell deal high amounts of damage, it also had a very good movement speed reduction effect. Without staying idle, the other ranged players started throwing out attacks at the monsters as well. Blackie had also taken this chance to use the most powerful AoE skill currently available to him, Hell Flame. Pillars of dark green flames shot up from the ground, repeatedly dealing over -2,000 damage to the group of Blood Fiends for 5 seconds. However, such an amount of damage was still not enough to deal with the Blood Fiends. Just as the Blood Fiends were about to close in on the team, Shifeng suddenly appeared in front of everyone, blocking the Blood Fiends' path of advance. Die. Shifeng bellowed at the group of Blood Fiends. Shifeng used Thundering Flash, causing damages of -3,125, -4,321, and -6,040, and also inflicting the damage amplification effect to all of these Blood Fiends. However, these monsters were still not dead. Next, Shifeng inhaled abruptly and executed Dragon Breath before anyone noticed. Countless wind blades transformed into streaks of silver light, piercing through everything that stood in Shifeng's path. These blood fiends instantly turned into minced meat, and not even Dark Knight Gaia, who was charging at the team, was spared from this attack. Dark Knight Gaia was sent flying by the attack, and his body was embedded into the distant wall. However, an instant later, the wall behind him shattered, and Dark Knight Gaia was again sent flying for more than 10 yards. Dark Knight Gaia's body was filled with bloody injuries now. Meanwhile, Dark Knight Gaia had received over -15,000 damage from Dragon Breath. The amount of violence this skill displayed was far above Blackie's Hell Flame without the threat of Blood Domain. The battle continued for only 30 more seconds before Dark Knight Gaia died in the middle of the hall, letting out an agonized roar as his life faded away immediately. Many people in the team leveled up. Shifeng had also risen from level 17 to level 18. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell Mode Demon's Castle. All players within the team will be rewarded with 40 reputation points in White River City, 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 300,000 EXP, and 10 silver coins. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the fastest team to conquer the Hell Mode Demon's Castle. All players within the team will be rewarded with 40 reputation points in White River City, 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 300,000 EXP, and 1 Tier 2 gemstone of random attribute system. Hell Mode Demon's Castle has been cleared for the first time. Loot increased by 100%. Chapter 270, Ennobled. Outside one of the 3 great dungeons, the Land of Death, there were many guilds that had established a base of operations to facilitate raiding the dungeon. Meanwhile, inside Dark Star's base of operations, the Arclight shield is already in our hands now, so the MT problem has been dealt with. The next thing we need to do is to snatch the first clear of the Land of Death right in front of everyone, Lone Tyrant said in high spirits. Lone Tyrant had spent a lot of effort in order to acquire the Arclight shield. In order to quickly collect the required 30 gold coins, he had played the role of the gullible fool and purchased them at an overpriced value of 700,000 credits. However, now that the actual item was in his hands, Dark Star would officially become the second guild in White River City to start raiding the hard mode of one of the 3 great dungeons previously. The main reason why Dark Star had been surpassed by Ouroboros was the insufficient strength of their MT. Now, however, the situation was different. With their newly acquired Arclight shield, Dark Star would be competing with Ouroboros on a level playing field. As for the other guilds, Dark Star had no reason to be fearful of them. Even if Zero Wing already had their own Arclight shields, they were only a recently established guild. They did not possess the backing required to raid the 3 great dungeons at this moment. However, a system announcement rang out. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell Mode Demon's Castle. All players within the team will be rewarded with 40 reputation points in White River City, 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 300,000 EXP, and 10 silver coins. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the fastest team to conquer the Hell Mode Demon's Castle. All players within the team will be rewarded with 40 reputation points in White River City, 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 300,000 EXP, and 1 Tier 2 gemstone of random attribute. The announcement was repeated 3 times. Lone Tyrant was dumbfounded by this announcement. He was very clear about what sort of dungeon the Demon's Castle was. If not for the fact that the first clear of the 3 great dungeons was too important to them, Dark Star would have long since started raiding the Demon's Castle. However, Zero Wing had gotten the drop on them and secretly taken the first clear of the Demon's Castle. Moreover, it was the first clear of the Hell Mode Demon's Castle. Currently, Ouroboros was the only guild in White River City that could successfully raid a 20-man hard mode dungeon. However, that capability was limited to the level 10 low difficulty dungeons, and not a level 15 high difficulty dungeon. How did they do it? Aren't they just a recently established guild? Lone Tyrant could not make sense of the situation. Did the Yifeng help them in secret? Even so, they still shouldn't be able to clear it. That's a 20-man dungeon. There is a limit to one person's strength. Boss, do you want us to go investigate? An assassin asked. No need. The 3 great dungeons takes priority. Zero Wing has only obtained the first clear of the Demon's Castle. By the time we obtain the first clear of the Land of Death, Zero Wing would only serve as a foil to make Dark Star look even better. Lone Tyrant shook his head. a contemptuous smile on his face. Although Lone Tyrant acted dismissively towards Zero Wing's achievement, the other guilds in White River City did not. In addition, the independent players in White River City were also greatly astonished by Zero Wing's achievement. Before, not everyone felt that Zero Wing really deserved to be ranked as one of the top 6 guilds of White River City. After all, the only real achievement of the guild was its monopoly of the top 8 positions on the ranking list. Nothing else about the guild was worth mentioning. Now that they had obtained the first clear of the Hell Mode Demon's Castle, it showed that dungeon raiding was no longer a weakness of Zero Wing. This situation had caused many gaming experts who were previously hesitant about joining Zero Wing to change their minds. The reason being, Zero Wing was the second guild in White River City to have successfully cleared a 20-man Hell Mode dungeon. Moreover, the dungeon they had cleared was a level 15 dungeon, the highest level dungeon that players could currently enter. This showed that their strength had surpassed the other guilds by a large margin. Just as the players in White River City were fervently discussing this matter, Shifeng's team started distributing their spoils of war. Originally, aside from the Hell Mode bosses of the 3 great dungeons, Dark Knight Gaia could be considered as the strongest boss below level 20. After receiving the frightening enhancement from Shifeng's quest, Dark Knight Gaia had become even stronger than the final boss of the Hell Mode of the 3 great dungeons. Hence, the loot he dropped would naturally be excellent. Dark Knight Gaia had dropped a total of 27 items, 9 weapons and equipment, 1 forging design, 1 tailoring design, 1 potion recipe, 1 cooking recipe, 3 precious production materials, 10 magic crystals, and 1 demon's heart. The last item was also Shifeng's quest item. This time around, among the 9 weapons and equipment, 5 were of dark gold rank, and all of them were items that could level up from level 15 all the way up to level 20. Of the 5 items, 1 was a staff for clerics, and 1 was a cloth armor chest piece for clerics. Both items were given to Violet Cloud. Meanwhile, Blackie received a hat for Cursemancers, Aqua Rose received shoulder guards for elementalists, and Yiwumian received arm guards for shield warriors. The remaining 4 weapons and equipment were of fine gold rank. The leather armor chest piece and shoulder guards were both given to Fire Dance. There was also a longbow for rangers, which was given to Sentimental Memories, one of the 5 demon generals. Lastly, the Berserker, Water Buffalo, received a greatsword. After having distributed all the equipment, the team's battle power greatly increased once again. With such equipment, no other team in White River City could even hope to compare to Themas for the other items. Shifeng promptly kept them for himself. We got a good harvest this time. Shifeng felt exhilarated when he looked at the designs and recipes in his bag. In the hands of others, these items would only be worth a small sum of money. In his hands, however, these items would be money-making machines. Most importantly, the forging design he obtained was meant to produce the gemstone buckle. This item could allow players to equip an additional gemstone onto equipment that were of bronze rank or above. Meanwhile, players could apply up to 3 gemstone buckles on their characters, meaning they could have up to 3 additional gemstones. The value of this item was no less than the advanced whetstone. As for the other recipes and designs, they were relatively valuable as well. Only, they were not as valuable as the gemstone buckle. After leaving the demon's castle, Shifeng allowed everyone to go ahead with their own agendas while he headed to the City Hall of White River City. When Shifeng arrived at the reception room of the City Hall, the Tier 4 wizard Weissman was still as leisurely as he was before. Weissman currently stood by the window, a peaceful expression on his face as he observed the plaza outside the City Hall. Young man, you're here. I've already heard about your achievements from that little girl, Charlene. Before Shifeng had even entered the room, Weissman had already detected his presence. At this time, Weissman moved away from the window and walked towards Shifeng. He then nodded his head, a smile on his face as he said, "Not bad. Truly not bad at all. I never imagined a day would come when this old man would misjudge somebody. Ha ha ha. Not only have you slain Gaia, you have also saved the entire White River City. I don't even know how I should reward you for your efforts. How about this? With the power vested in me, from this day onwards, you are a Viscount of White River City. With your strength, I believe you should be able to protect that place. Take this Blacksteel's contract here and head over to that place, then. System, unique quest, Demon's Heart, completed quest rewards, position of Viscount in White River City, Blacksteel's contract, 500,000 EXP, 50 free mastery points, and 2 gold coins. Feng was momentarily dumbfounded by the unexpected rewards. These rewards were simply too bountiful, especially the position of Viscount. In the entire White River City, perhaps only Feng would understand the importance of this position, right? I nearly forgot to mention, that little girl, Charlene, said she has some matters that she needs to speak with you about. She is at the Stargazing Tower right now. If you have nothing else to do, you should go see that little girl. You don't want to miss out on a rare opportunity, Weissman said, giving Feng a meaningful smile. Chapter 271, Guild Residence. Lady Charlene is looking for me? A bad premonition stirred in Feng's mind. Feng had a very good understanding of Charlene's personality. She was definitely the type of person that would not act out of altruism, and Feng couldn't help but wonder just which item on him Charlene had her eye on again. Forget it. It's better if I just go and see what she has in store for me, Feng decided after giving it some thought. Although Charlene was a money grubber, he had always received a great harvest every time they met. This time, Charlene might give him some advanced quest again. If the quest rewards were good, he would consider giving it a try. However, the Stargazing Tower was located in Blackwing City, and this situation puzzled Feng greatly. Since when had Charlene run all the way to Blackwing City? If Feng had not known the location of the Stargazing Tower, he would have definitely wasted much of his time blindly searching for Charlene in White River City. Moreover, it was not easy to go to Blackwing City. Without the appropriate pass, players would find it impossible to go there at all. To put it simply, if any other player wished to meet with Charlene, it would be a very difficult endeavor. Fortunately, it was a simple task for Feng. Although he had already depleted the number of uses on the 7 Luminaries gemstone, his pass to Blackwing City, Aqua Rose still had a few Blackwing passes of her own. On second thought, maybe I should postpone meeting up with Charlene. Based on Feng's many years of experience campaigning in God's domain, the quest that he could trigger by going to Blackwing City would definitely not be simple. He also had many things he needed to do right now, so it was better for him to just push this matter to a later time. After leaving the city hall, Feng called for Aqua Rose and Fire Dance to meet up with him. They then headed towards the Purple Sun Mansion located in the trade area of White River City. The Purple Sun Mansion was originally the official residence of a count. However, this count had mysteriously disappeared inside the Purple Sun Mansion over half a century ago. In the following decades, every new owner of the residence would also mysteriously disappear overnight. An answer was never found for their disappearance, and ultimately, the residence was sealed by the city more than a decade ago. Moreover, the city had even stationed guards in front of the residence, preventing anyone from entering the place. It went without saying that the area the Purple Sun Mansion occupied, as the official residence of a count, was one of the largest within the trade area of White River City. Even though Feng was now a Viscount, the personal land he could purchase would be less than a third of the Purple Sun Mansion guild leader. Why did you bring us to this abandoned residence? Aqua Rose asked in curiosity as she looked at the dilapidated residence in the distance, and also at the 8 guards stationed outside the place. Their guild had just recently obtained the first clear of the Hell Mode Demon's Castle, and the resulting fame had attracted many players to apply to join the guild right now. As a result, Aqua Rose was swamped with work. Although Blackie was also helping out with management, he was mainly focused on managing the workshop side of things. The guild within the game, on the other hand, was left to Aqua Rose to manage. As for Fire Dance, she was responsible for leading the main force of the guild. Each of them had their own respective duties. However, the management of the guild was the most onerous task out of the 3-0 wing. Had been established only recently, so there were still many problems on the management side of things. Aside from the guild perk system still being imperfect, their guild was also not prepared to recruit so many players. Therefore, Aqua Rose could only carefully select whom to allow into the guild. Meanwhile, her criteria for selection were not based on a player's level. Instead, she chose players based on how skilled they were in battle, and such strict selection criteria were very laborious and time-consuming. Aside from recruitment affairs, Aqua Rose also had to manage the daily affairs of the guild, and this, in turn, had made Aqua Rose a very busy woman. If Feng had not called her over, most likely, she would still be occupied with the matter of recruitment right now. What do you think of this residence? Feng asked, a smile on his face. What do I think of it? Aqua Rose carefully scrutinized the Purple Sun Mansion. Although it was currently daytime in God's domain, with the sun shining brightly up in the sky, the Purple Sun Mansion was surrounded by a depressing atmosphere. It even gave others an eerie feeling. However, this residence occupied a very large plot of land, and it was also situated in the heart of White River City. It was definitely prime real estate. Although it looks shabby, its location is very strategic. Both the bank and auction house are only 2 streets to the west, while the Adventurers Association is 3 streets to the east. There are only 5 such strategic locations throughout White River City, and 4 are already owned by major nobles. Only this place is left without an owner. Moreover, out of the 5 residences, the Purple Sun Mansion occupies the largest area. Unfortunately, it is not for sale, and it is also protected by guards. If a guild can establish a guild residence here, it would be very beneficial towards the guild's development in the future. Aqua Rose replied with eloquence. She was extremely familiar with the real estate of White River City. Her eyes were filled with yearning when she looked at this dilapidated residence. However, since they could not obtain it, there was not much point in talking about it. Not to mention owning private territory within the trade area, they did not have the power to purchase land in even the outermost sectors of the city right now. Indeed, within White River City, the Purple Sun Mansion could be considered the best location to establish a guild residence. Shifeng nodded his head in agreement. He then said with a soft chuckle, "However, from today onwards, this Purple Sun Mansion belongs to us, Zero Wing." After Shifeng finished speaking, both Aqua Rose and Fire Dance were instantly dumbfounded. They looked at Shifeng with eyes filled with disbelief. "Guild leader, what did you say?" Aqua Rose couldn't believe the words she just heard. This prime real estate belonged to Zero Wing from now on? No matter how she thought about this matter, it was simply impossible for it to be true. This Purple Sun Mansion will be Zero Wing's guild residence from now on, Shifeng said with a smile. "Guild leader, stop joking around. For such prime real estate, not to mention now, even if another month passed by, it would still be impossible for anyone to obtain it." Aqua Rose had a clear understanding about guild residences. Currently, not a single guild in White River City possessed a guild residence of their own. Yet, Shifeng was saying that this hot property was now under the ownership of Zero Wing? If what Shifeng said was indeed true, then it would be even more shocking than Zero Wing obtaining the first clear of one of the 3 great dungeons right this instant. It was simply unbelievable. "I knew you wouldn't believe me, which is why I brought you over to take a look." Shifeng shook his head and laughed. If Zero Wing wished to develop rapidly, a guild residence was a must. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was the manager of the guild, so Shifeng naturally had to bring her over to take a look at their future guild residence. It would allow Aqua Rose to better plan for the future. After all, it was one thing to obtain the land for the guild residence, actually establishing it was an entirely different matter. It would be better for them to plan ahead. Just as the 3 of them arrived in front of the steel gate of the Purple Sun Mansion, the captain of the station guards walked up to them, blocking their paths. "This is a forbidden location of White River City. Those unrelated, please leave," the guard captain berated. "Don't tell me even I am not allowed entry?" Shifeng revealed his title of Viscount. "So it is Lord Viscount. Forgive this humble one for not recognizing my lord. However, Magistrate Weissman has personally given orders that nobody is allowed entry into this place, and even if it is you, Lord Viscount, I am afraid that I cannot allow you to enter." The guard captain suddenly grew respectful when speaking to Shifeng. "What about this?" Shifeng took out the Blacksteel's contract this time. The guard captain was shocked after seeing this piece of paper. After all, this paper was the deed to the Purple Sun Mansion. In other words, from this moment onwards, the Purple Sun Mansion was the private territory of the Viscount before him. Since Lord Viscount has already become the owner of this place, of course this humble one would not stop my lord from entering, the guard captain said carefully. He then added, "However, there is something very strange about this Purple Sun Mansion. If my lord is planning to enter, please exercise caution." "I understand." Shifeng nodded in reply, following which, the 8 guards moved away from the entrance, allowing the 3 of them entry into the residence. Meanwhile, both Aqua Rose and Fire Dance were shocked by Shifeng's revelation. He was actually a Viscount of White River City. Nobility was unlike levels. One could not get ennobled simply by wishing for it. Instead, one needed a large amount of reputation to do so. Currently, all the guilds in White River City were busy trying to raise the White River City reputation they had. Although there were already players who had become citizens, there had yet to be a single person who achieved nobility even until now. Meanwhile, nobility could be categorized into 5 tiers, which were Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. Just the difficulty of becoming a Baron had made all the guilds in White River City lament over their powerlessness, not to mention obtaining the position of Viscount, which was 1 tier above Baron. Chapter 272, Spirited Away. Based on Aqua Rose's knowledge about the authority of Barons, aside from being able to purchase private territory within White River City, they could also hire their own guards. A Baron could hire a total of 10 NPCs to serve as guards for his own territory. However, a Baron was the lowest rank of nobility. Only when one was promoted to Viscount would one be counted as one of the true nobles of the city. A Viscount could not only purchase private territory, one could recruit up to 40 NPCs as guards, as well as have 2 personal guards. Having personal guards was a special privilege available only to true nobles. The normal guards hired by players were not capable of growth, unlike personal guards. In other words, after recruitment, the levels of normal guards would not change no matter how much time passed. On the other hand, personal guards could be leveled up. They would also receive bonus attributes from leveling up, making them much stronger than normal guards. The difference between the two was like the difference between a common monster and a boss monster. Meanwhile, if their guild had these personal guards protecting their guild residents, at this stage of the game, the defense of their guild residents would definitely be foolproof. Furthermore, they could even have these personal guards participate in boss battles. Although the levels of these NPCs would be suppressed, they would still be a lot stronger than the average player. With these personal guards, Zero Wing would have a greater advantage over other guilds when contesting for field bosses. Thinking up to this point, Aqua Rose couldn't help but reevaluate her opinion of Sherfone. Once again, guild leader, the more I get to know you, the less I actually understand about you. Not only have you managed to obtain such an excellent location for a guild residence, you are also a Viscount of White River City. If other guilds were to find out about this matter, they would definitely go insane. Aqua Rose giggled, blinking her shining large eyes. Indeed, they will definitely hunt me down like maniacs. Sherfone laughed. The moment a guild possessed their own residence, they would be like a seedling that had finally set down roots. They would no longer be at the mercy of the winds and rain. Only by growing roots could a plant thrive and have the possibility to grow into a towering tree. In the past, a player had once joked that a guild without their own guild residence was like a gang of mountain bandits, while a guild that had their own guild residence was like the lord of a region. The reason being, only with a guild residence could a guild gradually perfect the many benefits they provided. It was especially true for guild quests. At this stage of the game, as nobody possessed their own guild residence yet, the NPCs within the city were unable to privately publish quests to the guilds. Hence, players could only accept some daily quests from the Adventurers Association to earn guild reputation. In comparison to the individual quests that players received from the Adventurers Association, the private guild quests published by NPCs rewarded much higher guild reputation. If a guild was sufficiently powerful, there was even the possibility that a quest rewarding an epic ranked item would appear. Moreover, unlike at the Adventurers Association, the number of quests available to guild members was not just limited to 2 or 3. As long as a guild was sufficiently powerful, there would be several hundreds, even thousands of guild quests being published in the guild residence every day. With so many quests available, players would be able to level up and upgrade their equipment more efficiently than if they were limited to grinding monsters. Also, statistical analysis made by professionals in the past showed that guilds with guild residences made at least double, or even triple, the amount of money of guilds without guild residences. Moreover, only with a guild residence would a guild officially have a stable source of income. The reason being, whenever a guild member completed a guild quest, the guild would automatically collect 15% of the quest reward as processing fee. The fees collected would then be stored inside the guild bank to serve as funding for the guild. This was the reason why guild residences were so important. The location of the guild residence was also very important, as this correlated to the number of guild quests a guild would receive. A newly established guild residence would be an unknown existence in White River City. To be precise, it would be unknown to the NPCs of White River City, and that anonymity would prevent many of these NPCs from commissioning quests with such newly established guild residences. If, however, a guild residence was established in a high-traffic location like the trade area, it would be easily noticed by NPCs. As a result, the number of quests the guild residents received would increase. Meanwhile, as the number of quests resolved by the guild increased, the fame of the guild among NPCs would also rise. And the number of NPCs willing to commission quests would also increase in turn. Such a snowball-like development speed would be unstoppable once it started. Hence, if the guilds in White River City were to find out about Zero Wing coming into possession of a guild residence, they would definitely hate Shifeng down to the bone. Fortunately, Zero Wing had already grown past the stage of a fledgling guild. Unrated guilds would not dare to make an enemy out of Zero Wing. Only third-rate guilds or above would pose a threat. However, once Zero Wing officially establishes its guild residence, not even third-rate guilds would dare to become its enemies. While Shifeng and Aqua Rose were having their merry discussion, the three of them arrived inside the main building of the Purple Sun Mansion after remaining vacant for over a decade. The interior of the mansion was fully covered in a layer of dust. Weeds could even be seen growing in certain locations inside the mansion. The interior of the building looked extremely dilapidated, as if it could collapse at any moment. Not to mention people, even rats would not want to live in this place. It seems this place needs to be completely demolished and rebuilt, Shifeng said in heartache as he swept a glance at the interior of the mansion. For privately owned territories, any expenditures spent on it had to come out from the owner's own pockets. However, not to mention building a guild hall meant for an entire guild, even the cost of building an ordinary house was insanely expensive. It was a price that no normal person could afford. Only a large guild with immense wealth could afford such a price. Guild leader, you are the wealthiest player in White River City, yet you're actually crying about being poor? Aqua Rose rolled her eyes at Shifeng. She knew for a fact that Shifeng had spent over 100 gold coins without even blinking when he bought the Arclight shield forging design. Shifeng could only shake his head and bitterly smile in reply to Aqua Rose's teasing. What Aqua Rose did not know was that a fee of 200 gold coins was required in order to construct even the most common guild hall. Meanwhile, such a guild hall only had a capacity of 500 players. If it were a guild hall with a capacity of 1,000 players, the construction fee would be 500 gold coins. With the area the Purple Sun Mansion occupied, Shifeng could build an advanced guild hall with a capacity of 3,000 players, at the very least. However, the price tag for an advanced guild hall was 3,000 gold coins. 3,000 gold was an astronomical sum for any one guild. Even though Shifeng indeed had the ability to construct an advanced guild hall, he still had the burden of 30,000 gold from the Gospel Project quest bearing down on him. He dared not randomly spend his money. The only reason he had spent over 100 gold for the Arclight shield forging design was because he was confident of earning back the money through sales of the shields he produced. In the case of the guild hall, however, it was a one-way expenditure. Just as Shifeng's group arrived at a flight of stairs, Shifeng suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing over his face. He could also hear an indistinct voice whispering by his ears, as if calling him to descend the stairs instantly. Shifeng felt all the hairs on his body stand up. Without hesitation, Shifeng immediately unsheathed the abyssal blade and the demon bane, raising his 5 senses to their very limits. In this moment, he was fully prepared for any enemies that would show up. Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, on the other hand, reacted a tad slower than Shifeng. However, they too promptly readied their weapons as they fixed their gazes at the staircase. Contrary to their expectations, however, nothing appeared from the staircase. Only a cold breeze blew up from below, causing the weeds within the mansion to quiver slightly. How can there be wind coming from inside the building? Fire Dance asked, feeling there was something very strange about the situation. The virtual world of God's domain closely resembled reality. Meanwhile, their current location was the heart of the mansion. It was an enclosed space, so it should have been impossible for any wind to be present. Likewise, Shifeng also felt this matter was strange. However, according to Shifeng's knowledge, there was indeed something very strange about this Purple Sun Mansion. After all, it was a fact that every previous owner of the mansion had disappeared without a trace while staying inside the building. It was due to these disappearances that the inhabitants of White River City had nicknamed the building the Ghost Mansion. Even the Tier 4 wizard Weissman could not find the reason for the past owner's disappearances. The only solution he had was to send out a team of guards to prevent anyone from entering the mansion. Shifeng also had not learned anything about the Purple Sun Mansion in his past life. Hence, he could only rely on himself to resolve this matter. Only, he never expected to feel such a great pressure just by standing at the entrance of the staircase. It felt as if he was standing in front of a ferocious beast. Moreover, this kind of pressure had a sense of familiarity. However, Shifeng could not recall where he had felt this pressure before. The cold wind seems to be coming from the basement. Let's go have a look at it for now. Shifeng shook his head. He decided to first discover the source of this mysterious wind before making any further decisions. Chapter 273, Forgotten Lands. After entering the basement of the Purple Sun Mansion, Shifeng took a look around, finding nothing special about the place. The entire room was empty. There was none of the cold wind from before, neither was there the oppressive feeling that could shock even one's soul. There's nothing here? Were my senses playing tricks on me? When Fire Dance discovered no monsters in the basement, she promptly put away her daggers, sheathing the weapons back into their scabbards. I don't know, but it is indeed true that there is no danger here, Shifeng said, shaking his head. As players experienced more and more battles in God's domain, their sensitivity towards danger would also gradually improve. It was especially true for an expert of God's domain. Moreover, this ability of players to perceive danger was usually not wrong. Let's take a closer look around, Shifeng said. If they could not resolve this mysterious situation whereby the mansion's inhabitants were spirited away, should something actually happen, it would be a tragedy if the incident scared away the NPCs that came to commission quests with the guild. If players were the ones to get caught up in this mystery, they would at worst die once, losing a level and some skill proficiency. However, it would be different if an NPC were to get entangled in this matter. If they died, then it would be a true death for them. The main god system would not revive them. Hence, it was imperative for Shifeng to resolve this mystery as soon as possible. Otherwise, this prime real estate would be worthless. After the trio searched for more than 10 minutes, they found no problems with the place. Not to mention a monster, they couldn't even find a mouse in this place. However, Shifeng did not think that the enormous pressure he felt before was an illusion, especially since he had also felt this pressure previously in his past life. It was just that he could not recall when he had felt it exactly. After searching for a long time and getting no results, Shifeng's group had no other choice but to return upstairs. What's going on here? The moment the group arrived upstairs, Aqua Rose immediately called out in shock when she saw the scene before her. Aqua Rose wasn't the only person who was shocked. Even Shifeng was taken aback by what he saw. They had simply returned to the hall on the first floor, yet, the scene here was completely different from before. No longer was it the empty, dilapidated hall they had seen. Instead, the sight that greeted the three after they exited the staircase was an intricate labyrinthine corridor. It was as if they had arrived at an entirely different place. It was definitely not the former Purple Sun Mansion they had been in. At this moment, a notification sounded from the system. Players have discovered the Forgotten Lands. All communications to the outside world are temporarily disabled. So it turns out to be something like this. Shifeng suddenly came to a realization. He finally knew why the previous owners of the mansion had all disappeared one after another. It turned out that all of them had been transported to this location. Guild leader, I can't use my return scroll, Fire Dance said, her eyebrows wrinkled. This is just like the time in the trial of God. It seems that this place isn't ordinary at all. Shifeng began observing his surroundings. Shifeng had encountered numerous such situations in his previous life. It was just like the lost lands he had encountered shortly after entering God's domain in this life. He had even obtained the abyssal blade from that place. Although the Forgotten Lands was different from the lost lands, both still had their similarities. Most likely, players trapped in this place would be released after they completed a certain quest. However, unlike the time in the Lost Lands, none of them received any notifications of having triggered a quest. Soon after, Shifeng's group of three advanced into the labyrinth and began to explore the map. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that this map was very large. Even after they had wandered around for more than 6 hours, they still hadn't finished exploring the place. In the end, the three of them decided to split up and continue their exploration. In any case, they had not met with any dangers so far, and it would be much more efficient if they explored the map separately. Unwittingly, a day passed by without anything happening. Only on the second day did Aqua Rose find something new in the region she explored. Aqua Rose discovered a large magic array. According to the speculations of Shifeng and an elementalist like Aqua Rose, it should be a magic array that was tier 5 or above. However, as to what this magic array was used for, not even Shifeng with his bountiful experience could guess. Unless there was a tier 5 wizard or a tier 6 mage god before them. Following which, after spending the rest of the day exploring the place, Fire Dance discovered a second magic array that looked exactly the same as the first one. Other than this discovery, the trio found nothing else. They did not find even a single monster throughout their exploration, nor did they receive any quest notifications. Aqua Rose entertained the thought of simply giving up on this pointless endeavor. It would be more worthwhile for her to just kill herself and return to the city in this godforsaken place. They could not level up, neither was there any quest for them to complete. They were simply wasting their time by staying here. Moreover, she was the manager of the guild. She still had many things she needed to do. How could she afford to waste so much precious time in this place? Moreover, there was still the matter of the guild residence. However, Shifeng discouraged Aqua Rose from taking such an action, the reason being, there was no guarantee she could return to the city even if she killed herself. In the event that she could not return, she would have lost a level for nothing. Listening to Shifeng's words, Aqua Rose had no choice but to give up on this idea of hers as she continued exploring this forgotten lands. When the third day arrived, after exploring a majority of the forgotten lands, the group discovered 3 more magic arrays. In total, they had discovered 5 of such tier 5 magic arrays. Soon after, the 3 of them met up and shared their map information with each other. The moment their map information sharing was completed, a notification sounded from the system. System, unique quest, miracles unsealed, activated quest details. Remove the seal on the Forgotten Lands. Quest rewards, unknown. Remove the seal on the Forgotten Lands? The quest doesn't even tell us how to do so. What are we even supposed to do here? Fire Dance glared at the notification screen in anger. They had been exploring this place for 3 days now, yet, the only thing they got in return was this quest that provided them with no hints at all. The game was simply too despicable. It should be around here, Shifeng said, pointing on the map. To be precise, he was pointing at an area central to the 5 magic arrays. Magic arrays require mana to operate, and normally use mana crystals as a source for mana. However, although the magic arrays were functioning properly when we discovered them, there was no sign of any mana crystals on site powering them. Moreover, these 5 magic arrays seem to be an integrated structure, so there should be a place where they draw their mana from. We've already explored the outskirts of the Forgotten Lands, and the only area we have yet to explore is the central region. There is a high possibility the power source for these magic arrays are situated in the central region. If we destroy the mana crystal there, we should be able to complete this quest. Guild leader, I never expected you to know so much about magic arrays. For a second there, I even thought you were an elementalist or a cursemancer, and not a swordsman at all, Aqua Rose said teasingly. I just studied the topic by accident. There are plenty of books on magic arrays inside the library of White River City, after all. If you manage to read all the books inside the White River City library, you will definitely be more amazing than I am. Shifeng laughed. The library? I would like to go there, but I'll need a permit to do so. Guild leader, since you're the one who mentioned it, you have to take responsibility. Aqua Rose also knew the importance of the library. If an elementalist wished to learn more powerful spells, the best way to do so was at the library. Unfortunately, she lacked the permit to enter the library. The only choice she had now was to steadily raise her reputation in White River City. Okay, I'll get you a permit to the library after we leave this place. Shifeng shook his head and laughed again. As a demon hunter, he could obtain a permit to the library any time he wanted. Moreover, now that he was a Viscount of White River City, as one of the true nobles of the city, he could easily obtain a handful of library emblems, following which, the 3 of them ran towards the central region of the Forgotten Lands. 4 hours later, the trio arrived outside the central region. If they wished to enter the place, they needed to go through a very long crystalline pathway. However, there was a giant 3-headed wolf made out of blue crystals blocking the entrance of the pathway, so there is a monster here after all. Fire Dance's eyes glowed with interest when she saw this 3-headed wolf. After several days of no combat, her hands were already itching for action. Chapter 274, Dark Gold Treasure Chest. The presence of a monster doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing, Shifeng said, a bitter smile on his face as he looked at the 3-headed wolf guarding the entrance of the crystal pathway. Crystal Warwolf, Lord rank. Level 25. HP 300,000/300,000. Compared to a dungeon boss, a field boss of the same rank was much more powerful. Moreover, in order to counter Zerg tactics, God's domain had set it so that field bosses would have their combat power and HP increased in proportion to the number of players participating in the battle generally. The optimum number of players required to raid a Lord-ranked field boss was around 10 to 20, unless of course it was a special boss. However, judging from the appearance of the crystal werewolf before them, Shifeng felt that it should not be a special boss. In other words, at least 10 players were needed to raid this boss. To make matters worse, the crystal werewolf was a level 25 monster, while nobody in Shifeng's group had even reached level 20, the resulting level suppression would be dire. Of those present, aside from Shifeng, who had the abyssal blade, which allowed him to fully ignore this level suppression, only Aqua Rose possessed a piece of equipment with the ignore levels attribute. Even so, her equipment only allowed her to ignore up to 3 levels. Aqua Rose herself was only at level 17 right now, and a level suppression of 5 levels would not be easy for her to deal with. As for Fire Dance, there was nothing to say. Of course, every cloud had a silver lining. Since the boss guarding the crystal pathway was very strong, it meant that the things beyond the pathway was equally important. Moreover, Shifeng also discovered a treasure chest sitting beside the pathway. This treasure chest was a dark gold treasure chest, and Shifeng's heart burned with a fiery passion as he looked at it. The loot he could get from this dark gold treasure chest would be much better than the loot from the boss before him. We won't be able to defeat a level 20 lord with just the 3 of us alone. We'll need to call for reinforcements. Aqua Rose's eyes glowed with excitement when she looked at the crystal werewolf before her. It was extremely difficult for players to meet with a field boss. They would definitely make a huge profit after killing it. Not to mention, there was also the treasure chest the crystal werewolf was guarding, following which, Aqua Rose temporarily logged off the game to contact Blackie, who was at the Zero Wing workshop, telling him to bring the main force of Zero Wing to the Purple Sun Mansion and enter the staircase to the basement, in order to meet up with them at the Forgotten Lands. Meanwhile, Shifeng ceaselessly observed the crystal werewolf and the surrounding terrain, trying to think of a strategy to raid the boss. 10 minutes later, Aqua Rose logged back into the game. How did it go? When will they be arriving? Shifeng asked. They were already at the Purple Sun Mansion. However, no matter what they tried, they can't seem to find the entrance to this map, Aqua Rose said, slight disappointment showing on her face. If so, the appearance of the entrance should be random, Shifeng said, lapsing into silent contemplation. After a while, he shifted his sights to the crystal werewolf and added, "It seems we can only depend on ourselves to defeat this boss." Hearing Shifeng's conclusion, both Aqua Rose and Fire Dance immediately thought that Shifeng had gone insane. He was actually suggesting they deal with this crystal werewolf before them. They had neither an MT nor a healer in the party right now. With just 3 damage dealers, how were they supposed to deal with a level 25 Lord-ranked boss that had a height of over 10 meters? Although both girls knew of Shifeng's unrivaled strength, a Lord-ranked boss was still not something that could be defeated with just 3 players. We are only giving it a try. In any case, we can't just stay stuck in this place forever, right? Moreover, even if we do die, it is a good chance to check whether or not we can actually leave this place after dying. We'll be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Shifeng joked. Guild leader, you decide what we should do, then, Fire Dance said with high spirits. Aqua Rose sighed helplessly. Alright, then. I'll join in as well. We can't just fight this crystal werewolf head on. The only choice we have is to kite it. I'll act as bait. Aqua Rose, you'll be the main damage dealer. Fire Dance, you'll be responsible for restricting its movements as much as possible. After some consideration, Shifeng settled on this strategy. Although he could no longer equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, his agility was still over 200 points. Moreover, his equipment also provided additional movement speed. His movement speed was definitely faster than a level 25 lord. Combining those with his keen reactions, out of the 3 players in the party, he was definitely the most suited to be the bait, following which, Shifeng gave Fire Dance plenty of basic frost grenades and intermediate frost grenades, letting her use them as she saw fit. Fire Dance never thought Shifeng would possess such good items. With the frost grenades, Shifeng would have a much higher chance of success at kiting the boss. After the 3 of them were in position, Shifeng retrieved the blazing meteor from his waist. Standing at a distance of 40 yards from the crystal werewolf, Shifeng aimed the throwing weapon at the boss and threw it. The blazing meteor streaked through the air and pierced the crystal werewolf's eye, causing -651 damage to it. Compared to a one-handed sword, Shi Feng's damage with the throwing weapon was much higher. AO. The crystal werewolf let out an agonized wail with bloodshot eyes. The crystal werewolf glared at the direction where the throwing weapon came from. As a result of its actions, however, the blazing meteor, which was still lodged in its eye, damaged the visual organ even further, causing an additional burst of -1,300 damage. The crystal werewolf was utterly angered now, and using its powerful hind legs, it leaped and charged at Shi Feng immediately. Shi Feng turned around and ran. Everything was just like Shi Feng had guessed. His speed was just a tad faster than the crystal werewolf's. However, in order to avoid having Aqua Rose's and Fire Dance's aggro on the boss exceed his, which would in turn lead to the crystal werewolf attacking the two girls, Shi Feng needed to constantly send attacks at the boss to strengthen his aggro on it. As a result, the crystal werewolf would oftentimes catch up and attack him. The crystal werewolf's attacks were extremely powerful. A single swipe from its paws could easily shatter the floor, resulting in fist-sized rubble flying everywhere. Fortunately, Shi Feng always managed to nimbly evade the crystal werewolf's razor-sharp claws at the very last second, before pulling away from the boss and attacking it once more. Shi Feng's attacks were only meant as a provocation. Aqua Rose was the true damage dealer this time around. After the demon's castle raid, Aqua Rose had 2 dark gold ranked items on her person. Of the 2, one was even a dark gold ranked staff of the finest quality. Aqua Rose's damage right now was already considerably high. If not for Blackie outshining her with the epic ranked Mavis's guard, Aqua Rose would definitely have the highest single output damage in the guild. As Shi Feng ran around the perimeter with the crystal werewolf chasing after him, Aqua Rose stood in the center and blasted frost arrows and frost spears on the crystal werewolf's body. Not only could these spells reduce movement speed, each of these spells also dealt over -500 damage to the boss. If not due to the level suppression of 5 levels, her spells would definitely deal over -800 damage. Fortunately, unlike Shi Feng who could only attack intermittently, Aqua Rose could attack continuously and deal a constant stream of damage to the boss. On the other side, Fire Dance kept inflicting the bleeding debuff and using poisons that reduced movement speed on the boss. With the 2 movement speed reduction effects stacked together, the crystal werewolf slowed down significantly. Also, whenever the crystal werewolf got too close to Shi Feng, Fire Dance would immediately throw a frost grenade at the boss, freezing it. However, as the crystal werewolf was a lord-ranked boss, the freezing effect of the frost grenades was greatly diminished, lasting no more than 3 seconds. Sometimes it lasted for only 1 short second. However, when experts exchanged moves, it took only an instant to reach a conclusion, so 1 second was more than enough for Shi Feng to pull a great distance away from the boss. Although the 3 of them dealt only a small amount of damage, the HP of the crystal werewolf continuously rose and fell. After more than a dozen minutes passed, the crystal werewolf had only 30% of its 300,000 HP remaining. By simple estimates, the boss would die in less than 10 minutes. The crystal werewolf went berserk. Just like a deflated balloon, its towering body, which was over 10 meters in height, suddenly shrank. Within moments, the boss became much smaller than it was before. Not good. This is the type of berserk that discards power for speed. Shi Feng had encountered plenty of such bosses in the past. Hence, the moment he witnessed the crystal werewolf's transformation, he immediately recognized the boss for what it was. Fire Dance, keep on using the frost grenades to slow it down. Understood. Fire Dance knew that this was a crucial period. Hence, she tossed out the frost grenades in her hands one after another without pause. However, something unexpected happened. Aside from the frost grenades dealing much less damage than before, both their movement speed reduction and freezing effects were completely useless against the boss. In the blink of an eye, the shrunken crystal werewolf appeared before Shi Feng. It brandished its claws. Its 3 heads bared the fangs in its mouths, and it bit down at him. Although Shi Feng managed to deftly evade the 3 jaws clamping down on him, he failed to evade one of the paws that quickly followed. Suddenly, Shi Feng's entire person was sent flying for more than 10 yards, and a frightening damage of more than -2,100 appeared above his head. Shi Feng felt as if his chest had caved in when he received the attack. Shi Feng's HP instantly fell to a dangerous level, his previously green HP bar turning into a bright red. Chapter 275, 7 Luminaries Key. The moment Shi Feng landed on the ground, the crystal werewolf arrived at his back like a savage gale. Without giving Shifeng any chance to defend, the three heads of the crystal werewolf opened their jaws to bite down on Shifeng guild leader. Fire Dance was greatly shocked. Immediately, she closed in on the crystal werewolf, sending a 3-star kidney strike to its body. However, even a controlling skill like kidney strike had no effect on the crystal werewolf. Just as the fangs of the crystal werewolf were about to close on Shifeng's head, Shifeng managed to cross his swords and execute parry in the nick of time. Boom. The floor beneath Shifeng instantly cracked from the force. What a strong fellow. Shifeng laughed bitterly. Although parry allowed players to block the physical damage of an attack, it did not neutralize the force of the impact. There was no healer in the party right now. If Shifeng ate another attack, he would definitely lose his life from this brief exchange. Shifeng had also gotten a general understanding of how much more powerful the crystal werewolf had become. In Shifeng's estimation, although the crystal werewolf had not received much of an increase in terms of strength, its current speed was at least 30% faster than before it went berserk at this moment. Only by equipping the Heavenly Dragon's Breath could Shifeng have a chance at grasping victory. Otherwise, he would only receive unilateral abuse from the boss. Unfortunately, although reaching 200 points in agility was a simple task, it was not easy for a swordsman like Shifeng to attain 120 points in intelligence. Moreover, very few plate armor equipment meant for swordsmen had the intelligence attribute on it. Those that did would be considered garbage equipment. Seeing that its attack had failed to kill its prey, the crystal werewolf immediately rotated its body, its diamond-like tail whipping at Shifeng as it did so. As parry was still on cooldown, Shifeng had no choice but to activate one of his life-saving skills. Defensive Blade. Defensive Blade was currently at level 4, and it protected Shifeng from 9 ranged attacks or 4 melee attacks. Defensive Blade was a skill that provided complete immunity to any attack, be it damage or the resulting impact. It was one of the must-have basic combat skills for swordsmen. As for why Shifeng had chosen to use parry first instead of Defensive Blade, it was for the sole purpose of determining the combat power of the berserk crystal werewolf. Only by experiencing the force of the impact could Shifeng make the best judgment. Meanwhile, the conclusion Shifeng arrived at was to face the crystal werewolf head-on. If he tried to escape, he would only die faster, following which, he raised the abyssal blade up in the air. Green electric arcs surrounded the body of the sword as it moved to meet with the snowy, sharp claws of the crystal werewolf. Thundering flash. The green electric arcs pierced the crystal werewolf's body, causing -572, -1623, and -1204 damage to it. Although only one out of the 3 arcs achieved a critical hit, the attack also managed to trigger the curse of the abyssal blade, inflicting the doom curse on the crystal werewolf. Immediately, all of the crystal werewolf's attributes were reduced by 20%. Suddenly, the berserk crystal werewolf that had had its agility increased by 30% was weakened greatly. However, Shifeng was still not done with his attacks. He activated Phantom Kill right away, his doppelganger appearing beside the crystal werewolf. Shortly after, Shifeng's doppelganger started sending a barrage of attacks at the crystal werewolf as well. Although the doppelganger only had 50% of Shifeng's attributes, it had fully inherited the skill Shifeng had learned. Yet, despite having greatly reduced the crystal werewolf's speed, Shifeng still did not have an easy time evading its attacks. Having no other choice, Shifeng activated Gravity Liberation. Shifeng's body instantly became as light as a feather, and like a spirited monkey, he dodged the originally unavoidable attack Wind Blade. Immediately, Shifeng's attack speed increased even further. Double Chop. Earth Splitter. Thunder Flame Explosion. Skills blasted on the crystal werewolf one after another, each dealing over -1000 damage. Although the crystal werewolf's attacks became stronger and its speed much faster after going berserk, these improvements came at the price of its defense being weakened. Combined with the 20% damage amplification effect of Thundering Flash, the damage the crystal werewolf received became a lot higher than before. Fire Dance's and Aqua Rose's attacks also landed at this point, so the crystal werewolf's HP fell sharply. By the time the 30-second duration of Gravity Liberation was almost over, the crystal werewolf only had 10% of its HP remaining. Just as the effect of Gravity Liberation was about to end, Shifeng executed 9 Dragon Slash. 9 phantoms of the abyssal blade appeared behind Shifeng, and all of them shot towards the crystal werewolf. Meanwhile, just as an attack from the crystal werewolf was about to land on Shifeng, Shifeng swapped positions with his doppelganger. Upon being relocated, the doppelganger immediately used parry and defensive blade to repel the crystal werewolf's attacks. Each phantom of the abyssal blade had high attack power, and each of them could deal over -150 damage every time they struck at the crystal werewolf. In total, the 9 phantoms dealt over -1,300 damage to the crystal werewolf every second. Meanwhile, there were 28 seconds before the effect of 9 dragons ended. After having used up both of its life-saving skills, parry and defensive blade, the doppelganger received a direct hit from the crystal werewolf's claws. Alas, the doppelganger only had 50% of Shifeng's attributes, so it died on the spot. However, the doppelganger had earned a lot of time for Shifeng. With the doppelganger gone, the crystal werewolf shifted its attention back to Shifeng's actual body. Shifeng activated Wind Walk again without hesitation. He then whirled around and ran. Fortunately, with his movement speed increased by 30%, Shifeng was still a tad faster than the crystal werewolf, which was still under the 20% attribute reduction effect of the Doom Curse. Thus, the kiting strategy began once more. Under Aqua Rose's and Fire Dance's constant barrage, the crystal werewolf's HP fell lower and lower. 9%. 8%. 7%. By the time the effect of Shifeng's Windwalk was about to end, the crystal werewolf only had 3% of its HP remaining. It should be about time. At this moment, Shifeng stopped running. He then turned to face the crystal werewolf, pointing the abyssal blade at the monster. Abyssal bind. 9 snake-like chains suddenly surfaced from the floor, instantly binding the crystal werewolf. Although the crystal werewolf had been immune to the control skills used on it before, its movements were still bound by the pitch-black chains in God's domain. The so-called immunity to control skills did not necessarily make one immune to all control skills. Instead, it simply made one immune to control skills that were below a certain tier. Skills such as Frost Arrow, Ice Sphere, and Kidney Strike were all considered basic skills. In other words, they were Tier 0 skills. As these skills were of the lowest tier, the crystal werewolf was completely immune to their effects. As a level 25 lord, the crystal werewolf was immune to any control skills that was below Tier 2. However, Tier 2 or Tier 3 control skills could still restrain it. Although Shifeng did not know which tier the abyssal bind belonged to, it was a skill attached to a magic weapon. In Shifeng's estimation, it should be at least Tier 3 or above, meaning that it would be effective against all bosses that could possibly appear at this stage of the game. With the crystal werewolf completely restrained, Shifeng took a step forward as he activated his ultimate skill, Flame Burst, which could only be used around once every 4 minutes. Shifeng's 2 swords were just like miniature suns with the activation of Flame Burst. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng slashed the crystal werewolf's body 6 times with his swords, 238, -4,452, -2,198, -2,212, -4,408, -2,216. The 6 attacks dealt a total of more than -17,000 damage, instantly wiping away the crystal werewolf's remaining 3% HP system. Level 25 crystal werewolf killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 485,630 EXP. The experience bars of all 3 of them instantly increased by a large chunk. Aqua Rose even advanced to level 18. As for Shifeng, he had only recently reached level 18, so he was still at level 18 even after killing the crystal werewolf. If he could kill several more of such Lord-ranked bosses, he would definitely level up very quickly. I never thought a Lord-ranked boss could be killed in such a way as well. This battle was an eye-opener for Aqua Rose in truth. However, if not for Shifeng being capable of holding a stable aggro on the crystal werewolf, in addition to consistently evading its multitude of attacks, they definitely could not have killed it. Guild leader, quickly check the loot. As a huge fan of Shifeng, Fire Dance was not surprised by Shifeng's ingenuity. She had always believed Shifeng could lead them to victory. Moreover, Fire Dance was hoping to reach Shifeng's standards one day. How could she allow herself to falter when faced with a Lord-ranked boss? Shifeng nodded in reply, promptly going ahead and checking the loot left behind by the crystal werewolf. It can't be, right? How could this boss be so cheap? How could it drop only 1 key and 1 piece of equipment? Aqua Rose immediately grew unhappy when she saw the information shared by Shifeng. What was even more annoying was that the equipment dropped was only a level 25 gold-ranked plate armor wrist guard, it wasn't even dark gold rank not bad. Don't forget that this 7 Luminaries key can be used up to 3 times to open a dark gold treasure chest. Isn't there a dark gold treasure chest right before us? Shifeng laughed after Aqua Rose had followed Shifeng for some time. Unconsciously, her standard for judging items became much higher than before. If it was in the past, Aqua Rose would definitely have forgotten herself in joy if she saw fine gold equipment. Now, however, unless an item was of dark gold rank, it would not even pique her interest. That's right. Aqua Rose shifted her sights towards the distant treasure chest. After the arduous battle, the existence of this dark gold treasure chest had completely slipped her mind. They could get a dark gold equipment at the very minimum if they opened this treasure chest. There was also a small chance for them to obtain an epic ranked items. Aqua Rose did not dare to even hope for one. Chapter 276, Dragonscale Set Equipment. It's locked, as expected. No matter how hard Shifeng tried, he could not open the dark gold treasure chest. Hence, he retrieved the key he had just obtained from his bag kachak. The lid of the purple gold-colored treasure chest popped open slightly. Multicolored lights escaped between the gap, the lights illuminating even areas that were several hundred yards away. If this treasure chest had been opened out in the fields, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and attract many players to come and snatch it. Fortunately, there was only Shifeng's group of 3 in the Forgotten Lands. After the multicolored lights faded away, Shifeng reached into the treasure chest. However, he quickly discovered there were only very few items inside it. The treasure chest contained a total of 3 items. Of them, 2 were dark gold equipment, while 1 was a forging manual. The 2 dark gold equipment were the crystal armor and the boots of extreme speed. Crystal armor, chest piece, plate armor, dark gold rank. Level 20. Equipment requirement, strength 120, agility 140. Defense plus 140. Strength plus 24, agility plus 21, endurance plus 20. Restricted to swordsman. Additional passive skill dash. Smart Outbreak. Every time user receives damage, strength and agility increased by 2% for 15 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Although the basic attributes on this piece of equipment could only be considered at the level of being good, the passive skill that was attached to it was simply amazing. After all, the passive skill could potentially increase a player's strength and agility by 10%. If the wearer of the crystal armor originally had high amounts of strength and agility, the additional attributes provided by Smart Outbreak would be like having equipped an additional piece of equipment at the very least. The only downside to this passive skill was its need for the user to take damage up to 5 times. Although such a condition had made it relatively useless in boss battles, when used in grinding monsters and PK, it would definitely provide the wearer of the crystal armor with unspeakable advantages. Boots of extreme speed, shoes, leather armor, dark gold rank. Level 20. Equipment requirement, strength 90, agility 130. Defense plus 143. Strength plus 20, agility plus 26, endurance plus 18. Movement speed plus 10. Evasion plus 7. Additional passive skill dash. Rapid movement, increases movement speed by 12% and agility by 8%. In regard to assassins and rangers, the most sought-after attribute for these 2 classes was agility, followed by strength. Meanwhile, this pair of boots increased the wearer's agility to the extremes. One could even argue that no other level 20 dark gold ranked shoes could increase agility as much as the boots of extreme speed could. Although these 2 pieces of dark gold equipment were excellent, they were worth barely a fragment of the true value of this dark gold treasure chest. After all, the item that reflected the true value of the dark gold treasure chest was none other than the forging manual. In addition, it was even a fine gold ranked forging manual. Forging manuals were different from forging designs. In the case of forging designs, only one particular piece of equipment could be made using it. In the case of forging manuals, however, an entire set of equipment could be made using it. This forging manual was meant to produce the level 20 Dragonscale set equipment. There were a total of 6 pieces in this set, and it could be worn by any class that could use plate armor. Previously, Shifeng had spent over 100 gold at the Blackwing auction house just to purchase the forging design for the Arclight shield. However, the value of the Arclight shield was far from being comparable to the Dragonscale set equipment. After all, The Dragonscale set equipment was a fine gold-ranked set equipment throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Not a single guild had managed to obtain a secret silver-ranked set equipment up to now. One could simply imagine the value of a fine gold-ranked set equipment if Shifeng could forge a few sets of the Dragonscale set equipment and give them to the plate armor classes in the guild's main force. When these players walked on the streets wearing the Dragonscale set equipment, one could simply imagine the shock on the other players' faces when they see the set equipment. The members of other guilds would definitely tremble with fear. Just the thought of such a scene was simply exhilarating. However, it would definitely be extremely difficult to forge the Dragonscale set equipment. As it was a set equipment, the difficulty of producing the entire set would be no less than producing a piece of dark gold equipment. Shifeng was only an advanced forging apprentice right now. Without raising his forging level, producing the Dragonscale set equipment would only be a pipe dream at the very least. He needed to get promoted to an intermediate forger or advanced forger before he had an actual chance of producing the Dragonscale set equipment. I have to raise my forging levels after we return. Shifeng formed a plan in his mind as he looked at the Dragonscale forging manual. Shifeng then handed the boots of extreme speed to Fire Dance. Now that Fire Dance had reached level 19, she was only a short distance away from level 20. As for the crystal armor and Dragonscale forging manual, he kept both of them for himself. After resting for a short while, Shifeng's group of 3 entered the crystal pathway. The crystal pathway was so long that one could not see the end of it in a single glance. Moreover, the elemental mana present in this pathway was extremely dense, so much so that it was even visible in the form of an aurora. It was an absolutely stunning sight to behold. Aside from being visually appealing, the dense mana also gave the 3 of them a buff, increasing the magic damage they could deal by 300%. One could simply imagine how dense the elemental mana was in this pathway before they knew it. Shifeng's group of 3 had walked for more than an hour inside this crystal pathway. When they finally emerged, they were at the base of a huge mountain. When the 3 of them laid eyes on this mountain, they were immediately stunned. This entire mountain can't be made out of 7 Luminaries crystal, right? Aqua Rose stared at the crystal mountain, her heart filled with immense shock. Aqua Rose had previously visited the Blackwing auction house, so she had seen 7 Luminaries crystal before. It was common knowledge that the 7 Luminaries crystal was one of the best mana-conducting crystals in God's domain. Not only was it extremely rare, its price was even more impressive. Not even White River City, a city with a population of several million, was qualified to use such a precious commodity. Throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom, only the palace and Star Moon auction house at the capital city could afford to use a floating platform made out of 7 Luminaries crystal. Previously, Aqua Rose had believed that the crystal pathway was actually made out of mana crystals. However, the sight of this large mountain and its surrounding environment overturned her previous assumptions. The reason being, it was simply impossible for mere mana crystals to fill their surroundings with such dense elemental mana, resulting in even the formation of 7-colored mana clouds. It should be. Shifeng nodded blankly. Shifeng's mind grew heated at the thought of having so much 7 Luminaries crystal on the market. A 7 Luminaries crystal the size of a small residential house could be used to purchase a large town with a population of 50,000, with plenty to spare. Meanwhile, the 7 Luminaries crystal before him was in the form of a mountain, and in terms of size, this mountain could rival even White River City, a city made entirely of 7 Luminaries crystal. Just what sort of concept was this? Even if the entire Star Moon Kingdom was sold, it would not be enough to purchase so much 7 Luminaries crystals. Unfortunately, none of these crystals could be taken away. It was not even possible to pick some to take back if they wished to mine these 7 Luminaries crystals. At the very least, they needed to reach master level in mining. Shifeng was only at basic apprentice level in mining right now, and not even in his dreams could he mine these 7 Luminaries crystal. 7 Luminaries crystal was even more valuable than gold. Yet, even though so much 7 Luminaries crystals were sitting right before him, he could do nothing but look at it. Shifeng's heart simply bled at this thought. However, this couldn't be helped. Who would have ever thought there would be so much 7 Luminaries crystals at this place? Shifeng shook his head, banishing his thoughts. He then moved his sights towards a flight of stairs a short distance away that led to the peak of the mountain, saying, "Let's go up and take a look. We might discover how to unseal this place up there." Fire Dance did not know the true value of 7 Luminaries crystal, hence she barely reacted to it. She had simply been mesmerized by the beauty of this mountain. Aqua Rose, on the other hand, knew full well the value of this mountain. If Fire Dance had not given her a shove, rousing her from her stupor, Aqua Rose would definitely still be immersed in her shock after all. This entire mountain was a mountain of money. If she could nick even a tiny piece of this mountain, the coins converted from it would be enough to sustain even a first-rate guild for a long time. As the trio traversed the stairs up the mountain, Shifeng suddenly felt an oppressive pressure bearing down on him. Moreover, this pressure was exactly the same as what he had felt at the Purple Sun Mansion, only a lot more powerful. The pressure only grew stronger and stronger as they climbed further up the mountain. By the time Shifeng arrived at the mountaintop, he was already drenched in sweat. His body also felt extremely heavy, as if it were made out of lead. Meanwhile, the two girls, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose, fared much worse than Shifeng. At this moment, both girls were sprawled on the ground, their bodies refusing to move even an inch. Unable to help his teammates, Shifeng decided to walk towards a monolith visible at a distance by himself. Just by looking at this semi-transparent sky-blue monolith, Shifeng could immediately sense that it was the heart of this land. It was obvious that this standing stone was the thing that filled the surrounding environment with such dense elemental mana, and not the mountain-sized 7 luminaries crystal. Arriving before the monolith, Shifeng discovered many golden divine runes engraved on the bottom of the standing stone. They were by far the most complicated divine runes Shifeng had ever seen. Also, Shifeng had actually discovered a figure flickering in and out of existence within the semi-transparent monolith. When Shifeng took a closer look at this figure, his eyes immediately widened in shock. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing was real. The reason being, Shifeng had seen the figure inside the stone before. However, Shifeng was confused. Why would this person appear here? Chapter 277, A God's Grave. While Shifeng was still in a daze, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose caught up with him, having recovered from their exhaustion. Guild leader, did you find anything? Fire Dance asked out of curiosity when she saw Shifeng lost in thought. Aqua Rose, on the other hand, did not notice any difference in Shifeng's demeanor, because the moment she arrived before the monolith, her attention was completely caught by something else. As an elementalist, she was much more sensitive to magic power than players of other classes. The frightening magic power radiating from the monolith was definitely the purest form of magic power Aqua Rose had ever felt, as if it was the master of all elemental mana. When Aqua Rose noticed the figure inside the monolith, she, too, froze on the spot. How is it possible? Aqua Rose could not believe what she saw. She rubbed her eyes, thinking they were playing tricks on her. Aqua Rose's reaction baffled Fire Dance. What has gotten into the two of you? Fire Dance looked at Aqua Rose, then at Shifeng, confused by their reactions. You'll understand after taking a look inside the monolith, Shifeng said slowly, pointing towards the figure in the monolith. Fire Dance then transferred her gaze to the monolith. How could she be here? Fire Dance asked in shock. Fire Dance knew the figure in the monolith. Moreover, she had met this person only recently. This person was none other than Charlene, the divine official who faced off against the two fallen angels back at the demon's castle. To be precise, the woman within the monolith looked exactly the same as Charlene. Even the saintly aura she emitted was similar to Charlene's. If Fire Dance had to point to a difference between the two women, then it would be the pressure this woman gave off. This was no longer an oppression due to strength. Instead, this pressure was the instinctive reverence for a primordial life form, just like the reverence mortals had towards gods. Could she possibly be a god? Fire Dance suddenly had this thought when she looked at the woman who looked like Charlene. Shifeng's thoughts were running along similar lines to Fire Dance's. However, Shifeng could say with certainty that the woman inside the monolith was definitely a tier 6 god, because in the past he had personally experienced this overbearing pressure, which could only be exuded by a god. If the woman in the monolith was simply a tier 6 god, Shifeng would not have found the matter too shocking. After all, during his decade of playing God's Domain, he had personally met with plenty of tier 6 players and NPCs. The thing that truly startled him was the fact that the woman before him looked identical to Charlene back at the Purple Sun Mansion. He had already experienced this kind of pressure. He had simply forgotten where he had felt it before. Now he knew why that pressure felt so familiar. After all, he had felt a similar pressure from Charlene. Only, the pressure Charlene gave off was not as powerful as the one he felt at the Purple Sun Mansion. Hence he failed to recognize it. Not only did the two women look exactly the same, even the pressure they emitted felt similar. The only real difference between the two were their actual strengths. If Shifeng was told that the woman before him was Charlene, he would definitely not believe it. After all, Charlene was only a tier 3 divine official. she was still miles away from becoming a Tier 6 god. Yet, if he was told that Charlene had no connection to this woman before him, then he likewise would not believe it. Although the woman inside the monolith was clearly no longer alive, at the end of the day, she was still a god. As long as her body did not receive any intentional damage, it would not undergo any decay. As of now, Shifeng finally realized that the Forgotten Lands was merely the grave of a god. However, he was still curious about who had actually created this masterpiece. This great personage had actually made such a complex magic array that utilized a god's body as its power source. The materials used to create the magic array even included the extremely valuable 7 Luminaries crystal. Just what kind of thing was this great personage trying to seal? Even if it was for the purpose of sealing a god, there should not be a need for so much resources. It seems there is a deep connection between Charlene and this place. Shifeng had long since felt that Charlene's origins were not simple. The fact that she was a Tier 3 NPC was already amazing in and of itself. Charlene was also capable of handing out an epic quest to Shifeng. Now, there was even a god that looked exactly the same as Charlene. Even Shifeng could not fathom Charlene's true identity unless he went and asked Charlene herself. Shifeng was extremely curious about this matter. He vowed to himself to visit Charlene, who was at the stargazing tower at Blackwing City. After this entire ordeal was over. Guild leader, what are we supposed to do now? Destroy this monolith? Aqua Rose asked. The mana source of this magic array clearly originated from this monolith. If they wished to release the seal on the Forgotten Lands, their only choice was to destroy the monolith. However, it was unknown what sort of reaction they would incur if they did so. There was a god inside the monolith. After all, let's give it a try. Shifeng had taken a look at the monolith's surroundings just now. However, he did not discover any mechanisms that would allow him to undo the magic array. After Shifeng nodded, Fire Dance immediately took action by slashing at the monolith with her 2 daggers. However, the 2 fine gold-ranked daggers, which could easily cut through metal like a hot knife through butter, simply grazed the surface of the monolith, creating dazzling sparks in the process. There was not even a mark left on the monolith. Hard. Fire Dance's hands went numb from the attack. It felt as if her daggers had hit God steel. I'll try using magic. Aqua Rose started chanting the incantation for chain explosion. With the elemental mana so dense in this place, any spells used here would be greatly enhanced. Originally, chain explosion would only summon 5 fireballs, each the size of a washbowl. When Aqua Rose cast the spell now, however, the fireballs grew to the size of a small house. When these fireballs bombarded the monolith, they were like meteors hurtling down from the sky. Sparks flew in all directions as the fireballs crashed into the monolith. After the flames subsided, Aqua Rose was greatly shocked by the result. The monolith remained completely unscathed. On the contrary, it even looked more brilliant and dazzling than before. Shifeng wrinkled his brows at this sight. If even Aqua Rose's ultimate move could not deal any damage to the monolith, he would most likely end up with a similar result if he tried to attack the monolith. Since we can't destroy the monolith, we'll need to use some other method to destroy the magic array. Shifeng said the main god system would not hand out a quest that players had no hope of actually completing. If they couldn't destroy the power source of the magic array nor the magic array itself, then there was only one other thing they could destroy: the connection points. Aqua, help me look for the connection points of this magic array, Shifeng said. DC. Aqua Rose immediately understood Shifeng's intention. Fire Dance, however, remained clueless after the two's brief conversation. As an assassin, she knew next to nothing about magic. Hence, she could only stay by the monolith's side as she watched her 2 friends hard at work. Meanwhile, Shifeng and Aqua Rose started searching the surroundings of the monolith for the veins that carried magic power to the 5 modules of the magic array. Only by looking for veins could they locate the connection points. Normally, the quickest way to destroy a magic array was to destroy its power core. If that was not viable, then the 2 other remaining options would be to destroy the magic array itself and to destroy the connection points of the magic array. Destroying the magic array itself was an extremely challenging task to pull off. On the other hand, it was a very simple task to destroy the connection points. Unfortunately, locating these connection points was also a very difficult task. A connection point was a node that connected the magic array to its power source. It acted similar to a circuit breaker in real life. Only, instead of being used to prevent an overflow of electric current, the connection points served to limit the amount of mana flowing from the power source to the magic array. If the connection point was damaged, then the mana supply would surge, and consequently, the magic array would destroy itself due to excessive mana input. After searching for some time, Shifeng finally found a connection point. He promptly struck down with the abyssal blade, destroying the connection point. However, this enormous and complex magic array did not possess only a single connection point. They needed to search and destroy all the connection points of the magic array. After several more hours passed, Aqua Rose found another connection point, which she quickly destroyed. Even so, the magic array remained stable. In this way, Shifeng and Aqua Rose spent the entire day destroying more than 20 connection points. Although the destruction of the connection points had a slight effect on the magic array, it was clear that the damage was within the parameters of the magic array's design. Not good. Guild leader, one of the connection points you previously destroyed is back to normal. Having nothing better to do, Fire Dance had tagged along with Shifeng, hoping to learn how she, too, could search for the connection points. However, during her observations, she suddenly discovered that one of the connection points Shifeng had previously destroyed had actually recovered. What did you say? Shifeng asked in disbelief. Even the connection points could restore themselves. Shifeng started to suspect that this was no longer an ordinary magic array but a magic array that had already cultivated into a demon. Shifeng had seen plenty of Tier 5 magic arrays in the past. He had even seen Tier 6 magic arrays before. However, he had never once heard of a magic array that was capable of repairing itself. Chapter 278, The Great Catastrophe. By no means can we continue like this. There might be hundreds of connection points in this magic array. By the time we locate the ones remaining, the other connection points might have repaired themselves already, Shifeng said, his head aching. A magic array that was capable of self-repair was simply unheard of. If they did not have a dozen or so players moving separately to destroy the connection points, it was simply impossible to destroy every single connection point in this magic array. Destroying the connection points suddenly became a much harder task than Shifeng had imagined it to be. Guild leader, I found something here. Come over and take a look, Aqua Rose said through the party chat. Hearing that there was a new discovery, Shifeng immediately hurried over to Aqua Rose's location. Aqua Rose was currently situated in the middle of this 7 Luminaries mountain, inside an extremely obscure cave. If not for the indicator provided by the system map, Shifeng could not have found the cave Aqua Rose was in. After entering the cave, Shifeng immediately observed his surroundings. He discovered that the walls of the cave were covered with engravings of divine runes. The golden glow these divine runes were giving off brightly illuminating the interior of the cave. Looking at the cave's central crystal pillar, Shifeng noticed a blood-red stone embedded in it. This piece of stone was just like a beating heart, only, instead of bright red liquid, an endless amount of mana passed through it. Meanwhile, the mana that passed through this blood-red stone became much purer in quality. Aqua, how did you manage to find this place? Shifeng asked, astonished by this scene before him. I just happened to discover a particularly thick mana vein and followed it here. Aqua Rose beamed a proud smile at Shifeng. If they demolished this place, then the magic array would definitely be finished. Guild leader, I'll start destroying this place, alright? Aqua Rose could wait no longer. She had been trapped in this godforsaken place for so many days now. During this period of time, she had no option but to keep contact with her subordinates through the phone in order to make arrangements for the daily affairs of the guild. She had also instructed them to prepare for the establishment of their guild residence. Currently, most of the average players in White River City were already around level 14 to level 15, while the elite players of the various guilds were already at level 17. The intensity of the competition for the 3 great dungeons had also reached its peak by now. Out of all the guilds in White River City, Ouroboros shone the brightest. They had already managed to take down the second boss of the hard mode Land of Death, and they were currently in the midst of challenging the third boss of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Dark Star, which ranked after Ouroboros, was still attempting to raid the second boss. As for the other guilds, they had also passed through normal mode, and were currently preparing to raid hard mode. Furthermore, as players started raiding the hard mode bosses of the 3 great dungeons, they soon discovered the astonishing benefits they could obtain. Aside from dropping level 15 secret silver ranked set equipment, the bosses also dropped plenty of recipes and designs. Players could also obtain the guild task order that could not be obtained from 20-man team dungeons or lower. These guild task orders could be used to accelerate the promotion of a guild. Otherwise, it would take ages for guilds to get promoted if they simply relied on the meager guild reputation their members obtained by completing daily quests. Yet, as one of the top 6 guilds in White River City, Zero Wing had actually remained inactive all this time. Not only had it accomplished nothing during this period of time, it did not even set foot in any of the 3 great dungeons. It had simply focused its attention on raiding level 15, 10, and 20-man dungeons, and its decision to do so had greatly confused the masses. Even though Zero Wing clearly had the strength to challenge the 3 great dungeons, it had chosen not to take action. Instead, the guild's behavior had caused many of the new members to grow dissatisfied, and a majority of these players had chosen to leave the guild one after another. Very quickly, Zero Wing's member count that had originally exceeded 8,000 had quickly dwindled down to just slightly more than 6,000. This situation had panicked Aqua Rose somewhat. In reply to Aqua Rose's panic, Shifeng had simply said, "If they wish to leave, then let them leave. You don't need to stop them. The guild is too bloated right now, so this is a good chance to rid ourselves of those that joined solely with the intention of taking advantage of us. The guild would become much purer after those players are gone." Hearing Shifeng saying so, Aqua Rose had no choice but to turn a blind eye to all the players withdrawing from the guild. However, she did make sure to record the names of those who left. In the future, they would no longer be welcomed into the guild. Meanwhile, the players that withdrew from the guild simply reacted with contempt at Aqua Rose's actions. They had even made a mockery of Zero Wing, declaring that they would never rejoin a lousy guild like Zero Wing. Moreover, as if to rub salt into the wound, Dark Star had also been secretly killing many players from Zero Wing, causing even more players to withdraw from the guild. As of this moment, there were only around 4,000 members remaining in Zero Wing. Not to mention a third-rate guild, they were not even comparable to a large unrated guild right now. Hence, Aqua Rose was in a rush to break out of this place. She wanted to quickly return and rectify the guild. "Hold on a minute," Shifeng hurriedly said when he noticed a large fireball already appearing in Aqua Rose's hand. "We don't really need to destroy it." "But, how are we supposed to leave this place if we don't destroy it, then?" Aqua Rose asked. "I have my own ways." Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he looked at the blood-red stone embedded inside the crystal pillar. Shifeng truly had not expected to find this piece of blood-red stone here. Instead of calling it a blood-red stone, it would be more appropriate to refer to it as the Philosopher's Stone. Previously, Shifeng had obtained a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone back at the Sun Temple. Now, he had stumbled upon another fragment. The Philosopher's Stone was an alchemy treasure. Despite being fragmented into 5 pieces, each of these individual pieces still contained the strength of an epic ranked item. Also, when Shifeng discovered the Philosopher's Stone at this place, he quickly understood just how the connection points of the magic array had managed to repair themselves. It turned out it was all because of the Philosopher's Stone. Although I can't take away any of these 7 Luminaries crystals, it is still not bad if I can return with this piece of the Philosopher's Stone. Shifeng arrived before the crystal pillar. He then inserted the tip of the abyssal blade into the crevice in the crystal pillar where the Philosopher's Stone was set. With a light tap on the pommel of the abyssal blade, the Philosopher's Stone easily popped out from the crystal pillar. Shifeng promptly retrieved the item and stored it in his bag. Shortly after the Philosopher's Stone was removed from the crystal pillar, the cave started fading away. Moreover, the rate at which it disappeared was visible to the naked eye. The dense elemental mana that filled the air and land also gradually dispersed, becoming thinner and thinner. As for the incomparably hard 7 Luminaries crystals, they, too, had began turning into ash. Not good. This place is about to collapse. We need to leave immediately. Shifeng shouted through the party chat as soon as he noticed this change. Shifeng's group of 3 rushed down the 7 Luminaries mountain, and before long the entire mountain started imploding. The magic array that sealed the Forgotten Lands also lost its effectiveness. As for the monolith that had previously been standing on the mountaintop, it remained floating high up in the sky. Gradually, the monolith rose higher and higher, before suddenly releasing a rainbow brilliance. The monolith was like a miniature sun at this moment. Soon after, the dazzling glow disappeared, along with the gigantic monolith itself. After the 7 Luminaries mountain collapsed, a bottomless pit appeared in its place. The pit was just like a black hole, devouring everything that entered it. At the deepest reaches of this bottomless pit, there was actually a boundless aura of destruction, and any object that came into contact with this pressure instantly turned into ash. Surprisingly, Shifeng felt signs of life at the very bottom of this immeasurably deep pit, and his entire body instinctively shuddered at this discovery. Guild leader, did we do something bad? Fire Dance asked Shifeng in a careful tone. She, too, could feel the immensely frightening pressure that came from the bottomless pit. Don't know, either, Shifeng said, a bitter smile on his face at this moment. A notification from the system sounded. System, unique quest, miracles unsealed, completed quest rewards. 1 million EXP, 40 free attribute points, and 40 free mastery point system. The Endless Abyss has come into existence. Activating new expansion pack, The Great Catastrophe. System, legendary ranked main storyline quest, 7 treasures, activated quest details. The Endless Abyss has already opened. You are required to immediately notify the War God's Temple in order to have them reseal the Endless Abyss. After reading these notifications, Shifeng finally had an inkling of what was going on. Inadvertently, they had actually opened the door of taboos. According to Shifeng's memories, the new expansion pack, The Great Catastrophe, had only appeared 3 months after God's Domain's launch in his previous life. Now, however, because of him, The Great Catastrophe had appeared in advance. Chapter 279. Quality over quantity. When Aqua Rose and Fire Dance read the notifications they received, both of them were immediately sent into a Days a legendary quest. Moreover, it was a main storyline quest, a quest that was capable of changing the history of God's domain. The reward for such a quest would definitely be luxuriant. According to rumors, the minimum reward for completing an epic quest was an epic ranked item, or an item of equivalent value. In other words, if they completed a legendary quest, then the minimum reward they could obtain would be a legendary ranked item. They had never even seen an epic ranked item before, much less a legendary ranked item. It could definitely become the symbol of the guild. However, when the two of them thought about how they were required to seal this endless abyss, they sank into deep despair. The return scrolls are usable now. Let's leave this place, then. Shifeng's memories of the new expansion pack, The Great Catastrophe, were still fresh in his mind. After the Great Catastrophe occurred, the monsters throughout God's domain started becoming restless. Towns, especially, would randomly come under attack from demonic beasts, resulting in chaos. According to Shifeng's memories, some of the weaker border towns had even been conquered by the demonic beasts, turning those into demonic beast towns. Among the biggest changes made to the game were to the knights in God's domain. After the new pack was implemented, the number of monsters that would appear during nighttime was much higher than before. Moreover, monsters corrupted by the Endless Abyss would also appear. These corrupted monsters would all be transformed into demonic beasts, and even the weakest of demonic beasts were Tier 1 monsters. Which was to say, if players had still not received their promotion into a Tier 1 class, it would be tremendously difficult for them to fight against these monsters. Instead of being the ones doing the killing, players would have a much higher chance of getting killed by these demonic beasts. Hence, after the new expansion pack, players would find it very difficult to grind and level up during nighttime. In contrast to the shock Aqua Rose and Fire Dance felt, the revelation of the new pack caused a sensation throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Players could not help but feel excited after finding out about the Great Catastrophe expansion pack. The official developers of the game had already revealed information about this new expansion pack. In the future, demonic beasts would randomly launch assaults on towns, and in response to such attacks, towns would issue defense quests to players. As long as players managed to defend the town, they would receive bountiful rewards. Of these rewards, there would even be secret silver ranked items and many more valuable items. In addition, players would also receive city reputation from completing the defense quest. These defense quests would undeniably allow average players to quickly improve themselves, hence the excitement of many of the average players over the arrival of this new expansion pack. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in White River City had also suddenly cooled down, as many players had chosen to head out to the towns instead. They intended to grind for some levels while they awaited for a demonic beast assault to occur. If luck would have it, they might even happen upon a demonic beast assault, making a huge profit from completing the resultant defense quest. Guild leader, should we arrange for a few members to head towards various towns and keep an eye out for a demonic beast assault? Aqua Rose suggested, her brows wrinkled slightly when she looked at the deserted streets of White River City. The other guilds were currently busying themselves with raiding the 3 great dungeons. They definitely would not have the time to pay attention to these demonic beast assaults. Hence, this was a good chance for Zero Wing to shine. Let's not participate in the demonic beast assaults. Focus on leveling up. Level 20 is the time when our guild will shine. Shifeng shook his head, a knowing smile on his face. In the past, Shifeng had experienced many assaults launched by demonic beasts. Hence, he knew very well how difficult it was to actually receive the reward of a defense quest. The reason being, even the weakest demonic beast was a Tier 1 monster. They would all be level 30 or above. Shifeng had even once encountered a Tier 3 demonic beast during an assault. If they were to try and defend a town right now, it would simply be suicide naturally. Shifeng would not let the members of his guild die a pointless death. One could say that towns were extremely dangerous locations right now. If players were to truly meet with a demonic beast assault, then it was not luck but fate. Currently, the safest places in God's domain were cities, since there would be high-tier NPCs guarding them. Take White River City for example. There were 3 Tier 4 NPCs guarding it, so demonic beasts would not dare to casually approach the city itself. If we don't participate and make some achievements, many more of the remaining members might choose to withdraw from the guild. Aqua Rose could not understand what was going through Shifeng's mind before. They had given up on competing over the 3 great dungeons. Now, they were also going to give up such a good chance to earn precious equipment and reputation. Just what were they supposed to do? Let them leave, then. Our guild is only capable of handling 3,000 members right now, and we are still well above that number. It would be even better if they do leave. Shifeng smiled without care. What Shifeng was trying to pursue was quality, not quantity. God's domain was a game, and the resources available to players were limited. Meanwhile, the more members they had in the guild, the more resources the guild needed to spend. However, if the resources available in the guild only amounted to so much, having more members in the guild would mean that each member would receive less resources. As a result, their development speed would also fall. In the past, Shadow had conducted a mass recruitment of players, recruiting all kinds of players into the guild. In the end, the guild had bitten off more than it could chew, causing its development to slow to a crawl. In this life, Shifeng would not repeat the same mistakes Shadow made in the past. The members in the guild could just leave for all he cared. He definitely would not try to stop them from leaving. Talent was very important if one wished to become an expert in God's domain. However, truly talented people were limited. In the past, a majority of the experts in God's domain had participated in one battle after another, gradually learning and accumulating the experience needed to become an expert, instead of relying on talent. Instead of cultivating some two-faced talented guild members, Shifeng would rather invest his resources in nurturing normal, but loyal, guild members. In the past, a super guild called Black Tower had sent over 200,000 of their members to attack a second-rate guild called Solitary Rulers. Meanwhile, Solitary Rulers had less than 80,000 members in total. The guild was believed to have the fewest members among all second-rate guilds. Before the battle between the two guilds had even started, everyone had already expected Black Tower to easily obtain victory. However, the end result was far from what others had imagined it to be. Although both guilds clashed tens of times, Black Tower hadn't succeeded in destroying the city governed by Solitary Rulers. While more than 30,000 members of Solitary Rulers had died in that battle, Black Tower had lost more than 3 times that number, with over 100,000 members of Black Tower dying. Black Tower suffered a tremendous loss after that battle, greatly shocking the other guilds that were watching from the sidelines. In the end, Black Tower had no choice but to mobilize its 7 Tier 5 Saint rank players and one of its Tier 6 God rank players to destroy Solitary Rulers. However, every member of Solitary Rulers still fought to the bloody end, fighting tooth and nail against their eventual demise. Before they lost their city, they had even managed to kill 2 of the Saint rank players and another 100,000 or so Black Tower members. In the subsequent clashes between the two guilds, Solitary Rulers had suffered one defeat after another. After all, the Tier 6 God rank expert and 7 Tier 5 Saint rank experts were simply too powerful. As a result, Solitary Rulers lost 5 of the cities they governed in quick succession. By the time the battlefield moved to Solitary Rulers' final base of operations, Unparalleled City, amazingly, not a single member had chosen to withdraw from the guild. Even after dying tens of times, they still chose to charge head-on into the battlefield. Shifeng couldn't help but shiver every time he recalled the unyielding attitude of those iron-blooded souls. Clearly, the difference in strength between the two guilds was like heaven and earth. Yet, instead of giving up and accepting their fates, every single member of solitary rulers had chosen to brave the battlefield. It was also due to this reason that Black Tower had suffered such immense losses. If it were any other guild standing in solitary ruler's place, the members would have long since abandoned hope and quit the guild. They would not have chosen to fight at all while Black Tower was in the midst of conquering solitary ruler's final city. However, another super guild had attempted to take advantage of the situation and laid siege to Black Tower's cities. As a result, Black Tower had no choice but to give up their plan of completely annihilating solitary rulers. Meanwhile, solitary rulers had instantly risen to fame after this conflict, becoming the role model of all second-rate and third-rate guilds. Aside from solitary rulers as an example of quality over quantity, there was also the adventurer team that was known throughout the entire God's domain, the Midnight Tea Party. Although its members numbered less than 30, not even super guilds dared to cross it in God's domain. Although quantity was important, quality was even more important. I understand. Looking at Shifeng's determined expression, Aqua Rose had no better choice but to concede to his decision. It was indeed like Shifeng had said, there were too many members in the guild. The current member count far exceeded their range of tolerance. By having those unfaithful members leave, they could also lay a good foundation for their guild's future. Another reason why Aqua Rose had agreed to Shifeng's decision was mainly because of the guild residents. Once they revealed their guild residence to the public, there would be no shortage of players wanting to join their guild. If they did not possess the guild residence, Aqua Rose definitely would not have agreed to such a self-destructive course. After Aqua Rose went on her own way, Shifeng headed to the Adventurers Guild. Now that the Great Catastrophe expansion pack had been activated, he needed to quickly handle the matters concerning the guild residents. Chapter 280, Zero Wing Residence. Currently, the interior of the Adventurers Association of White River City was filled with players coming and going. Most of these players were here to accept or hand in their daily quests. However, there were insufficient NPCs to cater to the large number of players. As a result, these players usually needed to wait in the lounge for a period of time before they could accept or turn in their quests. Having nothing better to do inside the lounge, some guild players started ordering alcohol and holding a discussion among themselves. Zero Wing is getting worse by the day. If I had known this would happen earlier, I would have definitely joined some other large guild to develop myself. Perhaps I might have already become the leader of a party by now. Brother Hui, as expected, you are still the smarter and wiser one. You joined Dark Star from the very start, and now, you've already become the vice leader of a 15-man team. Now that I have left Zero Wing, I will be relying on Brother Huey's guidance from now on. A shield warrior with tan skin flattered the robust-looking berserker sitting beside him. No problem. With me around, you will definitely have no problem joining the guild. The berserker assured him, clapping his chest. Meanwhile, sitting beside this berserker addressed as Brother Hui was a pretty female mage. Although her face looked average, she had an excellent figure. Coquettishly fluttering her eyelashes, the female mage looked at the person known as Brother Hui, sweetly saying, "Big Brother Hui, I've been wanting to go to the level 15 Wind Ridge. When will you take me there?" Wind Ridge was a level 15, 20-man team dungeon. Among level 15 team dungeons, Wind Ridge had a below-average difficulty. However, to average players at this stage of the game, even a level 15, 10-man team dungeon was a great challenge, not to mention a 20-man dungeon like Wind Ridge. Of course. Isn't it just Wind Ridge? You're already my woman now, how could you settle for only a meager Wind Ridge? Tomorrow, I'll call up my men and bring you to the demon's castle. The berserker wrapped his arm around the female mage's willowy waist, a nasty grin on his face. Many onlookers grew envious at this scene. They could not help but wish that they, too, could join Dark Star in getting a beauty for themselves as well. Brother Hui, I hear that the demon's castle has a very high difficulty. Don't tell me you've already managed to obtain the raid strategy from Zero Wing's main force? The tan shield warrior asked curiously. Indeed, we've managed to obtain the strategy already. However, even without it, with Dark Star's strength, we could still easily conquer the demon's castle. The main reason we haven't done so is simply because of the competition we're having with Ouroboros. Otherwise, Zero Wing would not have had the chance to take the limelight as they did before. Look, isn't Zero Wing in shambles now? They're simply a little faster in terms of leveling up. They haven't even cleared the normal mode of any of the 3 great dungeons yet. Dark Star, on the other hand, has already killed the second boss of hard mode and started trying to raid the third boss. We have already caught up with Ouroboros. It is only a matter of time before we surpass Ouroboros. I really don't know what qualifications Zero Wing possesses to be considered as one of the top 6 guilds in White River City. The Berserker's loud voice was filled with disdain as he spoke of Zero Wing. Even though the guild clearly has no future, there is still more than half the original number of players remaining in it. It really makes you wonder just what is going through those people's minds. They're just fools. Brother Hui, you're right. I really regret listening to my friend's words about joining Zero Wing back then. The shield warrior nodded his head in agreement, his heart filled with great disappointment. If he had joined Dark Star early on, he might also have had a beauty accompanying him by now. Meanwhile, seated near this trio, Shifeng was currently quietly browsing through information on the official forums. Naturally, he could clearly hear the loud conversation between the robust berserker and the skinny shield warrior, and the same went for everyone else waiting inside the lounge. However, Shifeng made no comment on their mocking words. After all, everyone had the freedom to make their own decisions. As for the shield warrior's regret at joining Zero Wing, Shifeng simply revealed a calm smile. If this shield warrior knew that Zero Wing was about to establish their very own guild residence, just what sort of emotions would he have? At that time, even the words, earth-shattering, would not be enough to describe the amount of shock he would feel. However, Shifeng really could not be blamed for this. Soon after, Shifeng headed to the counter and dealt with all the necessary procedures. After he turned his private territory into a guild residence, he also spent 3,000 gold to build an advanced guild hall in place of the Purple Sun Mansion. The advanced guild hall could fit up to 3,000 people. As for the other facilities of the guild residence, those would only be obtainable from large-scale team dungeons that were level 25 or above. Some time was needed before the construction of the advanced guild hall could be completed. After Shifeng completed all the necessary procedures, his remaining task was to head to the War God's Temple and report the matter of the Endless Abyss. Just as Shifeng was about to leave the Adventurers Association, the system notification sounded. Moreover, this wasn't just any normal notification. Instead, it was a notification sent to the entire Star Moon Kingdom system announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to establish a guild residence. Rewarding 10,000 guild reputation, 10,000 guild popularity and 10 gold coins to the guild. I spent 3,000 gold, yet only got 10 gold in return. The system sure is tight-fisted. Shifeng laughed. However, Shifeng did not concern himself with such an amount of gold. The reason being, in these past few days, the Starstreak trading firm was already making a daily profit of over 1,700 gold. It was all thanks to the popularity it gained from selling the Arclight shield, as well as the basic mana armor kits. During this period of time, the forging genius, Cream Cocoa, had also been continuously producing gemstone buckles, advanced whetstones, and many more forging products. Moreover, the number of forging players Melancholic Smile recruited was also rising. Not only did the combination of these new forgers and the various forging designs provided by Zero Wing increase the number of products sold by the Starstreak trading firm, it also expanded the company's product selection. As a result, the daily profits of the Starstreak trading firm continuously rose. Currently, the Starstreak trading firm already controlled over half of the market for forging products in White River City. Moreover, such a situation wasn't limited to just White River City, it extended to the 7 surrounding cities. Hence, Shifeng was not lacking in money at all. Compared to having spent 3,000 gold coins, Shifeng was more interested in the 10,000 guild popularity points. This was a feature that would only become available to a guild after it established a guild residence. The higher the guild popularity, the more famous a guild would become among NPCs. With 10,000 guild popularity, Zero Wing could be considered relatively famous among the NPC populace. Compared to starting from scratch, having this 10,000 guild popularity made things much simpler for him. It should be known that, when a guild member completed a quest commissioned by an NPC, the guild would normally receive only 1 to 3 guild popularity. Only quests with high difficulty would reward 5 to 10 points. In other words, a guild needed to complete thousands of guild quests in order to accumulate 10,000 guild popularity. These bonus guild popularity points had saved the guild plenty of development time. Meanwhile, inside the lounge of the Adventurers Association, the tan shield warrior that had just recently left Zero Wing no longer felt joyful about joining Dark Star. On the contrary, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Inside the Land of Death, one of the 3 great dungeons. Dark Star's main team was currently battling against a white-boned giant elephant, which was over 20 meters in height at this time. The MT of the team, Lone Tyrant, was enduring the attacks from this white-boned giant elephant. Every time he took an attack from the boss, he would receive over -2,000 damage. His HP constantly rose and fell, his life hanging by a thread just as the white-boned giant elephant in the distance was preparing to charge. Lone Tyrant suddenly received a system notification. Lone Tyrant was momentarily stunned by what he saw. How did Zero Wing obtain a guild residence so quickly? Lone Tyrant couldn't help but yell out when he saw the description of this system notification, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He even forgot to use a skill to block the incoming attack from the white-boned giant elephant before him. As a result, he was turned into a pile of meat paste by the boss's foot, losing his life instantly. What followed was what would be expected, a team wipe. Chapter 281, A Guild's Most Powerful Weapon. Tens of players were currently lining up outside a large and peaceful tomb. Everyone in this team of players was level 17 or above, and all of their equipment were at least mysterious iron rank with a few pieces of secret silver equipment mixed in. Most of the equipment the leading MT of this team had were of secret silver rank, and the crescent-shaped shield he carried was even of fine gold rank. Meanwhile, all of these well-equipped players were looking reverently at the peerless beauty standing before them, looking out through the gaps of her silver-white helmet. Her black, crystalline eyes shone with both intelligence and wisdom. Her hair, which was a midnight black, hung down to her waist, gently brushing against the silver-white armor she wore. Resting her hand on the hilt of a dark blue greatsword glowing dark blue, she exuded the indomitable aura of a goddess of war as she silently stood there. This peerless war goddess was none other than the snow goddess of Ouroboros, Gentle Snow. After undergoing the baptism of the 3 great dungeons, Gentle Snow was even more dazzling than before. She was like a rough stone that had been polished, instantly revealing the sparkle of an icy-cold sapphire. Currently, not only was Gentle Snow fully equipped with the Snowfall set equipment, a secret silver-ranked set equipment, the great sword she wielded, albeit of indiscernible quality, was also giving off a frightening amount of energy. The Snowfall set equipment could only be obtained from the hard mode of the 3 great dungeons. As for the blue sky greatsword Gentle Snow wielded, she had obtained it after killing a great lord that served as a protector of a ruined temple. If Shifeng saw this 2-handed greatsword, he would definitely be shocked. The reason being, this greatsword was similar to the Abyssal Blade, since it, too, was a magic weapon. Furthermore, it was also one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain. Blue sky. Just as Gentle Snow's team was about to raid the 4th boss of the Land of Death, the White-Bone General Jera. Gentle Snow suddenly received a system notification, and a hint of astonishment flashed through her eyes when she read its contents. How can he be so fast? Gentle Snow knew exactly how difficult it was to obtain a guild residence. Even though she had a powerful guild like Ouroboros, the #1 guild in White River City, backing her, the reputation she had collected was still far from enough to allow her to become a Baroness of White River City. Yet, Zero Wing was still a step ahead of her. Gentle Snow's lips suddenly curled into a faint smile as she muttered, "It seems I need to congratulate him." In White River City, Ouroboros and Zero Wing were actually allies, although this matter was not known to the public. If people did find out, however, they would definitely be greatly shocked. After all, who would ever imagine that White River City's #1 guild would actually be willing to form an alliance with Zero Wing, a guild that was declining by the day? However, Gentle Snow had indeed done such a thing. Although Ouroboros was the #1 guild in White River City, they were still far from being considered an unshakable existence. Just the fact that Dark Star was close to surpassing them showed how vulnerable Ouroboros was. Moreover, Dark Star also had some hidden connections with world dominators, which was also a first-rate guild like Ouroboros. If these 2 powerful guilds joined hands to wage war against Ouroboros, then Ouroboros would definitely suffer a huge loss. Hence, Ouroboros itself needed allies. Setting aside Dark Star and world dominators, there were still 3 others among the top 6 guilds in White River City. Of the 3, the most powerful would be Emperor's Light, a first-rate guild, while coming in second would be the Assassin's Alliance, a second-rate guild. As for Zero Wing, they were considered the weakest of the top 6 guilds in White River City. Yet in defiance of all logic, Gentle Snow had chosen to ally herself with the recently established Zero Wing. Out of these three guilds, the reason for her decision was her optimism for Zero Wing. Setting aside the mysterious, elusive, and heaven-defyingly powerful Yifeng, just the fact that Zero Wing had black flame in its midst had already solidified Gentle Snow's conviction. Not only was Black Flame the publicly acknowledged chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom, his personal combat strength was also frighteningly great. In addition, he had a mysterious organization supporting him from behind the scenes, not to mention a deep connection with the Starstreak trading firm. Black Flame's shocking financial power put even Gentle Snow herself to shame. Although she could not make head or tail of the connection between Yifeng and Black Flame, she knew for a fact that both of them possessed immeasurable strength. Yet, despite being so powerful, neither of them chose to reveal that strength to the public, and such an action greatly confused Gentle Snow. Just the thought of the two of them working together had sent chills down Gentle Snow's spine. As if to put icing on the cake, the person named Aqua Rose had also appeared in Zero Wing out of nowhere. Aqua Rose used to be an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. Although her fame was less than Gentle Snow's, that was only because Gentle Snow had appeared in many advertisements before, raising her profile in the public eye. Gentle Snow had never personally fought against Aqua Rose. However, based on the video recordings of Aqua Rose's battles, in terms of combat techniques, should they ever have a fight between themselves, Gentle Snow felt she only had a 50% chance of emerging victorious in any case. Just the presence of these three powerhouses in Zero Wing made it worthwhile for Gentle Snow to ally herself with them. Not to mention, Zero Wing still had many other experts within their ranks. Their true strength and potential were simply unfathomable in the eyes of the public. Zero Wing would sooner or later vanish from existence. However, Gentle Snow knew very clearly. Zero Wing's current calm was merely the prelude to their next breakout. The situation right now would be the best example. Against all expectations, Zero Wing had suddenly become the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to obtain its own guild residence, miles ahead of the other guilds. Within moments, Zero Wing had become the focal point of all players throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Shortly after the appearance of the system notification, Zero Wing's recruitment point was overrun by a stampede of players. Although Aqua Rose had long since prepared for such a reaction, the sea of players desperately trying to join the guild still left her breathless. Meanwhile, the players who had previously withdrawn from Zero Wing presently had regret filling up their intestines. If they had not acted so impulsively and had waited just a few more days, they would have been able to enjoy the various benefits offered by a guild residence. Now, unless they deleted their game accounts and started over with a new name, it was impossible for them to join Zero Wing anymore. However, who would have the courage to actually delete their account and start all over again? As for the players that had chosen to remain in Zero Wing, currently, they were extremely happy about their wise decision now that Zero Wing had a guild residence, not to mention being able to receive more quests. They could save a lot of money, thanks to the equipment and weapons repair facility of the guild residence. Neither would they need to spend money to recover their stamina at hotels. They could simply do so at the guild residence. Furthermore, they could also obtain a double EXP buff just by resting inside the guild residence. With this buff, they could grind and level up with much greater efficiency than before. In addition, guild residences could also provide private rooms. This was also the greatest benefit of having a guild residence in God's domain. Every player would wish to possess their very own private room or house. As long as players logged off inside their own rooms, they could still accumulate the double EXP buff, and with much greater efficiency than in the guild lounge to boot. Even though they weren't personally within the game normally, when guild members rested within the guild residence's guild lounge for 48 hours, they could accumulate 20% double EXP, and they could accumulate up to 1 level's worth of double EXP. In the case of a private room, however, players only needed to rest for 24 hours in order to accumulate 20% double EXP, and they could likewise accumulate up to 1 level's worth of double EXP. Although the maximum capacity of the buff was the same, the accumulation speed inside a private room was double that of the guild lounge. Of course, this was only in the case of a 1-star private housing in God's domain. Housing was also categorized into different levels. Meanwhile, the higher the level, the greater the benefits a player could enjoy. The lowest level housing was 1 star, while the highest was 10 star. Each increase in level required a huge sum of money, and also certain special materials. It would not be easy for players to upgrade their private housings for a 1-star private housing every 24 hours, players could accumulate 20% double EXP, up to a maximum of 1 level's worth of double EXP for a 2-star private housing. Every 24 hours, players could accumulate 25% double EXP, up to a maximum of 1 level's worth of double EXP. For a 7-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% double EXP, up to a maximum of 1 level's worth of double EXP. In addition, players would also receive a Vigor increased buff, increasing all attributes by 5% for 2 hours for a 8-star private housing. Every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% triple EXP, up to a maximum of 1.5 levels worth of triple EXP. In addition, players would also receive a Vigor increased buff, increasing all attributes by 5% for 3 hours for a 9-star private housing. Every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% triple EXP, up to a maximum of 2 levels worth of triple EXP. In addition, players would also receive a Vigor increased buff, increasing all attributes by 8% for 3 hours for a 10-star private housing. Every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% triple EXP, up to a maximum of 3 levels worth of triple EXP. In addition, players would also receive a Vigor increased buff, increasing all attributes by 10% for 4 hours. However, it was simply too difficult for players to obtain their own houses in White River City. Yet, buying a house in a town would not be convenient for them. Meanwhile, guild residences could provide its members with private rooms, although not everyone could enjoy the benefits of a private room, due to limited space inside a guild residence. Normally, these private rooms would be given to members who contributed greatly to the guild and also the upper management of the guild. If there were any additional private rooms, guild members could also rent them using the contribution points they accumulated from raiding dungeons and doing quests in God's domain. The matter of leveling up would always be a headache to players. Moreover, the further into the game a player went, the harder it was for them to level up. It would not be strange for players to level up only once every 3 to 4 days. If players died out in the fields, they would also lose an entire level as a penalty. Hence, a tool that could aid players in leveling up quicker would definitely be well received. This guild benefit alone already held a fatal attraction for all players. And that was in addition to the large number of guild quests available for choosing, which would dramatically accelerate players' leveling speed. Chapter 282, Dark Wind. The War God's Temple, an organization that was founded shortly after the Great Destruction, had been in existence for thousands of years now, protecting the human race from invasions by foreign races. Now that the endless abyss had been opened, the humans of God's domain would have to rely on the War God's Temple to deal with the invasion of demonic beasts. It was no longer a situation that could be handled by any single country. Aside from being the protector of the human race, the War God's Temple was also a location for players to learn advanced skills. Meanwhile, players only needed to complete the quests they received at the War God's Temple. In order to do so, shortly after Shifeng arrived at the War God's Temple, he reported the Endless Abyss to the Knight Captain on duty. The War God's Temple was considered one of the most powerful forces in God's domain. Just a normal knight here was already a level 180 tier 2 NPC. As for the Knight Captain, he was a level 200 tier 3 NPC. The Knight Captain revealed an anxious expression after hearing Shifeng's report. Your Excellency Black Flame, this matter is of utmost importance. However, as I'll need to immediately send out warnings to all cities throughout the kingdom and also muster troops to the front lines, I'll have to trouble you to head to the War God's Temple in the capital city and report this matter to Lord Eucharis and seek his aid. The Knight Captain passed a gold token to Shifeng, then promptly headed out of the temple, not giving Shifeng any chance to even refuse. Shifeng was left speechless by the Knight Captain's words. Fortunately, he only needed to head to the capital city and look for the person named Eucharis, an easy task to accomplish, following which, Shifeng left the War God's Temple and hurried over to White River City's teleportation hall. Just as Shifeng was about to enter the teleportation hall, however, 6 robust-looking players stood in front of the stone staircase, completely blocking the entryway. These 6 players were all level 18, such a level could definitely be ranked at the very top of White River City. Moreover, the equipment these players wore were of excellent quality, majority of which were of secret silver rank. Meanwhile, the solemn-looking middle-aged man who looked like the leader of this party of players had the best equipment out of these 6 players. He was actually fully equipped with secret silver equipment. His gaze was like a sharp blade, and his entire body exuded such an icy-cold aura that other players unconsciously detoured as they walked past him. Although Shifeng had never fought against these 6 players before, he could clearly tell that they were very strong. There were very few parties of their caliber in White River City. Meanwhile, pinned to the chests of these players were black 6-pointed stars. This black star was none other than Darkstar's guild emblem. "What can I do for you?" Shifeng asked. "Yuri Black Flame, right? I am Ming Sha of Underworld. I am here to give you a piece of good news," the middle-aged man said in a condescending tone. Although Black Flame had been titled as the chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom, in Ming Sha's eyes, he was merely a clown prancing on the stage. Whether it was in reality or in God's domain, only strength truly mattered. A forger that only knew how to stay hidden inside a room was nothing more than a tool for strong players like them, if not for the matter of the guild residents astonishing the upper echelons of Underworld. Ming Sha would not even be here trying to make contact with Black Flame. Instead of Black Flame, the person Ming Sha was interested in was Yifeng, the player widely acclaimed a god-ranked swordsman. Ming Sha really wished to meet him. Moreover, young Master Feng had also given orders to get rid of the Yifeng and obtain the epic ranked item in Shifeng's hands. Unfortunately, Yifeng proved simply too elusive. No matter how many men Ming Sha had sent out, they still could not find a trace of the Yifeng. Ming Sha was very disappointed by such a result, as he never imagined that Yifeng would be such a coward, not having the courage to even come out and fight. "Good news? Then why do I feel that you guys are coming with bad intentions in hand?" Shifeng revealed an indifferent smile as he sent a glance at the other 5 menacing players. "Master Black Flame, it is our fault for behaving too rashly. However, we truly do have great news for you. Only, I hope that you can take a trip with us. After all, this place isn't exactly suitable for discussions of such an important matter." At this moment, another person walked up from behind the 6 players. This person was similarly a middle-aged man. Currently, this man had a wide smile on his honest-looking face. When Shifeng used observing eyes on this man, he discovered that this man was actually called South Wolf. Immediately, Shifeng came to a realization: the road for enemies truly is narrow. Shifeng inwardly chuckled. South Wolf was none other than the person that tried to threaten Shifeng into surrendering his ice-blue devil flame. After being rejected, South Wolf had even declared that he would take action against Shifeng. Originally, Shifeng had intended to take a look at just how powerful the organization known as Underworld was. Unfortunately, this matter had been quelled by gentle snow. Shifeng never thought he would meet this fellow once again today. "What if I don't want to go?" Shifeng asked. "We have long since thought of this point, hence I asked Brother Ming Sha and his friends to come and personally invite Master Black Flame over," South Wolf said with a hypocritical smile, sending a glance at the 6 Underworld guards beside him. "All right, then, since you guys are being so sincere." Shifeng nodded. South Wolf had obviously already familiarized himself with the rules of White River City. Although the rules stated that battles were not allowed within the city limits, that was on the premise that actual damage was caused. There would be no problems if they simply dragged him away. Of course, Shifeng's strength attribute was extremely high. South Wolf's group had absolutely no chance of abducting him. Just recently, he had obtained 40 free attribute points as a reward for releasing the Forgotten Lands. Although Shifeng had added 30 of those points into intelligence, in order to equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath even a little earlier, he had placed the remaining 10 into strength. Aside from that, due to the Abyssal Blade's attributes, Shifeng obtained 2 additional free attribute points every time he leveled up. When coupling those with the strength provided by his other equipment, Shifeng's strength attribute had long since broken through the 170-point threshold. In terms of the strength attribute, very few players throughout God's domain could be a match for him. However, it seemed that someone from the mysterious upper echelon of Underworld wanted to meet him, and Shifeng was curious enough to agree. "Let us go, then," South Wolf said as he led the way. A short while later, Shifeng and the others arrived inside a high-class bar. Very few average players could be seen inside this bar, as most could not afford this luxurious place. "Master Black Flame, please, come in. Young Master Feng has been waiting for you for a long time now." South Wolf pushed apart the doors to a private room, hinting that Shifeng should enter. Upon entering the private room, Shifeng immediately discovered an imposing yet charming youth sitting inside. This youth was also accompanied by 2 beautiful female companions at his sides. These 2 beauties were not players but NPCs. Just like how Anna was working as Shifeng's assistant at the Starstreak trading firm, these beauties were clearly servants of this young man. This sight was far more shocking than if he had two attractive female players accompanying him at this stage of the game. Having the ability to possess two NPC servants showed that this youth before him was definitely out of the ordinary. You are in the upper echelon of Underworld? Shifeng asked. That's right. This one here is known as Feng Xianyang, the vice leader of Underworld's Star Moon Kingdom Eastern Branch. Of course, you can also call me by my character name, Dark Wind. Feng Xianyang introduced himself. I wonder, what business does Vice Leader Feng have with me? Shifeng asked. Judging from Feng Xianyang's tone, Shifeng had already made a rough guess as to Underworld's strength. Although he had long since deduced that Underworld had a great deal of power and that their influence covered more than just a single kingdom, Shifeng still could not help but feel shocked after having his conclusions confirmed. It was no wonder even that Gentle Snow was wary of them. Star Moon Kingdom could be categorized into 5 separate regions: North, South, East, West, and Center. White River City was located in the east side. Meanwhile, Feng Xianyang was in charge of managing the affairs of Underworld's Star Moon Kingdom Eastern Branch. The authority he wielded was definitely great. I heard that Master Black Flame is the founder of Zero Wing. You have even managed to elevate Zero Wing to its current position. We at Underworld feel very optimistic about Zero Wing's future, hence we wish to invest in some shares. Feng Xianyang then pointed towards Ming Sha, who was currently standing by the door, saying, "You've already seen for yourself the strength of Underworld. Because of us, even the previously insignificant third-rate guild Dark Star has instantly become a powerhouse in White River City. If Master Black Flame is willing, Underworld can similarly make Zero Wing grow rapidly. Not only could you become the overlord of White River City, you could even become the #1 guild in the entire eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom. I wonder if Master Black Flame might be interested." Chapter 283, Arrogance. Feng Xianyang's words dripped with temptation. Just the prestige of being the #1 guild in the entire eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom would cause many to fight over it. These exact same words might have been used to attract Lone Tyrant into cooperating with Underworld back then under the banner of the #1 player on the ranking list. In addition to Underworld's covert support, Dark Star had managed to rocket to fame, becoming a guild capable of rivaling even the powerful Ouroboros. So that's how it is. Shifeng suddenly came to a realization. He finally understood why Dark Star could become so amazing, just like that, with experts appearing in the guild out of nowhere. Its abrupt rise was all because of Underworld helping it in secret. However, now that Zero Wing had established a guild residence, Underworld couldn't help but reconsider its original plans. Hence its interest in investing in Zero Wing. Shifeng couldn't help but acknowledge that Underworld was indeed amazing. They were willing to support an entirely different guild even at the cost of sacrificing all their previous investments. From an outsider's perspective, such an action was plain foolish. However, Shifeng knew that Underworld's decision was, in fact, very wise. It was obvious at first glance how great an influence a guild residence would have towards a guild's success. If it were up to him, he, too, would choose to take such an action. Master Black Flame, you should know that there are over 20 cities just in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region alone. If Master Black Flame agrees to our proposition, in the future, you will become the absolute overlord of these 20+ cities. Moreover, even though Underworld will be investing in Zero Wing, we will not interfere directly in the management of the guild itself. Rather, we will provide you with a large sum in funding and manpower, Feng Xianyang slowly said in a tempting tone. We at Underworld have already decided that, as long as Master Black Flame agrees, we will immediately inject 1 billion credits into Zero Wing, and also provide the guild with 100 gold coins every week. In addition, we will also provide 100 experts, and also 1 team of Underworld guards for you, Master Black Flame, to command as you see fit. If Zero Wing develops well, Underworld will invest even more into the guild in the future. Master Black Flame, what do you think? Feng Xianyang had taken Shifeng's previous silence for hesitation, thinking that Shifeng was definitely considering his proposition, hence he sweetened the deal. In God's domain, wasn't the main purpose one established a guild earning money and gaining status? For a newly established guild, 1 billion credits was definitely an astronomical sum. Even a major corporation in a city couldn't easily take out 1 billion credits. Recently, due to God's domain's raging popularity, the number of corporations investing in the game had been continuously increasing. The value of guilds in God's domain had similarly shot up abruptly. Yet, even so, a third-rate guild with a member count of 20 to 30,000 would, at most, be worth 2 to 300 million credits. Meanwhile, Zero Wing merely had several thousand members in its ranks. Although it had both fame and experts, its value was still not worth 1 billion credits. After taking into account the value of a guild residence, Zero Wing would at most be worth 500 million credits. Hence, it would be completely illogical for Shi Feng to refuse the offer of 1 billion credits. I wonder how much shares young Master Feng is intending to purchase? Shi Feng asked, an indifferent smile on his face. Not much, just 50%. In exchange for 50% of Zero Wing's shares, you can obtain 1 billion credits, in addition to having many experts to assist you. I believe that no other corporation will be willing to offer such a high price, Feng Xianyang said confidently. Shi Feng propped up his chin with his hand, entering into a deep contemplation. Shortly after, he slowly said, although your offer is indeed attractive, 50% of the guild's shares is simply too much. I am willing to sell 10% at most. Although Feng Xuanyang's offer of 50% seemed as if both sides would be wielding half of the guild's shares, it was simply a trick to make Shi Feng drop his guard. In reality, wielding 50% of Zero Wing's shares was already tantamount to full control of the guild. After all, when Shi Feng established his guild, he hadn't claimed the full 100% shares of the guild. He had given a small portion to Aqua Rose. If Feng Xianyang purchased 1% of Zero Wing's shares from Aqua Rose, then he would have 51% of the guild's shares. At that time, Feng Xuanyang's words would become law in Zero Wing, while Shi Feng would sooner or later end up in a situation like the one in his previous life. Shi Feng had sworn to never let something like that happen again in this life. 10%? Feng Xianyang did not dare believe his own ears. He was going to spend 1 billion credits on Zero Wing, yet, all he would get in return was 10% of its shares? Did Shi Feng really take Zero Wing for the number 1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom? Vice Leader Feng, you must think that the amount I'm offering is too low, right? Shi Feng asked, his indifferent smile still on his face. It's only normal that you would think so. However, what I'm trying to say is that 1 billion credits really isn't a big sum of money. I'm already giving young Master Feng a lot of face by offering you 10% of Zero Wing's shares. If it were anyone else here today, I would only offer them 1% at most. In fact, Shi Feng was not speaking conceited nonsense at all. Just the gold coins he had on hand right now already exceeded 10,000. If he converted them into credits, they would be worth at least 200 million credits. His daily income was also continuously rising day after day. Just the benefits he could obtain from the Starstreak trading firm had already far exceeded 1 billion credits. Not to mention, Zero Wing's guild residence was also built on a strategic location like the Purple Sun Mansion. The Purple Sun Mansion was the best location for players to establish a guild residence in White River City. It also occupied a broad tract of land, larger than even a football field, which could contain 50,000 people. Not to mention the current state of White River City, where every square inch of land was worth its inch in gold. Even after a decade passed since God's Domain's official launch, the land of the Purple Sun Mansion would still be worth more than 10 billion credits. Although 1 billion credits was indeed an astronomical sum, it was truly not worth 10% of Zero Wing's shares. Even 1% was an overestimation, not to mention 10%. Master Black Flame, there has to be a limit even to jokes. By toying around with me like this, do you take me for someone easily bullied? Feng Xuanyang's expression suddenly changed, his tone turned cold as well. Vice Leader Feng, what I speak is the truth. If Vice Leader Feng feels wronged, then let's just forget about this matter entirely. Shi Feng shook his head and laughed. After this meeting, he, too, started thinking of looking for an investment partner. The falling flowers are yearning for love, but the heartless brook ripples on. If Shi Feng had rejected Feng Xuanyang's investment proposal from the very beginning, or had argued that Feng Xianyang was asking for too high a percentage of Zero Wing's shares, Feng Xianyang might still have accepted Shi Feng's answer with a smile. This was the atrocity of the truth, hence people would often prefer to hear a lie than the truth. The reason being, the truth was much crueler than a lie. If Aqua Rose were here right now, she would definitely scold Shi Feng for speaking the truth. Soon after, Feng departed from the private room, leaving behind a thoroughly incensed Feng Xuanyang. South Wolf, get in here. Feng Xianyang roared. South Wolf hurriedly entered the private room, asking, young Master Feng, why are you so angry? Did that brat Black Flame fail to appreciate your kindness? Tell Lone Tyrant that he can take action immediately. I don't wish to see the guild called Zero Wing in White River City anymore. Feng Xianyang no longer had his elegant appearance from before. Instead, he revealed his sinister nature, saying, since he isn't willing to cooperate with Underworld, then we will just remove him, one way or another. White River City does not need a guild that Underworld cannot control. Yes, I'll notify Lone Tyrant immediately, South Wolf said with excitement as he licked his lips. After Feng departed from the high-class bar, he immediately headed towards the teleportation hall. Spending 32 silver coins, he quickly arrived at Starmoon City, Starmoon Kingdom's most affluent city. Compared to White River City, the competition at Starmoon City was much more intense. Just the number of first-rate guilds present in the city already surpassed 5. The second- and third-rate guilds were even more numerous. Meanwhile, the player population at Starmoon City was over 3 million. Such a number could easily match the total number of players in White River City and its neighboring 7 cities. One could say that Starmoon City was a location that every guild needed to compete for in the future. After all, it was a super city that would be able to contain over 10 million players in the future. Meanwhile, the resources available in the surroundings of Starmoon City were even more abundant. There were plenty of high-level maps that were only a short distance away from the city. Obtaining Starmoon City would be the equivalent of occupying a fifth of the entire Starmoon Kingdom's resources. Chapter 284, Ghost Raider. As the capital city of Starmoon Kingdom, beneath the flourishing appearance of Starmoon City were piles and piles of pearly white bones. The moment Feng arrived at the city, he could already sniff out the strong smell of blood. When Feng walked the bustling streets of Starmoon City, none of the players he saw belonged to small and unknown guilds. Instead, all the guild players he saw belonged to third-rate guilds or above. As for the unrated guilds, Feng could make a general guess as to where they had gone. They had definitely been completely annexed by these large guilds. Furthermore, the average level of players in Starmoon City was very high. In terms of equipment, the players of Starmoon City were also a notch higher than the players of White River City originally. It was a very rare sight to find average players possessing bronze equipment. At Starmoon City, however, it was not a rare sight at all. Feng had even seen some independent players who possessed equipment of mysterious iron rank and above. As for the players who wore a guild emblem on them, majority of their equipment were of mysterious iron rank. Some elite members of guilds were even fully geared with mysterious iron equipment. The standards of Starmoon City were clearly a lot higher than White River City's. However, if these players were to be compared to Feng, they would still be miles and miles behind. When Feng arrived in Starmoon City, he had removed his disguise of Black Flame. Instead, he had chosen to use his original appearance of Feng to move around the city. Hence, he did not choose to hide the equipment he had on him right now. Although Feng had already turned off the innate glowing effect that dark gold equipment possessed, he was unable to do anything about the originally dashing appearance of the item itself. There was also the 2 weapons at his waist, the Abyssal Blade and the Demon Bane, whose quality could not be discerned through sight alone. Overall, Feng's equipment had caused all the players who walked past him to cast sidelong glances at him. Feng was just like a famous celebrity as he strolled along the streets of Starmoon City. It was impossible for him to keep a low profile even if he wanted to. However, Feng paid no attention to the stares he was receiving, focusing only on the task at hand. After arriving at Starmoon City, a new city, Feng first made a trip to the city's auction house by force of habit. He intended to gauge the market conditions of this entire city. As the capital city, Starmoon City was geographically located in the central region of Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, whether it was the northern, southern, western, or eastern region, all trade would pass through this place. In the past, during the peak of Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City controlled a full quarter of Starmoon Kingdom's trade volume. One could simply imagine how large the trade volume at Starmoon City was. If one could dominate Starmoon City, the daily profits one could rake in would be astronomical. In comparison, the Starstreak trading firm's daily profit of 1,600 to 1,700 gold coins was merely a trifling sum. With such a large trade volume available, it would be a lie to say that Shifeng did not have aspirations towards it. Unfortunately, Zero Wing had just recently set out on its journey. It would still be a long time before he could attempt to get a share of the pie known as Star Moon City today. Shifeng was simply here to lay the groundwork for his eventual entry into Star Moon City's market. In the future, Star Moon City's auction house was also the largest auction house in Star Moon Kingdom. When players registered an item here, the item would also be available for the players in the surrounding tens of cities to purchase. It was much more amazing than the White River City auction house. Moreover, when players from another country wished to visit Star Moon Kingdom, or when players from the kingdom itself wished to head to another country, they would be required to make a transit through Star Moon City, as it was the capital city of the kingdom. This situation also led to players from other countries selling their wares at the Star Moon auction house. Hence, there was a very large variety of items available at the Star Moon auction house, and no other auction house in Star Moon Kingdom could ever dream of being its equal. This was also one of the reasons why many players would willingly come here to purchase or sell their items. The inside of the auction house was filled with a sea of players. After entering the building, Shifeng quickly looked for a quiet corner and sat down. He then called out the auction house interface, quietly browsing through its contents. Brother Blade, look at that person's amazing equipment. Although my eagle eyes skill allows me to identify any weapon or equipment that is fine gold rank or below, when I tried identifying that person's stuff, many of them returned as unidentifiable. A skinny ranger said excitedly as he drooled at Shifeng's equipment. What? Unidentifiable? Don't tell me he's using dark gold equipment? Imperial Thunder, did something go wrong with your skill? Let alone a player from an unknown guild, even the guild leaders of Ouroboros and the Star Alliance wouldn't be able to possess so many dark gold equipment, the robust-looking berserker named Lifeless Blade argued, laughing. Brother Blade, you should know that this identification skill of mine is an advanced skill that I obtained only after completing a unique quest. When had it ever gone wrong before? The ranger named Imperial Thunder replied earnestly. Lifeless Blade nodded, his expression turning serious. He then looked toward Shifeng, who currently sat on a stone chair, noticing that he was actually unfamiliar with this person. Shifeng? He isn't an expert of Star Moon City. He should have come from some other city. After Lifeless Blade used an identification skill on Shifeng, he immediately knew that Shifeng was not a player belonging to Star Moon City. Lifeless Blade could be considered a somewhat famous person in Star Moon Kingdom. He had met many players before, and he had also met majority of the experts that could be found in the city. As for the experts he had yet to meet, he knew what they were called, at the very least. Even so, he had never heard of an expert called Shifeng before, and yet, I seem to recall hearing this name, Shifeng, from somewhere. Lifeless Blade drifted into deep thought. I recall seeing this name on the official forums before. I wonder if I can still find it now. Thinking so, Lifeless Blade opened the official forums and started searching for information relating to a player called Shifeng. At this moment, Imperial Thunder used eagle eyes on the guild emblem hanging on Shifeng's chest. Instantly, a shocked expression surfaced on his face. Yet, immediately after, that shock turned into great excitement. Imperial Thunder, what happened to you? Lifeless Blade asked curiously. It was his first time seeing Imperial Thunder produce such an expression. In the past, Imperial Thunder did not react with such intensity even when he saw a Lord-ranked field boss. Brother Blade, he's a member of Zero Wing. Imperial Thunder said excitedly. Zero Wing? Why would they be here? Lifeless Blade asked curiously. Nobody in Star Moon Kingdom had not heard of Zero Wing at this point. After all, it was the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to possess its own guild residence. Moreover, there were plenty of experts in its midst. Even the top-ranking player in Star Moon Kingdom was a member of Zero Wing. Not only was this guild extremely mysterious, it also had Star Moon Kingdom's chief forger providing them with equipment. Countless players wished to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, the guild was only recruiting members in White River City. Unless players from other cities migrated there, they would have no chance of joining it at all. At this moment, Lifeless Blade had also found some information relating to Shifeng on the forums. Aside from finding out that Shifeng was the author of the White River City guidebook, Lifeless Blade had also found some video recordings of Shifeng's battles. Of them, the video showing Shifeng's one-man battle against hundreds of Martial Union members was still ranked within the top 30 most viewed videos. The video had even been titled God-Ranked Swordsman's Instructional Video, so he is that God-ranked expert, Shifeng. Lifeless Blade felt greatly surprised at this moment. He never imagined he would get the chance to meet such a great expert. While Lifeless Blade and Imperial Thunder were watching Shifeng, with his extraordinary 5 senses, had long since noticed his two observers. The interest these two players emitted was very strong. In addition, the fervor in their gazes made it hard for Shifeng not to notice them, even if he wasn't trying, and here I was, wondering who was spying on me. It turned out that it was Lifeless Blade and Imperial Thunder. Shifeng glanced at his two admirers, sending a faint smile at them. Shifeng had been looking forward to meeting these two famous players for a long time now. Before they had even started playing God's Domain, they were already a relatively famous independent party. In the gaming world, they had even been called the Sharp Arrow Party. After they entered God's Domain, they shone even more than before. In the past, the team they had formed managed to successfully raid plenty of team dungeons that even the main force of first-rate guilds were helpless against. Meanwhile, the team leader, Lifeless Blade, had also been nicknamed the Ghost Raider Brother Blade. Such a chance won't fall into our laps a second time. Why don't we go get acquainted with him? Who knows, we might even become friends, Imperial Thunder suggested to Lifeless Blade. Chapter 285, Market Research. Imperial Thunder's suggestion sent Lifeless Blade into a light contemplation. Soon after, Lifeless Blade replied with a note. As the saying went, another friend is another opportunity. If one wished to succeed in a game, an extensive network of friends was necessary. It was especially true when it came to friends who were experts. If we are going to hastily approach and interrupt him like this, we need to be careful with our words when we speak. After all, every expert has their own unique personality. Some might be cheerful, some might be indifferent, and some might be arrogant. It would be counterproductive if we happened to accidentally provoke him, Lifeless Blade whispered. Ah, of course I know about this point. Imperial Thunder laughed. You do, huh? Lifeless Blade rolled his eyes at Imperial Thunder. He then continued, do you still remember how you managed to provoke Yuan Fei, one of the top 10 rookies of the gaming world, whom we met last time? That was his fault for going overboard. He actually tried to roll for every equipment we got from that boss. Imperial Thunder still held a grudge against the player called Yuan Fei. When they had discovered a Lord-ranked field boss before, they had kindly sent Yuan Fei an invite to raid the boss together. After the boss died, the loot the boss dropped was distributed using the dice rolling system, as more than a dozen players had participated in the raid. It was also logical that every team member would only roll for the items they needed. Yet, contrary to custom, Yuan Fei had rolled for every single item the boss dropped. Yuan Fei's actions clearly stated that, if he could not use it, then he could still sell it. You could have just spoken up about the matter. At worst, we could have just stopped contacting him. There was no need for us to become enemies. Yet, you chose to pick a fight with him without even trying to talk things out. That's not how you make friends, that's how you make enemies. Yuan Fei is still holding a grudge against us even until now. Lifeless Blade felt speechless when he recalled the incident back then. Yuan Fei was one of this year's top 10 rookies of the virtual gaming world, and the Star Alliance had even offered him an annual salary of 2 million credits in order to recruit him. Meanwhile, just because their team had provoked that petty-minded Yuan Fei, they had received plenty of oppression from the Star Alliance, making it hard for them to mingle in Star Moon City. If not for the fact that Lifeless Blade was acquainted with the guild leader of the Star Alliance, this matter would never have been settled, and their team would have been forced out of Star Moon City long ago. I understand. I won't repeat the same mistakes, Imperial Thunder said in a soft tone. In fact, he, too, recognized the mistake he made in the past. However, it was not easy for him to fix his short temper as the two of them quietly conversed while they made their way toward Shifeng. Shifeng had already grasped the general market trend in Star Moon City overall. The items sold here were cheaper than White River City. In White River City, a stack of hard stones could be sold for 10 silver coins. At this place, however, each stack was being sold for only 9 silver coins. The same went for whetstones. In White River City, each stack of whetstones could be sold for 35 silver coins, while at this place, it was being sold for only 32 silver coins. Only advanced whetstones were sold at the same price in both cities, whereby each stack went for 1 gold coin. On the other hand, mysterious iron-ranked weapons and equipment sold here were at least 10% to 20% more expensive than the ones sold at White River City. As for secret silver-ranked weapons and equipment, those were sold at prices 30% to 40% higher. Sure enough, with more players around, the resources available is also greater in volume. Even though mysterious iron equipment is such a rare commodity in White River City, here in Starmoon City, these items seem to be available in abundance. There is someone actually selling secret silver equipment as well. As expected of the capital city, the number of experts here is much higher than other cities. Just by looking at the items being sold at the auction house, Shifeng could clearly feel the intensity of the competition at Starmoon City. With higher quality equipment and greater demand, it was also precisely this fierce competition that resulted in more experts being produced here. In order to survive in this city, one had to rack their brains and constantly think of ways to improve themselves, gradually climbing up the ranks of this prosperous city. Otherwise, what other explanation would there be for a precious secret silver equipment to appear at the auction house? It was simply impossible for guilds to sell any weapons or equipment that were of mysterious iron rank or better. After all, these items were strategic material for a guild. At most, they would sell the equipment produced by their own forgers. However, where would they find a forger who was capable of producing secret silver equipment? Even Shifeng, who possessed plenty of support items, could not easily produce them. It went without saying that other forgers should only be able to produce bronze equipment, or at best, mysterious iron equipment at this stage of the game. Hence, the secret silver ranked weapons and equipment being sold at the auction house were definitely the offerings of independent teams. Meanwhile, their purpose in selling was simply to bolster their team's strength and obtain the funds necessary to cover their expenses. The number of independent teams that could obtain secret silver ranked weapons and equipment at White River City could definitely be counted using one's fingers. As far as Shifeng knew, the only team capable of such a feat was the Holy Grail Knights that he had met by coincidence last time. On the other hand, there were a number of such independent teams in Starmoon City. One could just imagine the difference between the two cities. If I am going to try to enter Starmoon City's market, it seems that selling high-end equipment would be the most effective way to do so. At this moment, the fine gold-ranked Dragonscale set equipment popped up in Shifeng's mind. He felt that it might not be a bad idea to rely on the Dragonscale set equipment to break into Starmoon City's market. However, his current forging standards were still too low. Cream Coco was also only an advanced forging apprentice right now. She was still in the midst of striving to get promoted into a true forger. Moreover, another condition needed to be met if Shifeng wished to enter Starmoon City's market. Currently, Shifeng's guild was based only in White River City. If he were to establish a branch guild at Starmoon City at this period of time, that branch guild would immediately be annihilated by the many large guilds of Starmoon City. Hence, what Shifeng needed right now to enter Starmoon City's market was a shop to do business with. However, not to mention a shop, even if Shifeng wished to set up a stall, he first needed to become a minor noble of Starmoon City. As for establishing a shop, at the very least, he needed to become a baron before he could do so. As expected, if I don't deal with this shop issue, I won't have any way of entering Starmoon City's market at all. After all, the auction house's 15% processing fee was simply too expensive. More importantly, placing items at the auction house was something only independent teams or players would do. If one wished to have any sort of development and earn large sums of money and fame, a shop of their own was essential. Hello there, friend. I am called Lifeless Blade. Seeing that you have come to the auction house, I'm guessing that you are here to sell some equipment, right? I am somewhat well known in Starmoon City, and I have plenty of sales channels. If you wish to sell your equipment at a good price and its attributes are good, I can lend you a hand with selling them, Lifeless Blade said as he walked over, a smile on his face. Selling equipment? Shifeng took a look at his own getup, discovering that the weapons and equipment he had on him were far better than what anyone else present inside the auction house had. From an observer's point of view, he definitely would not have any demands for the items sold at the auction house. In which case, the possibility of him coming to the auction house to sell some of his unwanted equipment was very high. After all, with so many good equipment on hand, there were bound to be some obsolete equipment that he needed to dispose of. Immediately, Shifeng shook his head, saying, "No, you misunderstand. I'm just here to take a look." "Sorry, it's my fault for misunderstanding," Lifeless Blade quickly said in embarrassment when he realized that he had acted too rashly. "In truth, I'm not trying to earn some middleman's fees. I'm just trying to make your acquaintance. This here is a brother of mine, Imperial Thunder." Imperial Thunder nodded in reply, his mind still slightly dazed, completely mesmerized by the elegant appearance of the Abyssal Blade and the Demon Bane when seen at such a close distance. Dark gold weapons. Even the guild leader of the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild, did not possess such powerful weapons. Imperial Thunder wondered just what kind of attributes such weapons could possess. Just how much did they surpass the secret silver weapon he wielded? Seeing his companion constantly staring at the weapons hanging at Shifeng's waist, the drool in Imperial Thunder's mouth nearly overflowing, Lifeless Blade immediately clapped Imperial Thunder's back. He then let out an awkward laugh as he said to Shifeng, "Please excuse him. He doesn't normally act this way." Shifeng had been playing God's Domain for many years now, and his eye for people was still quite accurate. Naturally, he could tell that the two players before him did not harbor any evil intentions in their hearts. They were really just trying to get acquainted with him. Furthermore, from the stories he'd heard about Lifeless Blade and Imperial Thunder in the past, he had quite a good grasp on the two's personalities. They were definitely not sinister, villainous people. Lifeless Blade was the calm and silent type. As for Imperial Thunder, although he was brash, he was a man of integrity, no problem. "I can tell that Brother Imperial is a straightforward man." Shifeng waved his hand, laughing. "Since Brother Blade wishes to become friends, it would be my honor to oblige." Lifeless Blade's eyes immediately glowed. He hadn't expected Shifeng to be so easy to get along with, having such an easygoing attitude. Hence, the two quickly started a conversation between themselves. When they touched on the topic of combat techniques, Shifeng thoroughly shocked Lifeless Blade with his words. Meanwhile, Lifeless Blade finally understood why the public would acclaim Shifeng a god-ranked expert. After conversing for more than half an hour, Shifeng managed to obtain a more detailed understanding of the situation at Starmoon City. Thanks to Lifeless Blade, I've gained plenty from this discussion of ours. If not for Brother Yifeng, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know such a combat technique existed. This knowledge is simply priceless for dungeon raiding, Lifeless Blade said earnestly. He then retrieved a special tool from his back and presented it to Shifeng, saying, "This ring is the only item I can offer you as thanks. Brother Yifeng, please accept it. Otherwise, my conscience won't let me rest." Chapter 286, The Eternal Throne. Shifeng had not expected Lifeless Blade to be such a forthright person. Although Lifeless Blade had only taken out an ordinary-looking silver ring, Shifeng knew exactly how precious this item was. The reason being, not only had he seen this ring in the past, he had even owned one before. The ring was a space ring. It was a storage item. One could not judge it simply based on its mysterious iron rank. The space ring could store up to 200 slots of items. It was a very significant amount. It also did not impart any additional weight to the user, regardless of the number of items stored in it. However, this was still not the most important point about this ring. Instead, the space ring excelled the most when used during battle. Although it did not have many uses in a normal battle, when used in a fight between experts, a battlefield, or a boss battle, it could bring about game-changing effects. For example, if players wished to use magic scrolls or support items during a battle, they needed to first place their hands into their bags and search for their items before pulling those out. This entire process would waste much time. However, it was a different story if players possessed the space ring. With a simple thought, the item specified would instantly appear within the player's hands. The space ring was much more convenient than a bag. In reply to Lifeless Blade's offer, however, Shifeng shook his head and said, "This item is too valuable. I cannot accept it. Brother Yifeng, I am a man who never takes advantage of his friends. I'll feel extremely guilty if you don't accept it. Moreover, this ring is merely a storage item. It's not particularly valuable, so please accept it." Lifeless Blade said, "Well, how about this? I have a favor to ask of Brother Blade. I wonder, how many reputation points does Brother Blade have at Starmoon City right now?" Shifeng whispered, sighing. Lifeless Blade grew confused at Shifeng's question, failing to understand why Shifeng would ask him such a thing. However, he still chose to answer honestly. "I'm only 30 points away from becoming a minor noble of Starmoon City. As the capital city of Starmoon Kingdom, the reputation points of Starmoon City was the most difficult to earn out of all the cities in the kingdom. Even if Lifeless Blade and his team were amazing, they were still a distance away from becoming nobles of the city. 30 points. Shifeng sank into deep contemplation. He thought to himself, that's not a lot, I guess. If he completes those several quests, he should be able to get those points. Must your favor require a noble to accomplish, Brother Yifeng? Lifeless Blade asked. Yeah. Shifeng nodded. Only by becoming a noble could one purchase a stall in Star Moon City. Also, exchanging of stalls could only be conducted between nobles of Star Moon City, in order to prevent players from taking advantage of any loopholes. However, Shifeng was a demon hunter. No matter where he went, he would still be treated like a noble. Hence, after Lifeless Blade purchased the stall, there would be no problems if he simply transferred ownership of the stall to Shifeng. In this way, Shifeng would have a stall in Star Moon City to officially sell his items. Originally, Shifeng had thought to complete a few quests in Star Moon City to increase his reputation here. However, it would not be easy to obtain 100 Star Moon City reputation points. He needed to invest plenty of time to do so. Meanwhile, Lifeless Blade had a trustworthy character, and it would be much faster to earn just 30 reputation points than to earn 100 reputation points. At first, Lifeless Blade felt ashamed for being unable to be of any help to Shifeng. However, Shifeng's next remark immediately sent him into a daze. I know a few high-level quests that can increase reputation points. After Brother Blade completes them, you should be able to become a noble of Star Moon City. After saying so, Shifeng proceeded to list out the few quests he had in mind to Lifeless Blade, withholding nothing at all. This shouldn't be a good idea, right? Lifeless Blade was nearly left speechless. Originally, he had fully intended to help Shifeng. In the end, however, he had been the one to receive help from Shifeng instead. Currently, the many guilds in Star Moon City were desperately searching for quests that could increase one's reputation, holding back nothing to do so. However, even when they offered a huge reward for any related information, they still had no luck in finding any. Yet, Shifeng had just casually revealed to him 4 high-level quests that rewarded reputation points, his casual remarks making it seem as if these quests were plain cabbages that could be found anywhere. Is the difficulty of these quests too hard for you to manage? Shifeng suddenly came to a realization when he saw Lifeless Blade's troubled expression. I still know a few quests that reward reputation. However, as their difficulty is much lower, the reputation points rewarded is similarly low. You'll have to complete at least 7 or 8 of them in order to accumulate 30 points. Lifeless Blade's mind was an utter mess now. He even started to suspect Shifeng was a GM, to actually know of so many reputation quests in Star Moon City. However, Lifeless Blade quickly dispelled this notion from his mind. After all, God's domain was controlled by the main God system. Nobody else was allowed to interfere with the game. Hence, the quests in the game were auto-generated by the system, and nobody should know about them in advance. Of course, if there was an exception to this point, then that would be the extremely mysterious beta testers. However, after God's domain was officially released, many settings and quests in the game were changed. In theory, the quests that were originally present during the beta test should no longer exist. Thinking up to this point, Lifeless Blade was thoroughly confused by Shifeng's identity. Just how was he able to know so many things? Are you wondering why I know so much? Naturally, Shifeng could discern Lifeless Blade's doubts. Lifeless Blade silently nodded his head, making no attempt to hide his thoughts. It's because I am a reincarnated person. I returned to this time from 10 years into the future, hence I know about all these quests, Shifeng said in full honesty. Brother Yifeng sure knows how to joke. Lifeless Blade abruptly burst into laughter. I'll complete these quests as quickly as possible. After I've managed to become a noble, I'll immediately notify Brother Yifeng. Lifeless Blade knew full well that everyone had their own secrets. Meanwhile, information on reputation quests would definitely be categorized as a top secret by guilds. Shifeng's willingness to reveal such precious information to him showed how much trust Shifeng placed in him. If Lifeless Blade still tried to probe deeper into the matter, then he would simply be too insensible. I'm telling the truth, Shifeng laughed bitterly. I know. Lifeless Blade nodded his head repeatedly, the smile on his face seemingly saying, I understand. Shifeng was left completely speechless. Although he had long since grown familiar with such a behavior, he still could not help but feel helpless every time he was faced with it. Why wouldn't anybody believe him even though he was telling the truth? Why must the world make an honest man like him tell a lie before somebody was willing to believe him? Shifeng was no longer able to make sense of this world. Soon after, Lifeless Blade added Shifeng as a friend before hurrying off to complete the quests. Meanwhile, thanks to Lifeless Blade, Shifeng now had a better understanding of Star Moon City's situation. After Lifeless Blade's departure, Shifeng hailed a horse carriage and headed to the War God's Temple of Star Moon City. He intended to continue carrying out his legendary ranked main storyline quest. The War God's Temple of Star Moon City was built beside the palace. From the outside, the building looked like a magnificent and majestic pyramid, and at the summit of this pyramid was a house-sized sunstone, which exuded a divine light. Be it day or night, this sunstone would shine brilliantly on the entire War God's Temple, and one couldn't help but admire this dazzling construction when seeing it as the main branch of the War God's Temple. It had Tier 3 NPCs roaming around outside the temple itself, and even a Tier 5 Shadow Saint would not be able to penetrate the tight security here. Although this was not Shifeng's first time visiting this War God's Temple, it was still his first time coming to the 9th floor of the temple. The Eternal Throne. Just the NPC guiding Shifeng to this place was already a Tier 4 Glory Knight. In other cities, such an NPC would be an overlord-like existence that could cause others to tremble in fear. However, in this place, this NPC simply amounted to a guide. After entering the Eternal Throne, Shifeng immediately discovered one purple throne and 9 golden thrones suspended in the center of the room. On the sides were 50 silver thrones. Aside from the empty purple throne, every other throne was occupied by a person. Moreover, these people were all apex powerhouses of God's domain. A single step of theirs could send tremors throughout the entire continent. However, among all these people, only one of them had a real body. The others were simply phantoms sitting in their thrones. These powerhouses quietly observed Shifeng. Meanwhile, as the recipient of these gazes, Shifeng could not help but feel that his life was no longer in his hands. His body felt incomparably heavy under these stares, and his back was also already drenched in sweat. This was the imposing aura of a true apex powerhouse. It was not something Tier 4 classes could ever hope of equaling, as expected of one of God's domain's strongest powers. To think they actually have so many apex powerhouses in their midst. Shifeng was racked with emotion right now. Although he had played God's domain for over a decade, this was the first time he personally witnessed the War God's Temple's true strength. What an interesting young man. However, I don't believe a little guy like you can accomplish that quest. This is something that involves the fate of the entire continent, after all. Since it is so, let us give this little guy a test. If he passes it, I believe that nobody here would have any other objections, right? A test? This lady likes it. Let's go with that. If he passes the test, I'll throw in my vote of support. If he fails, well, he'll already be dead at that point, so no punishment will be necessary. How are we going to test him? Obviously, we are going to activate the 12 trials. Ha ha ha. The 12 trials. I have only heard of it before and only treated it as a legend. The last time it was activated was more than 900 years ago. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky as to witness it being activated in my lifetime. I must really thank you, little guy. I do hope you can last a few rounds, though. Let this old man here widen my horizons. Chapter 287, 12 Trials. The occupants of the silver thrones voiced their opinions one after another, merrily deciding how they should deal with Shifeng. Standing a short distance from the golden doors of this chamber, Shifeng silently muttered, "Crap. Don't players have any human rights?" However, Shifeng had no choice under the circumstances. The NPCs before him were all apex powerhouses of God's domain. Shifeng was merely an ant in their eyes. It would be fortunate if they even decided to give him a few extra glances, not to mention involve him in their discussion. At this moment, a youth garbed in white robes, one of the occupants of the silver thrones, moved and instantly appeared before Shifeng. Although this youth was simply standing in front of Shifeng, showing no animosity whatsoever to Shifeng, the formidable pressure Shifeng felt from him was much more overwhelming than what he'd felt from White River City's magistrate. Weissman. This white-robed youth was none other than Eucharis, the Star Moon Temple Lord of the War God's Temple, whom Shifeng had been instructed to look for. Young man, we already know your reason for coming to this place. Although the endless abyss has indeed been unsealed, this is something that would have happened sooner or later. After all, no seal is eternal. In the face of time, everything is powerless. It is already good that the seal could suppress the endless abyss for hundreds of years in the near future. We will join forces to suppress the endless abyss, preventing this matter from escalating. However, before we go and suppress it, we need to choose a person to collect the materials needed to reseal the endless abyss. However, this person must be a heaven-blessed person, and you just so happen to be one. Hence, we've decided to send you to collect the materials for us. Before we send you on your way, though, we need to first take a look at your potential. If you are no good, we will have no choice but to look for someone more suitable for the task. By heaven-blessed person, the NPC meant a player. In the NPC's settings, heaven-blessed people were immortal existences, as even if these individuals died, they could still revive shortly after. Hence, heaven-blessed people were the best candidates for collecting the materials needed for the seal. We have decided that your test will be the War God's Temple's 12 trials. You will be considered to have passed the test as long as you can clear 6 of the 12 trials. Of course, we won't make you go through the trials for nothing. As long as you can clear up to the second trial, you will be rewarded with 100 War God's Temple merit points. Also, the rewards will be doubled with every subsequent trial you clear. After you're done with a trial, you can use the treasury of the War God's Temple to exchange your merit points for treasures. You should know that the treasury of the War God's Temple contains the most treasure throughout God's domain. An ordinary secret silver ranked item only costs 200 merit points, while a fine gold ranked item costs 500 merit points, a dark gold ranked item costs 1,500 merit points, an epic ranked item costs 4,000 merit points, a fragmented legendary item costs 15,000 merit points, and lastly, a legendary item costs 60,000 merit points. If you have sufficient strength, you can even exchange for a divine artifact. However, that would require 200,000 merit points. While Eucharis was giving his explanation with a smile, Shifeng's heart was already pounding madly with excitement. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that a legendary ranked main storyline quest was indeed amazing. The highest ranked item Shifeng had seen before was only of legendary rank. He had only heard rumors about divine artifacts. He had never personally seen one before. Now that he had the chance to actually see one, his gains from this trip to the War God's Temple was already plenty. However, Shifeng knew his own limits. Even a legendary item was already a luxury for him, not to mention a divine artifact. Shifeng did not even dare fancy the notion of owning one. He would be satisfied as long as he could take a look at it, just as Shifeng was imagining what a divine artifact looked like. Eucharis started chanting some incantations, while drawing complex divine runes with his fingers. After Eucharis finished chanting, a pair of large golden doors appeared before him. There were 12 scenes carved into the dazzling golden doors, and each scene told of a cruel battle. When the doors parted, a very ancient and violent aura gushed forth from within, as if there was a ferocious primordial beast housed beyond those doors. Young man, the 12 trials lies beyond these gates. Go ahead, Eucharis said slowly as he pointed towards the golden door. Shifeng nodded in reply. Step by step, he slowly walked towards and beyond the doors, soon vanishing from the eternal throne. Ha ha ha. That little guy sure is brave. Doesn't he know that the 12 trials is the cruelest trial of the War God's Temple? Eucharis, you're a devious bastard yourself as well. You actually used such a temptation against that little guy. Moreover, you've only mentioned the abundant rewards he could gain, but not the penalty for death. The merit points needed for the divine artifact. Even after saving for an entire lifetime, this old man still hasn't collected the necessary amount. If he wishes to obtain the divine artifact, at the very least, he needs to clear the 11th trial. Ever since the War God's Temple was established, from ancient times until now, only one person has ever managed to do so. However, that great personage was a mighty god who had saved the entire continent in the past. This lady has read plenty of ancient texts relating to the 12 trials. According to the information in those ancient texts, the majority of the people that had entered the trial only managed to clear up to the 3rd or 4th trial. Meanwhile, the ones that were capable of clearing up to the 6th trial were as rare as a phoenix's feather and a chelan's horn. Eucharis, your requirement for him sure is high. Collecting the 7 treasures is a matter of great importance. Without sufficient strength, how can he expect to gather all of them? Besides, we can't afford to waste any energy on a weak little ant. Just as the occupants of the silver thrones were having another round of discussions among themselves, one of the occupants of the golden thrones, who had remained silent throughout the prior discussion, finally spoke. This matter is decided. Just as Eucharis has said, the old monsters sealed within the endless abyss are becoming restless. We can't afford to waste too much energy on a single weakling. If he can pass the 6th trial, I will lend him a hand as well. As you command, my lord. The occupants of the silver thrones could not help but feel astonished when they heard one of the lords of the golden throne speak. They never expected that this great personage would take action as well. This was a fortune that could not be obtained even if one begged for it. Soon after, Eucharis waved his hand, summoning a water screen into the eternal throne. The water screen that was suspended in mid-air showed the image of Shifeng, who was currently facing the first trial. Shifeng's current location was at the summit of a precipice. Aside from the 100-yard or so plateau available to him, he was surrounded on all sides by deep cliffs. In addition, the winds here were extremely violent, and a single misstep could send him plunging into the endless abyss. Shifeng quietly sat on a platform paved with stone slabs. Immediately, he discovered that, aside from the weapons and equipment he had on him, everything else he possessed was unusable. The powerful frost grenades could only lie quietly inside his bag. Even the magic scrolls Shifeng had prepared beforehand were completely useless, and the same went for recovery potions. Instantly, Shifeng's combat strength had been reduced sharply. It seems that these trials are meant to purely test my combat power. I wonder who my opponent will be? Shifeng took a look at his surroundings and failed to discover any monsters. He then thought to himself in bewilderment, don't tell me the monster is invisible? Having thought up to this point, Shifeng immediately extended his 5 senses to their limits. Invisible monsters were not unusual in God's domain. In fact, some of the truly powerful monsters were even capable of serial teleportation. Meanwhile, inside the Eternal Throne, the big shots of God's domain were excitedly observing Shifeng's trial. After all, it had been close to a millennium since the 12 trials had last been activated. None of the occupants of the silver thrones were that old yet, so they were naturally very curious about the 12 trials. I wonder who will be his first opponent? Though there are no records about it in the ancient texts, I did hear that the creatures inside the 12 trials are all primordial beasts that are extremely ferocious. However, this is only the first trial. That little guy isn't even a Tier 1 swordsman yet, so the monster's strength should be barely within the Tier 1 realm. Look, something's flying over. Chapter 288, Continuous Clearance. Primordial Beasts. In the gods' domain of today, these creatures were either extremely rare, or had long since gone extinct. They were beings that one would not normally see. Now that the 12 trials had been activated, Shifeng would also have the fortune of meeting one. If he were at any other location, it would be extremely hard for him to meet a primordial beast. Above the stage of the first trial, a blurred figure slowly descended from the skies, remaining unperturbed even in the face of the turbulent winds of this realm. This gigantic figure landed at the center of the stage, towering over the tiny Shifeng with the upper body of an eagle and the lower body of a lion. This monster was none other than the King of the Skies, a griffin, elite rank. Level 20. HP 30,000/30,000. I didn't expect a griffin would be so big. Just its wingspan alone is over 20 meters. Shifeng did not hurry into action. Instead, he took his time carefully observing the griffin. He was currently within a trial. The monsters in here were completely different from their counterparts in the outside world. Not only would the monsters inside a trial possess a large variety of skills, their basic attributes would also be much higher. Most importantly, their intelligence would also be higher. They would not follow a set pattern when they fought. However, the griffin did not provide Shifeng with too much time to think. With a piercing cry, the griffin flapped its wings, generating a violent gale. Instantly, 2 tornadoes over 3 meters in height swept toward Shifeng, and where the blades of wind passed, everything shattered. Using a skill right off the bat. As expected, this griffin isn't an ordinary monster. Revealing a faint smile, Shifeng's figure flashed, swiftly withdrawing from the attack range of the 2 tornadoes, following which, he activated silent steps, instantly appearing behind the griffin. Before the King of the Skies could react, the pitch-black abyssal blade turned into multiple streaks of black, slashing down at the griffin's wings like snowflakes. The griffin's snowy white feathers fluttered onto the now blood-stained ground. Oh. The griffin let out an agonized roar, damages of over -400 points appearing above its head, one after another. The attacks that achieved a critical hit had even dealt over -800 damage immediately afterward. Shifeng followed up with a level 10 chop, his sword slicing off a large chunk from one of the griffin's wings, completely crippling it. Meanwhile, the griffin instantly lost over 1,900 HP from the attack. From this short exchange, the griffin had already lost 16% of its total HP. Furthermore, with one of its wings now crippled, it could not fly even if it wanted to. The gap in strength was obvious in a single glance against a Shifeng who had over 200 points in agility. A flightless griffin would only amount to a sitting duck, following which, Shifeng constantly shuttled around the griffin, sending streak after streak of black radiance stabbing into the griffin's body. However, Shifeng only used basic attacks throughout all this. This way he would not be affected by the awkward movements consequent to using a skill, which would hinder his ability to dodge. Moreover, Shifeng's attacks were extremely accurate. Every one of his attacks would land either on a vital point of the griffin or at a joint that would affect the griffin's movements, making it even harder for the griffin to strike him. Although every hit Shifeng landed only caused around -400 damage, after a dozen or so seconds passed, the ferocious griffin fell. System: Griffin defeated. First trial completed. Rewarding 100,000 EXP and 5 free mastery points. Proficiency of all skills increased by 50 points. System: First trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? The trial even rewards free mastery points. How wonderful! When Shifeng saw the rewards he received, a faint smile appeared on his face. After sheathing the abyssal blade and the demon bane back into their scabbards, he clicked yes to start the next trial. Although the monsters of the trial were indeed powerful, they were barely worth mentioning when compared to Shifeng's attributes and equipment. He cleared it, and with such ease as well. Not bad. Although he hasn't yet officially become a Tier 1 swordsman, his combat power is already at that tier. It is only natural that he is able to kill the griffin. If this continues, he should be able to get through the first 3 trials without any problems. From the 4th trial onwards, however, things won't be as easy anymore. That's right. The 12 trials would undergo a change in level once every 3 trials. The monsters would also receive a huge increase in combat power between levels. The 1st to 3rd trials will be basic level, while the 4th to 6th trials will be intermediate level, the 7th to 9th trials will be the advanced level, and the 10th to 12th trials will be the peak level. My bet is that the kid will hit his limit once he reaches the 5th trial. The people within the Eternal Throne were all apex powerhouses, and their eyes were well tempered by experience. After watching only one of Shifeng's battles, they could already make a relatively clear judgment. Indeed, just like the big shots of the War God's Temple had guessed. The stage for the 2nd trial was a sylvan setting, and Shifeng's opponent this time was the moon-howling silver wolf. Inside a forest, this monster was an alpha predator. Similar to the griffin, the moon-howling silver wolf was a level 20 elite monster with 30,000 HP. Although it, too, was a Tier 1 primordial beast, unlike the griffin, the moon-howling silver wolf was much stronger on land. Its physical attacks were much more powerful, and its reaction speed was also much faster than the griffin's. However, as if to replicate the scene from the 1st trial, Shifeng immediately activated silent steps and arrived at the hind leg of the moon-howling silver wolf. Again, similar to the time with the griffin, Shifeng slashed his swords down at the wolf's hind legs, crippling them and greatly reducing the monster's movement speed, following which, Shifeng simply kite the moon-howling silver wolf with the blazing meteor. Before 30 seconds had passed, the moon-howling silver wolf fell. System: Moon-howling silver wolf defeated. 2nd trial completed. Rewarding 300,000 EXP and 10 free mastery points. Proficiency of all skills increased by 50 points. System: 2nd trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? Immediately after, a golden glow surrounded Shifeng's body, signifying his rise to level 19. Shifeng then placed all 6 of his newly obtained free attribute points into strength, increasing the attribute to 180 points and activating basic destructive power, the hidden passive skill for strength. Now, Shifeng's bare hands were capable of destroying a bronze-ranked item. In other words, Shifeng's unarmed attacks could damage bronze-ranked weapons and equipment, reducing their durability, and eventually destroying them. Originally, Feng had intended to place all 6 of his free attribute points into intelligence. However, he wanted to increase his combat power for the sake of the trial, even if it was only by a small amount. Soon after, Feng clicked yes and started the next trial. The third trial's monster was a blue-eyed spider, while the stage for the third trial was a location completely befitting a spider, inside a dark cave. Fortunately, there was no change to the blue-eyed spider's level despite Feng's rise to level 19. Similar to the previous 2 monsters, it was a level 20 elite monster with 30,000 HP. However, the blue-eyed spider was much stronger than the moon-howling silver wolf, though not in terms of attack power and movement speed. Instead, the blue-eyed spider had its highly potent venom and its tough and sticky silk. It also possessed superb eyesight. Even if its surroundings were pitch black, the blue-eyed spider would still be able to see clearly, as if it were daytime. Moreover, its eyes also provided it with a 360-degree field of vision without any gaps in between. Feng carefully looked around. Even if he possessed extraordinary strength, his range of visibility was limited to a maximum range of 5 yards. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed spider could easily spot any attempt Feng made to attack from a distance of 30 to 40 yards, making the situation extremely unfavorable for Feng. Interesting. However, Feng did not show any signs of panic. On the contrary, his lips curled up slightly. If it were any other player here, they might have to fight a bitter battle if they did not possess any supportive tools. Unfortunately, not me. Suddenly, a deep blue flame appeared in Feng's hand, lighting up the surrounding area. The scorching flame also caused the freezing temperatures inside the cave to rise sharply. Nevertheless, this was still not the end. The ice blue devil flame in Feng's hand quickly expanded and enveloped his body, completely covering him in a layer of deep blue flames. At this moment, Feng looked just like a god of fire, the flames on his body brightly illuminating the entire cave. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed spider's position had also been clearly revealed. Chapter 289, Silver-Eyed Lion King. The blue-eyed spider lived in darkness all year round. Hence, its eyes, which were accustomed to the dark, could not adapt at all when the dazzling flames suddenly illuminated the entire cave. The blue-eyed spider was just like a frightened little rabbit. Suddenly, the blue-eyed spider, which had previously had the upper hand, was placed in an unfavorable situation. On the other hand, Feng, who had summoned the ice blue devil flame, could now deal 20% more damage, and his fire and ice-type attacks would also have an additional 40% damage, instantly breaking out of his disadvantageous position. While the blue-eyed spider was still incapacitated, Feng used silent steps and arrived over 20 yards behind the 8-legged monster. With the power of thunder and flames coating its length, the abyssal blade smashed into the blue-eyed spider's body. 1:8:36. A frightening amount of damage appeared above the blue-eyed spider's charred head. The attack had also placed it in a fainted state for 4 seconds. Feng then followed up the attack with a thundering flash and a normal attack. 6:34, -1751, -1087, -1:169. After suffering this series of attacks, the blue-eyed spider finally broke out of its stupor. However, it only had 72% of its HP remaining. Now the blue-eyed spider was furious. Rotating its body, it spat a stream of dark green venom at Feng. Having long since anticipated such an attack, Feng swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack completely. He then activated Windwalk and escaped. Feng knew full well how frightening the blue-eyed spider could be. Its venom attack just now was merely the tip of the iceberg. The deadliest feature of the monster was the poisonous gas emitted by its venom. If he stood his ground to fight the blue-eyed spider, the end result would be obvious: he would inevitably die of poisoning. Meanwhile, Feng's purpose in using Thundering Flash on the blue-eyed spider was simply to inflict the damage amplification effect on the monster. He would then kite it using the blazing meteor. Shortly after, one by one, fiery red needles streaked through the air and pierced the blue-eyed spider's body. Although the blue-eyed spider was very skilled at dodging and blocking attacks, Feng still managed to land 2 out of every 3 hits thanks to precision throw, the special skill he obtained back at the Steel Fortress Wuxia. Moreover, his attacks would occasionally trigger the quadruple phantom effect of the blazing meteor, instantly causing 4-600 damages to appear above the blue-eyed spider. When his luck was good, he would also trigger the burning flames effect. When the effect stacked up to 5 times, combined with the amplification effects of the ice blue devil flame, the debuff caused -1,600 damage every second to the blue-eyed spider. The damage of this debuff was even higher than Shifeng's melee damage. However, such an occurrence was only natural. Although magic weapons were amazing, before they were fully released, they would still be far from comparable to a pseudo-extraordinary item. Meanwhile, aside from venom attack, the only other ranged attack the blue-eyed spider possessed was Silk Bind. However, these two skills were simply superfluous when used against Shifeng. Shifeng simply made an effortless sidestep to dodge these attacks, and with a flick of his wrist, he would send yet another needle into the blue-eyed spider, following which, the blue-eyed spider's HP bar constantly decreased 62%, 45%, 33%, 20%. Within a few moments, the blue-eyed spider died at Shifeng's hands as well. System, blue-eyed spider defeated. Third trial completed. Rewarding 1 million EXP and 10 free mastery points. Proficiency of all skills increased by 100 points. System, third trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? 1 million EXP just for clearing the third trial? The system sure is generous. The difficulty for the first 3 trials isn't that high, though. It seems that the truly difficult part would start from the 4th trial onwards. I should take a rest and get my mental state back to peak condition for now. Despite having effortlessly cleared the first 3 trials, Shifeng did not believe, even for a second, that a legendary ranked main storyline quest could be so easily completed. Although Shifeng did not possess a good understanding of the 12 trials, it was still established as one part of a legendary quest. Its difficulty would definitely be high. The passing requirement was for Shifeng to clear up to the 6th trial. Yet, the difficulty of the first 3 trials was not particularly high. According to combat power, the monsters Shifeng had faced were only at the basic level of a Tier 1 monster. Hence, the truly difficult part was definitely the 4th to 6th trial. Shifeng had always been a careful person. Hence, he intended to make ample preparations. Inside the Eternal Throne, the many Apex powerhouses there had been slightly surprised by Shifeng's battle. That was a Tier 2 mysterious flame, the Ice Blue Devil Flame. It seems that the kid is still hiding his strength. It seems he really does have a chance at clearing the 6th trial. Based on his current strength, from the 4th trial onwards, he should be facing intermediate level Tier 1 primordial beasts. In terms of combat power, the kid is already at the intermediate level of Tier 1. Since the primordial beast that would appear in the 6th trial will be at the peak of intermediate Tier 1, he should have a 30% chance of defeating it with his current combat power. The big shots sitting in the silver thrones unanimously acknowledged Shifeng's potential. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Shifeng discovered an interesting matter. Although he could not use any potions or magic scrolls, he could still eat food made from cooking to boost his attributes. It was a good choice to let Violet Cloud continue pursuing the chef subclass. Shifeng smiled. After Zero Wings Workshop was established, Shifeng had given Violet Cloud a very high salary. The salary was much higher than what Violet Cloud earned from selling her cooking products. There was no need for her to continue on the path of a chef. However, Violet Cloud had chosen to continue cooking, giving the reason that it had already become a habit of sorts. Moreover, Violet Cloud herself loved cooking, and currently, she was already an advanced chef. She was not far away from being promoted to a master chef now. Not only could the delicious steak she cooked increase the consumer's HP regeneration rate while in a non-combat state, it could also provide an additional buff that increased the consumer's strength by 10% for 10 minutes to others. A 10% increase in the strength attribute might not amount to much. However, to Shifeng, who currently had 180 points in strength, that would mean an additional 18 points in strength, which was also equivalent to an additional 36 points in attack power. Overall, the effect of the delicious steak provided Shifeng with a significant increase in combat power. After Shifeng was rested, he clicked yes to start the 4th trial. Soon after, Shifeng was teleported to a grassy plain. Taking a look at his surroundings, Shifeng quickly discovered a lion with a golden mane lazily sprawled across a large boulder, its stout tail swishing around in a leisurely manner. However, Shifeng's arrival had obviously alerted it when this golden-maned lion stood up. Its height exceeded 5 meters. A chill flashed in the lion's silver eyes as it raised its eyelids. In the next moment, the lush, green grass beneath its paws was frozen solid. The grassy plains had also been instantly transformed into an icy hell, the green landscape turning snow-white. Silver-eyed Lion King, Special Elite. Level 20. HP 100,000/100,000. The difficulty of the fourth trial was clearly much greater than the third trial. Amazing. As expected of the primordial beast of the fourth trial, it is actually capable of affecting its surroundings, transforming its environment into the ideal territory for it to fight in. Shifeng couldn't help but be shocked. Even with his 10 years of experience playing God's Domain, Shifeng had very rarely encountered such a monster. However, the icy hell had minimal effect on Shifeng. After activating the ice blue devil flame, the icy hell instantly returned to its original state. Just like that, the silver-eyed lion's environmental advantage was easily vanquished by Shifeng. Although the silver-eyed lion had lost its advantage, its innate strength and destructive power was still high. With a swipe of its paws, a large pit was formed in the grassland and gravel flew all over the place. Before Shifeng could get a good grasp of the situation, he was hit by the shockwave ensuing from the impact of its claws and instantly lost 621 HP. What terrifying strength! Just the shockwave of its attack could already deal over -600 damage to me. If I received a direct hit from its claws, the damage will definitely be in the thousands. Although Shifeng had been caught off guard by the silver-eyed lion, he did not freeze in place. Immediately, he activated Windwalk and escaped. If he fought a direct battle against the silver-eyed lion, there was no question that he would die. Although Shifeng could avoid the silver-eyed lion's claws in a head-on confrontation, if its claws battered the ground just like before, the resulting shockwave would propagate over at least an 8-yard radius. Shifeng would have no way of dodging the shockwave at all. Also, Shifeng only had a little more than 2,400 HP in total. He would last only a few hits at best. Chapter 290, Simultaneous Advancement. The silver-eyed Lion King roared furiously when it saw Shifeng running away. Focusing its eyes on Shifeng, the silver-eyed Lion King abruptly pushed against the ground with its robust and powerful legs. Like a violent gale, its body shot forth directly at Shifeng. Unfortunately for it, in terms of speed, Shifeng had a clear advantage over the silver-eyed Lion King. The distance between Shifeng and the silver-eyed Lion King gradually grew as the chase continued. However, if Shifeng started his kiting maneuver, the silver-eyed Lion King would quickly close this distance. Under a situation where he was not allowed to use potions to recover his HP, Shifeng's only recovery method was his innate battle recovery. However, he would only recover 1% of his HP every 5 seconds. Based on Shifeng's total HP, he would only recover around 24 HP every 5 seconds. If he wished to recover the 600 plus HP he'd lost, he needed to spend a relatively long period of time to do so. Fortunately, I'm a tad faster than it. The stage this time also covers a large area, so I can run around without any worries. Otherwise, I will really lose my life this time. Shifeng sent a casual glance at the silver-eyed Lion King, while majority of his attention was focused on the surrounding terrain. God's Domain was different from other virtual reality games in that it was much more realistic than the others. One could say that a player's combat power was responsible for only around 50% of a battle's outcome. Meanwhile, 40% was due to environmental factors, while the remaining 10% was up to luck. Luck was something filled with uncertainties, so there was no need to place much consideration into ETAs for the 50% combat power and 40% environmental factors. How much a player could grasp them was an important indicator of how skilled a player was. A normal expert could only exhibit around 50% of their personal combat power. In God's Domain, the main God system would be the one responsible for evaluating and making the final judgment on a player's personal combat power. This method of calculation was the most credible way to judge a player's personal combat power. As to how it was calculated, only the main God system knew this currently. However, the main God system would not show players how much their personal combat power was, and how much of it they could actually exhibit. Once the first 100-man team dungeon was successfully raided, the second evolution of God's Domain would be activated. After the second evolution, a teleportation gate to the Divine Colosseum would appear in every city. When players entered the Divine Colosseum, they could compete and battle against other players there. Not only could they obtain equipment there, they could also upgrade and improve their combat techniques. It was also due to this reason that the fights in God's Domain became extremely popular. As more time passed, the popularity of fights in God's domain would even grow to surpass that of the fighting competitions in the real world. Those who were capable of exhibiting over 50% of their personal combat power would be considered normal experts. Meanwhile, players that could exhibit over 60% would be considered second-rate experts. Once a player could exhibit 70%, they would be considered first-rate experts. If one could exhibit more than 85% of their personal combat power, then they would be considered apex experts. A majority of the players within this category were famous experts of God's domain, and they would often participate in the international competition that was held only once a year by the developers of God's domain. They were, without a doubt, the most popular individuals in God's domain back in the days when Shifeng was still a Tier 3 Sword King. Although he was not comparable to these great experts of God's domain, he had still been categorized a first-rate expert since he could exhibit around 80% of his personal combat power. However, compared to exhibiting his personal combat power, Shifeng was much stronger in terms of observing and utilizing his surroundings. Currently, in terms of combat power, Shifeng was about equal to the Silver-Eyed Lion King. However, the Silver-Eyed Lion King's HP was many times greater than Shifeng's. Without taking into consideration the environmental factors, Shifeng would definitely die if he chose to clash head-on with the Silver-Eyed Lion King. If Shifeng had met the Silver-Eyed Lion King under normal circumstances, he would simply accept his death. At worst, he would just lose a single level. However, the current situation he was in did not allow him to do so. This was a trial given by his quest. There was no second chance for him, and his death would also signify the end of the quest. Hence, he absolutely could not die right now. After running for over a dozen minutes, Shifeng arrived at a hill. As for the Silver-Eyed Lion King, it was still far from catching up to Shifeng. Shifeng wandered around this hill for a while and eventually discovered a cliff. Immediately, Shifeng's eyes glowed and his lips curled up in a smile. At last, I found the key to victory. Shifeng chuckled lightly. He then activated Windwalk, dashing towards the edge of the cliff. Originally, Shifeng could have used this period of time to increase the gap between him and the Silver-Eyed Lion King even further. However, Shifeng chose not to do so because he wanted to find a favorable terrain to deal with the Silver-Eyed Lion King. A minute later, Shifeng stood at the edge of the cliff. Below him was a large gorge. This height should be sufficient. Shifeng made some mental calculations and felt that his plan was feasible. After several more seconds passed, the Silver-Eyed Lion King finally caught up. Just as the Silver-Eyed Lion King leapt into the air, its razor-sharp claws about to slash Shifeng's head, Shifeng jumped, dodging the attack completely. In the next moment, the Silver-Eyed Lion King's paws smashed into the cliff. Boom. The ground beneath Shifeng and the Silver-Eyed Lion King was destroyed, both man and beast plunging towards the very bottom of the cliff. Just as Shifeng's body was about to hit the ground, he activated gravity liberation, his body instantly becoming as light as a feather. Immediately, Shifeng's rate of descent dropped sharply. The Silver-Eyed Lion King, on the other hand, was not as fortunate. When its body hit the ground, a large crater was formed from the impact. Still not dead? You're quite durable, aren't you? Shifeng commented as he looked at the Silver-Eyed Lion King that was embedded into the ground. Right now, the Silver-Eyed Lion King only had a thread of its HP left. You've already dug your own grave, so you might as well stay in it. Shifeng unceremoniously sent a thundering flash at the monster. 3 arcs of lightning streaked into the Silver-Eyed Lion King, taking away its remaining 1,000 or so HP. Before, if Shifeng had chosen to jump down the cliff first, the Silver-Eyed Lion King definitely wouldn't have followed suit. Its intelligence was not that low, after all. Instead, it would simply have taken a detour down the cliff. Hence, Shifeng had chosen to borrow the Silver-Eyed Lion King's immense destructive power to destroy the edge of the cliff. That way, there was no doubt the Silver-Eyed Lion King would be caught unawares. System: Silver-Eyed Lion King defeated. 4th trial completed. Rewarding 3 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 300 point. System: 4th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? 3 million EXP? Isn't this reward a little too lavish? Shifeng was immediately shocked by the system's reward. He had only recently risen to level 19. Yet, now, he was already close to welcoming level 20. Moreover, after the 4th trial, Shifeng's War God's Temple merit points were already at 700 points. He could now afford to exchange for one fine gold ranked item and one secret silver ranked item, and as long as he cleared the 5th trial, he could obtain another 800 merit points. The points in that round alone trumped those from all the previous rounds combined. He would then be able to afford to exchange for either one dark gold ranked item or 3 fine gold ranked items. After a short rest, Shifeng clicked yes again and started the 5th trial. The stage of the 5th trial was set in a desert. Meanwhile, the primordial beast that would serve as his opponent in this trial was a monstrosity that had the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and a snake as its tail. The moment this monster noticed Shifeng's entry into its territory, its crimson-red eyes immediately squinted, a hint of excitement leaking out from them. Chimera. Shifeng was surprised without even needing to use observing eyes on the monster before him. Shifeng already knew what it was. After all, he had fought this monster countless times in the past. A chimera was the final boss of a 100-man team dungeon. In the past, Shifeng and the team he led had suffered defeat after defeat under the hands of the chimera. Only after experiencing innumerable team wipes did they manage to finally kill it. Hence, Shifeng had a very deep impression of Chimera's chimera, special elite. Level 20. HP 120,000/120,000. The chimera was a monster Shifeng was extremely familiar with. Shifeng knew both the strengths and weaknesses of a chimera like the back of his hand. A chimera could spit fire from its mouth, and its strength was comparable to the silver-eyed Lion King. Meanwhile, the snake that acted as the chimera's tail was equivalent to another monster entirely. The snake boasted powerful venom attacks. If players were struck by the chimera's flames after being poisoned by its tail, they would die with 100% certainty. However, the chimera also possessed a fatal weakness. Poison. Shifeng immediately activated Windwalk. Faced with the chimera's sharp claws and venom attacks, Shifeng chose only to dodge and not retaliate. After the venom spat out by the chimera's tail started spreading and emitting a poisonous gas into the surroundings, Shifeng finally took action without hesitation. Shifeng charged into the poisonous fog, with the chimera following closely behind him. The moment Shifeng stepped into the poisonous fog, he was inflicted with a poison debuff, losing 200 HP every second. However, Shifeng paid no mind to the debuff. After he ran out of the poisonous fog, he spun his body around and threw the blazing meteor. When the blazing needle entered the poisonous fog, the vivid green fog instantly turned into a dark green. Immediately after, an explosion occurred. The explosion promptly sent the chimera, which was still standing inside the poisonous fog, flying. The monster lost over 10,000 HP from the explosion, and it was placed in a momentary crippled state. Taking advantage of this change, Shifeng launched a barrage of attacks at the chimera. By the time the chimera had recovered from its crippled state, Shifeng had already taken an additional 6,000 or so HP away from it. Furious, the chimera charged at Shifeng, while the latter started evading the chimera's attacks once more, biding his time while he waited for the next poisonous fog to form. After repeating this process several times, the battle finally came to an end. Although Shifeng had only around 400 HP remaining, the chimera had already fallen at his feet. System. Chimera defeated. 5th trial completed. Rewarding 6 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 300 point. System. 5th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? Immediately, Shifeng's experience bar rose to 62% of level 20. He was not far away from reaching level 21. Although Shifeng was slightly stronger now after allocating his free attribute points, he still felt that the next trial would be extremely dangerous. If not for the fact that Shifeng was familiar with the chimera's habits, he would have definitely died in the 5th trial. Meanwhile, the monster in the 6th trial would definitely be much stronger than the chimera. It would be fortunate if the monster that appeared in the 6th trial was something Shifeng was familiar with. However, what would he do if it was a monster he had never seen before? Most likely, death would be his only ending. Shifeng would not rely on luck to decide such an important matter for him. Hence, Shifeng did not immediately start the 6th trial after he was rested this time. Instead, he called out his attribute panel, choosing to use the free mastery points he had reserved all this time. One-handed sword mastery. Intermediate apprentice swordsman. Mastery points required, 50. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 15%. Advanced Apprentice Swordsman. Mastery points required, 100. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 20%. Basic Swordsman. Mastery points required, 150. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 30%. There is a 5% chance for a qualitative change to occur. Intermediate Swordsman. Mastery points required, 200. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 40%. There is a 10% chance for a qualitative change to occur. Normally, even after players were promoted into a Tier 1 swordsman, their one-handed sword or two-handed sword mastery would only be at the intermediate apprentice swordsman rank. Meanwhile, Shifeng had received a total of 65 free mastery points from clearing the first 5 trials. In addition to the points he had received from completing quests and the points that were rewarded once every 5 levels, he now had a total of 168 in used free mastery points. After Shifeng used up all his free mastery points, his one-handed sword mastery had reached the rank of a basic swordsman. However, Shifeng was still not satisfied with this result, following which, he retrieved the level 20 Dark Gold ranked Purgatory's Shadow, which he had previously bought at the Blackwing auction house, from his bag and swapped out the level 15 Demon Bane. Let's start the devouring process, then. Shifeng looked at the pitch-black abyssal blade in his hand. He then offered the 10 level 15 mysterious iron weapons, which he had prepared at an earlier date, and the level 15 Demon Bane as sacrifices to upgrade the abyssal blade. Although it was unfortunate that he did not possess 10 level 15 secret silver weapons to use as a sacrifice, the legendary quest was of utmost importance. He could not afford even the slightest misstep, and it was necessary for him to utilize all available avenues. Chapter 291, The Beginning of Greatness. In order to increase the abyssal blade's potential, Shifeng had intended to gather 10 level 15 fine gold weapons to serve as a sacrifice. Hence, he had deliberately kept the abyssal blade at level 10 all this time now. However, he no longer had the leeway to do so. The abyssal blade started exuding a dark fog, which immediately charged at the sacrificial weapons Shifeng had prepared. Within 3 seconds, even the incomparably hard Demon Bane, a dark gold ranked one-handed sword, had been turned into dark fog and was absorbed by the abyssal blade. After the abyssal blade had finished devouring the sacrificial weapons, the weapon was no longer completely pitch black in appearance. Golden divine runes appeared on the blade of the sword, giving off a faint golden glow. Meanwhile, the entire blade itself had also become silvery gray. When Shifeng casually brandished the abyssal blade, slashing it through the air, the feeling he got was like he was cutting a transparent sheet of paper sharp. Shifeng looked at the abyssal blade in his hand, astonishment filling his eyes. If he combined such sharpness with the basic destructive power passive skill, even without the ice blue devil flame, he could still easily destroy mysterious iron ranked weapons and equipment. Secret silver ranked items would also last only a while longer. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 211. All attributes plus 25. Attack speed plus 8. Ignore levels plus 8. Attacks have 35% chance to cause 200% damage, 10% chance to cause 300% damage, 20% chance to induce doom curse, reducing all attributes by 40% for 30 seconds if wielder belongs to any swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 3 increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 15. Can be upgraded. Devour 10 level 20 mysterious iron weapons and 1 level 20 secret silver weapon to upgrade to level 20. Can be evolved. Unknown. Additional skill 1, Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 55% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration, 40 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional skill 3, 9 Dragon's Slash. Instantly creates 9 phantoms of the abyssal blade for wielder to use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 30% damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 4, Dark Violent Dance. 45% of the total damage dealt to the target spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Master Smith Alices using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%, unable to be dropped, unable to be traded as expected of a magic weapon. Even though only 10 mysterious iron weapons and 1 dark gold weapon were used as its sacrifice, its new attack power is even higher than a dark gold weapon of the same level. This attack power could already rival a dark gold ranked two-handed sword. Shifeng smiled in satisfaction. The level 15 dark gold ranked Demon Bane only had 183 attack power. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Blade had 211 attack power. It was far stronger than the Demon Bane. Not to mention, the other attributes and skills of the Abyssal Blade had also received a significant improvement from the upgrade this time around. Unfortunately, the Abyssal Blade was still far from being a match for the Purgatory's Shadow, a level 20 dark gold ranked one-handed sword. Purgatory's Shadow, one-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 20, can be upgraded twice. Attack power plus 273. Strength plus 30, agility plus 25, endurance plus 22. Attack speed plus 2. Attacks have 20% chance to cause 300% damage, 10% chance to reduce damage dealt by target by 20%. Effect not stackable. Additional skill dash. Purgatory power, when activated, increases attack speed by 100% and damage dealt by 30% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. However, this could not be helped. Level 20 weapons and equipment were essentially more powerful than level 15 ones. At level 20, players could take the promotion to become a Tier 1 class. Hence, level 20 weapons and equipment would all be significantly stronger. Although the attack power has improved greatly, it won't be enough to get me through the 6th trial. Shifeng knew that a player's combat power could not simply be measured through their attack power alone. An increase in attack power only meant that the damage players dealt would be higher than before. Meanwhile, combat power was the synthesis of various other factors such as strength, agility, endurance, and other basic attributes. Skill level was also a factor to consider. Even if Shifeng multiplied his current attack power by 3 to 4 times, his HP would still be tens of times lower than the monster in the 6th trial. If he could not dodge the monster's attacks, he would still lose his life after taking a few hits. So, an increase in attack power would not bring too great an increase to his overall combat power. A player was just like a wooden bucket that was used to collect water. How strong they were depended not on their strengths but their weaknesses. Shifeng called out the system interface. As Eucharis had already opened up the exchange system of the War God's Temple's treasury for Shifeng, he could now directly exchange his merit points through the system. Shifeng immediately used 1,500 merit points to exchange for a level 20 dark gold weapon. He then took out another 10 level 20 mysterious iron weapons from his bag. There were plenty of mysterious iron weapons stored inside the guild warehouse. Moreover, during the past few days, while Shifeng, Aqua Rose, and Fire Dance were trapped within the Forgotten Lands, Blackie and the others had kept themselves busy raiding level 20, 5-man party dungeons to level up and obtain materials and equipment. They were making preparations to challenge the level 20, 10-man Great Dungeon. During this process, they had obtained plenty of level 20 mysterious iron ranked weapons and equipment. Currently, Zero Wing possessed the most level 20 weapons and equipment out of all the guilds in White River City. With such a large supply, Shifeng had set aside some of the level 20 mysterious iron ranked weapons and equipment with the weakest performance for future use. However, he had never thought he would get to put them to good use so quickly, following which, Shifeng chose to upgrade the Abyssal Blade once more. In God's domain, level 20 was considered a large threshold. Just like the time the Abyssal Blade had risen to level 10, it would receive a large improvement when it was upgraded to level 20. Now, whether or not Shifeng could clear the next trial would rely solely on the performance of the level 20 Abyssal Blade. The devouring process this time was clearly different from when the Abyssal Blade got upgraded to level 15 after devouring the offerings. The Abyssal Blade erupted and let loose a dragon's roar. The sky and earth trembled in the face of this mighty roar. Immediately after, the Abyssal Blade broke free from Shifeng's grasp and floated in mid-air. Boom. The Abyssal Blade exploded, transforming into a black tornado. The surroundings went deathly still as if with bated breath. As the black tornado dissipated, a gigantic figure emerged in its place. This figure was none other than the phantom of the Black Dragon King that Shifeng had previously seen. However, compared to the first time Shifeng had seen it, the phantom that appeared this time was much more vivid. Moreover, the destructive aura it emitted was far stronger than before. Even when he was faced with the apex powerhouses back at the Eternal Throne, Shifeng had not been so scared. Of course, this disparity was also due to the fact that those big shots had been intentionally suppressing their auras at this moment. The Black Dragon King's phantom, which was several hundred meters in height, actually turned to look at Shifeng and revealed a human-like sneer. Soon after, the phantom dissipated and transformed back into the Abyssal Blade. As the sword landed, its blade stabbed deep into the earth before Shifeng, with only its hilt remaining above ground. Some time passed before Shifeng gradually recovered from his stupor. He then slowly extended his hand and pulled out the Abyssal Blade. The appearance of the Abyssal Blade had greatly changed after being upgraded. The entire sword was now silvery gray in color, and it exuded a faint, black aura of death. The image of a black dragon could also be seen fading in and out of existence on the blade of the sword. Meanwhile, the image of a dragon had also been carved out of the hilt of the Abyssal Blade. There were small black chains wrapped around the hilt as well, seemingly acting as a seal for the dragon. Have I just done something I shouldn't have? Shifeng wondered, laughing bitterly as he looked at the lifelike dragon sculpture. Everything was playing out just as Faust, the legendary character Shifeng had met back at the Star River Valley, had said a magic weapon was a double-edged sword. As one allowed the magic weapon to grow in strength, the curse contained within it would also grow stronger. Meanwhile, the wielder would sooner or later be devoured by the strength of the magic weapon. Chapter 292, Black Emperor. Extraordinary strength comes from an extraordinary will. This was the only advice Faust had given Shifeng after Shifeng grasped the Abyssal Blade, which had undergone a huge change in its appearance. He could fully feel the terrifying strength contained within the sword itself. It was like the sword was alive. Shifeng could even feel pulsations when he gripped the hilt of the Abyssal Blade. It felt as if the Black Dragon King was roaring inside the Abyssal Blade and likely to break through its seals at any given time. Such powerful attributes. When Shifeng checked the attributes of the Abyssal Blade, he couldn't help but secretly marvel at them. The Abyssal Blade was definitely the best weapon below epic rank Shifeng had seen. Even the blazing meteor, which had been crafted by the forging genius Celiora, was not its match currently. Based on the Abyssal Blade's attributes, it would not be an exaggeration to label the sword a pseudo-extraordinary item. Provided that he could continue upgrading it, it would reach the epic rank standard before long. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 302. All attributes plus 30. Attack speed plus 10. Ignore levels plus 10. Attacks have 40% chance to cause 200% damage, 15% chance to cause 300% damage, 20% chance to induce doom curse, reducing all attributes by 40% for 30 seconds if wielder belongs to any swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 3 increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 20. Can be upgraded. Devour 10 level 25 secret silver weapons and 1 level 25 fine gold weapon to upgrade to level 25. Can be evolved. Unknown. Additional skill 1, Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 70% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration, 40 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration, 4 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional skill 3, 9 Dragon's Slash. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder to use. each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 40% damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 4, Dark Violent Dance. 50% of the total damage dealt to the target spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 layer of Death Aura. Each layer of Death Aura can be used to increase all attributes of wielder by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds, or be used to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 30 layers of Death Aura. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 18 hours. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Master Smith Ollises using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%, unable to be dropped, unable to be traded as expected of a magic weapon. It really doesn't disappoint. Even epic weapons rarely have profound inheritances attached to them. Now, before even reaching the standard of an epic weapon, it already possesses a profound inheritance. Shi Feng breathed a sigh of relief after carefully reading through the introduction of the Black Emperor. With it, he should not have any problems facing the 6 trial. Profound inheritances were rarely seen during the early stages of God's domain. They only started becoming widely known during the middle stages of the game. Inheritances and skills were different. In God's domain, the skills provided to each class were made to accommodate the masses of players, so there was no sense of individuality to them. To put it another way, instead of skills being made to cater to the individual player, players were required to adapt themselves to pre-made skills, regardless of the suitability of said skills. Meanwhile, inheritances could be used by players to create their own unique method of attacking, allowing more freedom in their fighting styles. It could also further increase a player's combat power. The most basic of inheritances in God's domain would enhance a player's skills, such as increasing the skill's damage or altering the effects of said skill to allow a more flexible fighting style. As for the more advanced inheritances, not only would they alter a player's skills, they could also increase a player's attributes. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor inheritance clearly belonged to this category. If others were to see the attributes on the Abyssal Blade, their jaws would definitely fall to the ground in shock. Some would even harbor thoughts of owning it for themselves. An organization like Underworld, which had been continuously gathering all kinds of powerful items, would definitely not hesitate to use unscrupulous means to take possession of the Abyssal Blade. In today's society, virtual gaming had already become one of the world's main forms of entertainment. The emergence of God's domain had further solidified the position of virtual reality games in people's lives. Currently, the average person would spend close to half of their day living inside God's domain. It was also due to this reason that players all wished to live a better and more respectable life in God's domain. After all, life in God's domain was just like another part of their own lives. However, unlike their lives in the real world, their lives in the virtual world were much purer and simpler. Generally, they only needed good weapons, equipment, and influence in the game. At this current age, players' pursuit of virtual items was no less than women's pursuit of luxury goods. After all, in the eyes of average players, weapons and equipment were the representation of strength. Gorgeous-looking weapons and equipment that allowed one to have amazing damage output were all the envy of average players. High-level weapons and equipment were symbols of strength in God's domain, and countless players pursued them. It was also the reason why many players were willing to spend hundreds and thousands, and sometimes even tens of thousands of credits to purchase these powerful items. Some wealthy youths that were born with a golden spoon would even spend several millions without blinking just to obtain a powerful item. These people were willing to go to such lengths because, with powerful weapons and equipment, they could experience the pleasure of being superior to others. In the case of a magic weapon like the Abyssal Blade, it wouldn't be impossible for it to sell for an astronomical price of several tens of millions. Shi Feng recalled that 1 year after God's domain's official launch in the past, a legendary item had appeared in the world auction, which was held in the real world. At that time, the legendary item had been sold off for 60 million credits. The price had thoroughly shocked the entire world. Shortly after the auction, however, the person who sold the legendary item immediately regretted that decision. There was only a limited number of legendary items throughout the entire God's domain, and every single one of them was considered a strategic weapon by guilds. Just by owning one, a player could easily get through their Tier 4 or even Tier 5 class promotions. Meanwhile, the value of a Tier 5 powerhouse could reach up to tens of billions of credits. The reason being, when a guild gave birth to a Tier 5 powerhouse, the guild would have the ability to conquer 2 or 3 additional cities that could each hold a population of several million people. Of course, the Abyssal Blade was still incapable of rivaling a legendary weapon at present. It wasn't even at the level of an epic weapon yet. However, it was what Shifeng currently needed the most. For Shifeng, several hundred points of additional attributes weren't as beneficial a powerful skill. And the Black Emperor inheritance just happened to fit the bill. Shifeng had learned many powerful skills. However, all of them possessed the same fatal weakness. All of them possessed explosive power, but none of them possessed any staying power. Maybe this weakness wouldn't be a problem when these skills were used inside a dungeon or against players with poor equipment. After all, when going against players with poor equipment, Shifeng did not even need to use up all the skills in his arsenal to finish them off. He could simply overwhelm them with superior attributes, and not even techniques would be required. Meanwhile, when inside dungeons, he would have MTs to tank the monsters at the front lines, healers to heal him from behind, and many other players to support him. He only needed to survive and wait for the cooldown of his skills to end before starting the next volley of attacks. But when fighting against monsters or players that were equal in strength with him, just a short burst of damage would not carry him to victory. Without sustainability, he would be trampled by his opponent after his short burst. Just take Absolute Heaven for example. When he had ambushed Shifeng, after his series of attacks had been defended against by Shifeng, the only other thing Absolute Heaven could do was to escape. Unless Absolute Heaven had a method to take advantage of his opponent's weakness, only death awaited him. Following the upgrade of the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng sank into deep contemplation for more than 2 hours, thinking of ways to incorporate the Black Emperor inheritance into his fighting style. Now, he felt much more confident about clearing the 6th trial. Let's see what kind of monster is awaiting me in the 6th trial, then. Shifeng revealed a faint smile. Stretching his finger, he tapped "Yes" on the system interface and started the next trial. Chapter 293, Balrog Serpent. Inside the Eternal Throne, the apex powerhouses of the War God's Temple were currently observing the situation inside the 12 trials, and they were all very shocked to discover that Shifeng actually wielded a magic weapon. What an amazing little guy. He isn't even a Tier 1 swordsman, yet he is actually able to master a magic weapon. Moreover, he has even released its power to such a degree. Controller of a magic weapon. Dominator of a mysterious flame. Moreover, his control over his own power has obviously crossed that threshold. He sure knows how to surprise us time after time. Yes. It would have been fine if it were just the magic weapon and mysterious flame, but he has even reached such a level of control over his own power already. Many of those who have attained a Tier 3 class can't even achieve such a degree of control. It seems he won't have any problems clearing the 6th trial. With such great potential hidden in him, if he had come to us a little later, he might have been able to clear even the 7th trial. Such a pity. The threshold these NPC big shots were referring to was simply one's ability to display 50% of one's own combat power. However, none of these NPCs knew that, in the past, Shifeng had once been a Tier 3 Sword King. Back then, Shifeng was capable of displaying up to 80% of his personal combat power. If not for his weak physique limiting his brain's development potential and also the quality of his own equipment being a problem, Shifeng would have long since been promoted to a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. This can't be helped. Who would have known the endless abyss would break the seal so quickly? There is no point feeling pity over the matter. We old folks should make some preparations for when the trial ends as well. Otherwise, we'll break our backs from overwork later. The Lords of the Silver Thrones unanimously acknowledged Shifeng's potential. However, in regard to Shifeng's managing to clear the 7th trial, they held no hope towards it at all. The reason being, it had been over a millennium since the 7th trial had been cleared. Inside the 12 trials, the stage for the 6th trial was a cave of lava similar to the Flame God's cave. However, the fire-type mana here was far purer than in the Flame God's cave. Shifeng currently stood inside this cave, and the molten hot lava around him was making bubbling sounds as it flowed through the cave. If Shifeng did not possess 20 points in fire resistance, allowing him a certain degree of immunity to heat, he would have long since been cooked by the scalding hot temperatures. Any average player that came here might already be half dead before they even started battling. Before Shifeng could fully observe the terrain inside the cave, a gigantic flame-covered snake over 20 meters long emerged from the molten lava. Balrog Serpent, Special Elite. Level 20. HP 150,000/150,000. Even if Shifeng did not know exactly how powerful this Balrog Serpent was, he had no doubt whatsoever that this serpent had a very high resistance towards fire-type attacks. Let's use you as a test for my new weapons. Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he unsheathed the abyssal blade and the Purgatory's shadow. However, he did not directly charge at the Balrog Serpent, as that was something only an idiot would do. Before charging into battle, experts would first try to understand as much as they could about their opponent. Hence, Shifeng simply stood still and calmly observed the Balrog Serpent's every action, familiarizing himself with the giant serpent's movement patterns. The Balrog Serpent was also no idiot itself. It obviously knew that it was much stronger than Shifeng and that its HP was tens of times higher than Shifeng's as well. So, instead of giving Shifeng time to study it, the Balrog Serpent immediately widened its mouth and sent fireballs flying one after another at Shifeng. Shifeng's feet moved, his body instantly reacting and leaving behind an afterimage as he effortlessly dodged these incoming fireballs. Not giving up, the Balrog Serpent continued bombarding Shifeng with a stream of fireballs. If 3 were not enough, then 5. If 5 were not enough, then 10. Soon, the space within the cave was packed with fireballs. By attacking in such a way, not only could the Balrog Serpent damage its enemies, it could also prevent them from closing in on it. Faced with such a method of attack that combined both offense and defense, average players would definitely grow helpless and suffer the bombardment of these dozens of fireballs. Shifeng, however, was no average player. In the face of all these fireballs, instead of retreating, he chose to advance without the slightest shred of hesitation. Yet, contrary to expectations, Shifeng did not end up suffering a tragic end at the hands of the fireballs. Instead, he looked as if he was dancing as he weaved through the rain of fire, his actions seemingly easy and enjoyable. However, when the distance between him and the Balrog Serpent shortened to 20 yards, he could no longer rely solely on evading the fireballs to move forward. Ivy mostly grasped its attack timing. Now, it's time to have a look at how amazing my new weapons are. Shifeng inwardly smiled as he looked at the Balrog Serpent that was constantly spitting out fireball. Shifeng activated the ice blue devil flame, and deep blue flames immediately wrapped around his body. He then used silent steps to appear right behind the Balrog Serpent's head. The first thing he did when he arrived was to send a vertical slash down on the Balrog Serpent's head, causing -372 damage to the monster. Such strong defense. Shifeng looked at the resulting damage, disbelief filling his eyes. The abyssal blade itself already possessed 302 attack power. If Shifeng's strength were taken into account, his total attack power should be well over 700 points. Moreover, the ice blue devil flame had also increased the damage he dealt by 20%. Yet, he had managed to cause only -372 damage to the monster. The Balrog Serpent's defense could already rival a Lord-ranked monster of the same level if Shifeng had not upgraded the abyssal blade to level 20 nor equipped the dark gold-ranked Purgatory's shadow. Shifeng might not even be able to deal -150 damage to the Balrog Serpent right now. At this moment, Shifeng felt fortunate that he had not rushed before to start the 6th trial. Otherwise, his chances of victory would have been lower than 20%. However, although Shifeng had allowed this thought to linger in his mind for a moment, his attacks on the Balrog Serpent never stopped. Immediately after his first sword strike, Shifeng followed up by using Thundering Flash. 3 electric arcs dove into the flaming Balrog Serpent, piercing its gigantic body and causing damages of -554, -1,528, and -1,125. The damage he dealt was much higher than before. Simultaneously, he had also inflicted a damage amplification debuff that lasted 20 seconds on the Balrog Serpent, following which, Feng continued with a chop, the attack achieving a critical hit and dealing close to -2000 damage. When Feng landed on the ground, he immediately followed up with a flurry of sword slashes. The Abyssal Blade now had a 40% chance to deal a critical hit, so Feng could deal a critical hit with almost every other attack from this series of attacks. The Balrog Serpent had lost over 7,000 HP. However, the giant serpent had 150,000 HP. Feng would need to repeat such a burst of attacks at least 20 more times in order to completely kill it. Originally, Feng felt quite happy with the damage he was dealing. At this rate, even if he did not activate Black Emperor, he still possessed a very high chance of killing the Balrog Serpent. Unfortunately, that happiness was short-lived. The reason being, Feng soon discovered that the Balrog Serpent's HP was rapidly returning to full. It was actually recovering 500 HP every second. That amount was even higher than a single one of Feng's normal attacks. If Feng remained idle, the Balrog Serpent would fully recover in less than 20 seconds. Meanwhile, the Balrog Serpent immediately sent its tail swiping at Feng, finally reacting to Feng's attack. Feng hurriedly used parry to block the attack. Although he suffered no damage from the Balrog Serpent's tail strike, he was forced to retreat 3 steps, with his hands growing numb from the force of the impact as well. In terms of destructive power, the Balrog Serpent was definitely superior to the Chimera. The Balrog Serpent was also much faster. Feng had actually been forced to use parry because he could not dodge in time. Currently, Feng's parry was at level 7, so it had a cooldown of 21 seconds. Aside from parry, Feng also had Defensive Blade, a skill that had both offensive and defensive capabilities. Currently, Defensive Blade was at level 6, and it had a cooldown of 2 minutes. Although its cooldown was much longer than parry, it allowed Feng to completely block 4 melee attacks and 8 ranged attacks. He would also be immune to charge attacks. Just as the dozens of fireballs were about to hit him, Feng jumped into the air, dodging them completely. Right after that, the Balrog Serpent swiped its tail at Feng again. The sound of wind whistling could be heard as its tail streaked through the air. In the face of this powerful attack, Feng showed no signs of weaknesses. Immediately, he countered the attack with the level 7 Thunder Flame Explosion. When sword and tail collided, sparks of flame scattered in all directions. The Balrog Serpent's tail was knocked back, the monster itself receiving over -400 damage from the brief clash. On the other hand, Feng landed heavily onto the ground, his feet sinking partly into the molten lava. A damage of over -700 points also appeared above his head. As expected, in a direct confrontation, Feng was definitely a lot weaker than the Balrog Serpent. However, Feng was probably the only player in God's domain right now who dared to actually fight a special elite monster in such a way. Chapter 294, Storm of Swords. Although Feng lost against the Balrog Serpent in a direct confrontation, Thunder Flame Explosion, the skill he used, wasn't just a powerful destructive skill. It was also a control skill. However, the Balrog Serpent was a special elite monster. It possessed a degree of resistance towards control skills. Hence, the level 7 Thunder Flame Explosion, which would originally place enemies hit by it in a fainted state for 5 seconds, only managed to incapacitate the Balrog Serpent for 5 seconds. For average players, 5 seconds might not seem like a long time. For Feng, however, it was plenty of time. Wind Blade. Feng instantly arrived before the Balrog Serpent. Simultaneously, his attack speed received a 30% increase. However, Feng was still not satisfied with this. He then proceeded to activate the additional skill of the Purgatory's Shadow, Purgatory Power. When activated, increases attack speed by 100% and damage dealt by 30% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Feng then activated 9 dragons/12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blades suddenly appeared, floating around Feng. Each phantom was capable of dealing 40% damage for 30 seconds. However, it had a long cooldown of 5 minutes. Feng brandished his 2 swords using his full strength. In addition to the 12 Abyssal Blade phantoms he was controlling, a total of 14 swords surrounded and madly attacked the Balrog Serpent. Within moments, the cave was filled with sword images dancing around. 14, 28, 56, 112. Countless sword images flashed in the air, forming a storm of swords that devoured the Balrog Serpent. Whole Fang's swords slashed at the Balrog Serpent's body one after another, each strike causing close to -500 damage. Moreover, close to half of this barrage of attacks achieved a critical hit, each dealing close to -1000 damage to the monster. Meanwhile, each of the phantoms of the Abyssal Blade had also managed to deal over -200 damage to the Balrog Serpent. The total damage of the 12 phantoms was even more frightening than that of Shifeng himself, as if the floodgates to the Balrog Serpent's 150,000 HP had been opened. The Balrog Serpent lost HP incessantly within a short 3.5 seconds. The Balrog Serpent's HP had already fallen to 61%. When the Balrog Serpent regained consciousness, it immediately released an enraged roar. At this moment, however, Shifeng pointed the Abyssal Blade at the Balrog Serpent. Now is still not the time for you to wake up. Shifeng cast Abyssal Bind on the Balrog Serpent right away. If he were to allow the Balrog Serpent to start retaliating, his previous efforts would all go to waste in the blink of an eye. 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground, quickly wrapping around and binding the Balrog Serpent. Meanwhile, the Balrog Serpent could do nothing but roar in anger as it helplessly watched sword after sword piercing its own body, continuously reaping its HP. The Abyssal Bind had a duration of 4 seconds. Moreover, the Balrog Serpent's resistance towards control skills was completely ineffective against it. The Abyssal Bind's effective duration was not reduced in the slightest. In addition, the Abyssal Bind reduced the Balrog Serpent's defense by 100%, rendering the Balrog Serpent's innately powerful defense utterly useless now. Each of Shifeng's sword strikes dealt over -800 damage, with the occasional triple critical hit dealing over -2500 damage. A series of splendid numbers appeared above the Balrog Serpent's head. Before the eye-catching number of -2500 disappeared, a damage of over -1700 points appeared on top of it. Practically 1 out of every 2 strikes would achieve a critical hit. Meanwhile, each of the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms were now dealing over -350 damage to the Balrog Serpent. For the Balrog Serpent, these 4 seconds were a complete hell. By the time the Balrog Serpent escaped from the chains binding it, it had only 19% HP remaining. However, Shifeng had long since been prepared for this moment disappear. Shifeng raised the silvery gray Abyssal Blade. The dense fire-type mana in the surroundings started gathering around the Abyssal Blade, causing the sword to release a blinding glow. This was indeed Shifeng's ultimate skill, Flame Burst. Flame Burst. Level 5, requires 4 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Channeling time, 2 seconds. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 420% damage to the target. Attack count, 6 times. Cooldown, 3 minutes 30 seconds. Before the Balrog Serpent could even start attacking, Shifeng had already brandished the scorching hot Abyssal Blade 6 times. All 6 sword slashes immediately sank into the Balrog Serpent's body. 310, -3347, -6784, -6706, -3371, -6, 754. 6 frightening damages appeared consecutively above the Balrog Serpent's head, instantly taking away the monster's remaining 28,000 HP. Soon after, the Balrog Serpent's body started fading away, and only after it disappeared completely, did Shifeng release a sigh of relief. System, Balrog Serpent defeated. 6th trial completed. Rewarding 9 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 500 points. System, 6th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? Shifeng's experience bar immediately rose to 41% of level 21. If put on the ranking list on White River City, Shifeng would only be beneath Violet Cloud and the others. However, he was still 2 levels behind Blackie, the current top-ranking player of White River City. Finally, I've passed the requirement. Should I try to take on the 7th trial, though? Shifeng looked at the system interface showing the trial's prompt. Privately, Shifeng had the notion to take the challenge now that he had cleared the 6th trial. It signified that his task was already over. He had no need to brave the dangers and accept the next trial at all. Moreover, if he happened to lose his life in the next trial, he would definitely suffer a heavy penalty. It absolutely wouldn't be limited to just losing a single level. Truth be told, however, Shifeng felt confident about his chances at clearing the 7th trial. After all, he had not even unveiled the Black Emperor inheritance when he fought the Balrog Serpent. He definitely had the necessary strength to challenge the 7th trial. After clearing the 6th trial, Shifeng obtained an additional 1,600 merit points. If he were to clear the 7th trial, he could obtain another 3,200 merit points, bringing his total to 4,800 merit points. It would be enough points for him to exchange for an epic ranked item. Just the prospect of obtaining an epic ranked item made Shifeng feel that he should give it a try. Besides, Shifeng no longer had any burdens to carry, so why not give it a try? However, Shifeng was unsure of what kind of price he would have to pay if he were to suffer death. If it was only losing a single level, then Shifeng would gladly proceed to the 7th trial. However, Shifeng knew such an outcome was not likely. Just the penalty for not completing the Trial of Gods was already considered unbearable for players. Some players might even have to delete and restart their accounts due to the harsh penalties imposed. Meanwhile, the 12 trials was the most challenging trial of the War God's Temple. It would be an insult to the War God's Temple if the punishment for dying was only the loss of a single level. Just as Shifeng was hesitating, his system communicator rang. Meanwhile, the person calling him was Aqua Rose. Did something happen? Shifeng asked. Previously, Shifeng had already told Aqua Rose that he did not wish to be disturbed as he was about to do a quest, and that, unless there was something big happening, she shouldn't try to contact him. Based on Aqua Rose's serious personality, if it wasn't an extremely important matter, then she definitely wouldn't try to contact him. Hence Shifeng's question. Dark Star has suddenly declared an all-out war against us, and several hundreds of our guild members have already been killed by members of Dark Star while they were out grinding. Moreover, the core team, led by Fire Dance, has also been trapped by Dark Star inside the Silverleaf Forest. Although we've already sent reinforcements, they were blocked by members of Dark Star outside the forest. What I'm trying to say is that, guild leader, you need to immediately contact Gentle Snow and have her send some people to help contain Dark Star so that our members can take the opportunity to save Fire Dance and the others. Aqua Rose was extremely anxious at this moment. They had already failed to break through the encirclement of Dark Star around the Silverleaf Forest multiple times now. If this situation continued, Fire Dance and the others would truly be finished. Feng Xianyang. You did good. Shifeng's expression immediately sank, a cold killing intent gleaming in his eyes. If Fire Dance and the others belonging to the main force of the guild were to die a few times, it would be a tremendous loss to Zero Wing. Leaving aside the fame that Fire Dance and the others had accumulated for themselves, just losing a part of the equipment they possessed would be a serious blow to the guild. Just how long would it take for them to recover such precious equipment? Meanwhile, when Shifeng tried to figure out who was responsible for such a situation, Feng Xianyang came up as his strongest suspect. Feng Xianyang was the true wielder of authority in Dark Star. After Shifeng's previous forthright rejection, it would not be strange if Feng Xianyang retaliated. Hence, who else could be responsible for Dark Star's declaration of war? Chapter 295, Mirage Beast. Although Shifeng was incensed by this news, Fire Dance and the others would have long since lost their lives by the time he arrived at the Silverleaf Forest. Alright, I'll contact Gentle Snow immediately. Shifeng disconnected his call with Aqua Rose after saying so. He then called out his friends list, selected Gentle Snow's name, and chose to contact her. It was a fact that Ouroboros and Zero Wing were allies. Since an ally was under attack, Gentle Snow naturally did not refuse to send reinforcements when Shifeng asked. Moreover, Gentle Snow had found out about this entire matter a step ahead of Shifeng. Hence, she had already organized her subordinates even before Shifeng contacted her, and they were just about to hurry over to the Silverleaf Forest. Right at that moment, Gentle Snow had gathered 2,000 members from Ouroboros to aid Zero Wing. Of them, 500 were elite members of the guild. Such a powerful force would pose a huge threat to the 6,000 members of Dark Star blocking the way into the Silverleaf Forest. Many thanks for your help, Miss Snow. In the future, members of Ouroboros that shop at the Starstreak trading firm can enjoy a 10% discount on all products, Shifeng said. And thanks, you said this yourself. I'll gladly accept your offer, then. Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile. Currently, over half of the player population in White River City was patronizing the Starstreak trading firm. After all, not only were the items sold there of good quality, there was also a large selection available. Moreover, the product supply was plentiful. Normally, the various guilds in White River City would always make a trip to the Starstreak trading firm before they went dungeon diving. If Ouroboros could receive a 10% discount when purchasing items there, it would save the guild a lot of money really, though, just what is going through the minds of those people in Dark Star. It would be fine if it were just the usual minor skirmish. However, they have actually declared an all-out war on Zero Wing. Isn't Lone Tyrant afraid that his guild might suffer heavy losses and lose the ability to compete for the first clear of the 3 great dungeons? Gentle Snow commented curiously that competition over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons had already reached its most crucial moment right now. Moreover, Dark Star only had the final boss left to defeat in order to snag the first clear of the Land of Death, and gain an absolute advantage over the other guilds. However, Dark Star had instead chosen to take action against Zero Wing at this critical junction. God's domain had been launched just recently. At this early stage of the game, everyone was busy leveling up and raiding dungeons to strengthen themselves. Guilds, in particular, were deeply afraid of falling behind others. Even if conflict arose between guilds, both sides would usually choose to show restraint. After all, an all-out war between guilds would profit nobody. Worse, they might even get taken advantage of by a third party. If such a situation were to truly occur, then the damage to both guilds would grow even more massive. Hence, unless there was a huge disparity in strength between both sides, nobody would casually choose to start a war. Dark Star and Zero Wing were both among the top 6 guilds in White River City, so the difference in strength between the 2 guilds was not particularly wide. No matter how Gentle Snow looked at the situation, she could not figure out why Dark Star would choose to suddenly declare war. I'm afraid that the one starting the war this time around isn't Lone Tyrant, but the organization that's backing him, Underworld, Shifeng said, laughing bitterly. Underworld. Gentle Snow couldn't help but wrinkle her eyebrows at this revelation. So that's how it is. I'd been wondering how Dark Star had managed to suddenly obtain so many experts. It turns out the mysterious power supporting Dark Star is Underworld. However, how did you manage to find out about this? Even though I've planted many spies inside Dark Star, I never managed to uncover the forces hidden behind Dark Star. Feng Xianyang from Underworld came looking for me to buy some of Zero Wing's shares. However, the price he offered was simply too low. I rejected his offer, so now he is trying to get back at me by destroying Zero Wing. Shifeng revealed the truth. Gentle Snow immediately understood the situation after listening to Shifeng's words. It was no wonder Dark Star was completely unafraid of commencing an all-out war. With Underworld's background, it only needed to field a part of its forces located in the eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom to completely destroy Zero Wing. With such a large disparity in strength, it was natural for Dark Star not to fear a war. So it is Feng Xianyang. He is indeed a person who would take revenge for the slightest of offenses. However, with Underworld's financial power, his offer to buy Zero Wing, which possesses a guild residence, should not have been low. At the very least, he should have offered 500 to 600 million, right? Gentle Snow came to an abrupt realization. However, she also felt curious about this matter, as the Feng Xianyang she knew was not a tight-fisted person. 1 billion credits and several hundred experts. In addition, they would also provide 100 gold coins as support every week. Shifeng said 1 billion credits and also 100 gold coins per week. Feng Xianyang sure is generous. Even I might feel tempted if given such an offer. Yet, you actually complained that it's too little. No wonder he's angry. Gentle Snow chuckled softly. Shifeng simply replied with a faint smile, not bothering to give an explanation on the matter. Aside from a few core guild members knowing about the Purple Sun Mansion being their new guild residence, nobody else knew anything about it. The others only knew that Zero Wing possessed a guild residence. They were not clear where exactly it was located. After all, there were simply too many plots of land available in White River City. Moreover, the Purple Sun Mansion was currently under reconstruction. It would take 2 more days before it can be used and also unveiled to the public, following which, Shifeng made some small talk with Gentle Snow before ending the call. He then proceeded to start the 7th trial. If nothing unexpected happened, the 2,000 players led by Gentle Snow could definitely break apart Dark Star's encirclement around the Silverleaf Forest. Hence, what Shifeng needed to do now was to increase his own strength by obtaining even better tools and equipment, slowly and gradually enhancing their guild's foundation. In regard to the battle at the Silverleaf Forest, Shifeng could only play the role of an observer. Even if he were to rush over there right this instant, everything would have long since been over by the time he arrived. However, Shifeng would definitely remember this debt of hatred. Sooner or later, he would repay this debt to Dark Star and Underworld 10 times over. The stage for the 7th trial was an ancient coliseum. The moment Shifeng laid eyes on his opponent, he was immediately shocked by what he saw. Why is it myself? Shifeng looked at the familiar figure gradually appearing at a corner of the coliseum, feeling very surprised. However, when he used observing eyes on this twin of his, he immediately came to an understanding. Mirage Beast, Rare Special Elite. Level 20. HP 200,000/200,000. This Mirage Beast was capable of replicating the appearance and skills of an enemy. However, unlike players, it had a frightening amount of HP. In a one-on-one situation, players would find it extremely difficult to kill the Mirage Beast in God's domain. The only advantage players had over monsters was the diversity of skills they possessed. Meanwhile, players could use these skills in various combinations to exert even stronger power. Yet, if the Mirage Beast possessed the same skills that players did, then players would lose even that little advantage they had. When comparing the power of skills, the Mirage Beast's skills might even be more powerful than the player's good timing. I was just thinking of trying out a few things. Shifeng advanced, immediately directing a chop at the Mirage Beast. Meanwhile, the Mirage Beast had similarly charged at Shifeng, and it, too, had sent a chop at Shifeng. The moment the two swords clashed, sparks flew all around. However, when all was said and done, Shifeng was still a player. In terms of strength, he was still far inferior to the Mirage Beast. Hence, Shifeng was easily repelled, forced by the Mirage Beast to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, the Mirage Beast was also superior in terms of attack speed. Although the ensuing damage from a collision of weapons was small, after clashing for tens or even hundreds of times, Shifeng would eventually lose his life. After all, the Mirage Beast possessed 200,000 HP, while Shifeng's HP was just slightly over 2,600 after reaching level 21. Moreover, Shifeng was receiving more damage than the Mirage Beast from their exchanges. Not to mention, both sides were also executing various skills. When Shifeng used Thundering Flash, the Mirage Beast would activate Windwalk to dodge the attack. It would then counter with a Thundering Flash of its own. Knowing that he could not receive the attack directly, Shifeng, too, activated Windwalk to dodge. However, the Mirage Beast activated Wind Blade to immediately appear before Shifeng. It then followed up with a chop, sending an extremely quick vertical slash down towards its prey. Shifeng hastily used parry to block the Mirage Beast's chop. He countered with a Thunder Flame explosion right away. In the end, however, the Mirage Beast used parry to fend off the powerful attack. Shifeng then followed up with a Flame Burst, which was promptly countered with a defensive blade by the Mirage Beast. The exchange between both sides was extremely intense. After a dozen seconds or so, Shifeng's HP had fallen to 60%. On the other hand, the Mirage Beast had lost only a negligible amount of HP. Just the Mirage Beast's battle recovery negated most of the damage Shifeng had caused. As expected of the 7th trial, even the monster's normal attacks and skills are used with such viciousness. However, instead of feeling afraid, a sense of excitement was bubbling within Shifeng at the moment. However, do you know this move? Shifeng looked at the Mirage Beast, a faint smile appearing on his face. He then proceeded to activate the Black Emperor Inheritance. Dark fog immediately started emerging from the Abyssal Blade and then entered Shifeng's body. Chapter 296, Perfect Combination. Although the Mirage Beast was capable of duplicating a player's every skill, Shifeng had already obtained a clear understanding of the Mirage Beast during this short period of time. Shifeng had previously activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame after starting the battle. Yet, the Mirage Beast had not done so. The Ice Blue Devil Flame was not a skill Shifeng had learned. Instead, it was an additional effect provided by the item known as the Ice Blue Devil Flame. Hence, Shifeng could say with certainty that the Mirage Beast was incapable of duplicating the additional skills of a player's equipment. The moment the dark fog, which emanated from the Abyssal Blade, started permeating Shifeng's body, a faint silvery gray aura of death emerged on the surface of his body. Immediately, he charged at the Mirage Beast, while simultaneously activating 9 Dragon's Slash. The 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms promptly started attacking the Mirage Beast the moment they came into existence. When the Mirage Beast saw the 12 Phantoms striking at it, it cleverly chose not to block them. Instead, it bombarded Shifeng with a thunder flame explosion. As long as Shifeng died, the 12 abyssal blade phantoms would naturally disappear along with him. Seeing the Mirage Beast's actions, Shifeng simply revealed a calm smile. Rather than dodge the attack, however, Shifeng chose to activate Defensive Blade and proceeded to assault the Mirage Beast's vital point. Defensive Blade provided Shifeng with complete immunity to 4 melee attacks. He could simply allow the Mirage Beast's attack to connect without needing to defend using his sword at all. Meanwhile, Shifeng's twin swords had also landed on the Mirage Beast's body previously. In order to block Shifeng's thunder flame explosion, the Mirage Beast had used up its own defensive blade. Hence, it had no choice but to endure Shifeng's attacks. Right now Shifeng took this chance to make 7 consecutive slashes on the Mirage Beast's body. His normal attacks caused over -500 damage, while critical hits dealt over -1000 damage. Meanwhile, each of the Abyssal Blade Phantoms could also inflict over -200 damage. Out of the 7 sword strikes Shifeng landed on the Mirage Beast, for achieved a critical hit. Coupling those sword strikes with the attacks of the Abyssal Blade Phantoms, Shifeng dealt over -7000 damage within this brief moment. It was a very impressive amount of damage. However, the Mirage Beast, which had taken on Shifeng's appearance, simply gave Shifeng a smile of disdain. The Mirage Beast looked as if it was saying, "This is your limit." The Mirage Beast had 200,000 HP, so -7000 damage was only a scratch to it. It would be perfectly fine again once it rubbed some spit on its wounds. On the other hand, now that Shifeng no longer possessed any life-saving skills, only death awaited him. A high HP is really a great asset. Shifeng sighed when he looked at the Mirage Beast's HP bar. In the next moment, though, Shifeng revealed a smile, saying, "However, you are still 10 years too early if you think you can overpower me just with this asset of yours alone." Shifeng activated the Purgatory Shadow's additional skill, Purgatory Power, increasing his attack speed by 100% and damage by 30% for 15 seconds. Shifeng then pointed the Abyssal Blade at the Mirage Beast, charging at him. Abyssal Bind. 9 chilling chains instantly emerged from the ground, wrapping around and restraining the Mirage Beast. Abyssal Bind had a duration of 4 seconds. Despite being sealed, however, the Mirage Beast showed no signs of panic at all. It did not even try to resist in the slightest. Instead, it revealed a mocking expression as it looked at Shifeng, as if telling Shifeng to slash it as much as he wanted to. Previously, Shifeng had only managed to take away around 7000 of its HP after attacking it for slightly over a second. Even if the Mirage Beast allowed Shifeng free reign for 4 full seconds, the most it would lose was around 30,000 HP. That was not even a quarter of its total HP. Moreover, after Shifeng exhausted all his skills, he would also lose his means of dealing bursts of damage with neither life-saving skills nor bursting skills. The end result was obvious. Hence, the Mirage Beast felt very assured of its victory. Since the very beginning, this human never had a chance of defeating it. However, the Mirage Beast quickly discovered that reality was much crueler than fantasy. The Abyssal Bind indeed had a duration of only 4 seconds. However, the skill also possessed the effect of reducing its target's defense by 100%, and this allowed Shifeng's damage to abruptly soar. Now, each of Shifeng's normal attacks could deal over -700 damage. Miraculously, one of his attacks even triggered the Doom Curse, one of the Abyssal Blade's effects. Instantly, the Mirage Beast had its attributes reduced by 30%, and its maximum HP fell from 200,000 to 140,000. Engulfed by the storm of swords, the Mirage Beast's HP fell crazily. Shifeng also achieved critical hits with his attacks one after another, stacking layer upon layer of death aura around his body. In this situation, the 9 Dragons Slash could be said to be a perfect match for the Black Emperor inheritance. After activating the 9 Dragons Slash, Shifeng would not be lacking in death auras at all. Before the 4 seconds were up, the Mirage Beast's HP had already gone below the 70% threshold. Just as the Abyssal Bind was about to lose effect, and the Mirage Beast was about to regain its freedom, Shifeng abruptly leaped into the air and switched sword techniques. Simultaneously, he used 10 of the 30 layers of death aura he had accumulated to reduce the Thunder Flame Explosion's cooldown. The level 7 Thunder Flame Explosion had a cooldown of 30 seconds. Meanwhile, each layer of death aura could reduce a skill's cooldown by 3 seconds. After using 10 layers of death aura, Thunder Flame Explosion could be used again. However, Shifeng was still not done. He then used the remaining 20 layers of death aura on himself, instantly increasing all his basic attributes by 40%, and attack speed and movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds after receiving this new buff. Shifeng executed Thunder Flame Explosion, bombarding the Mirage beast's head and sending sparks of flame flying all around. A damage of over -1,300 points appeared above the Mirage beast's head, and the monster was placed into a fainted state for 3 seconds unless a monster was completely immune to control skills. Powerful experts could usually restrain said monster continuously until death. Meanwhile, it was obvious that the monsters were not completely immune to control skills. They simply had a certain degree of resistance that would degrade the effects of control skills. Otherwise, it would truly be impossible for players to clear the 12 trials. Nevertheless, Shifeng was very clear about his own situation. Currently, as his level was still low and the number of skills he had learned was few, he only possessed explosive power but no staying power. After his short burst, if his enemy wasn't dead, the only options left for him were either to die or to flee at present. Shifeng still had many gaps to fill in terms of the skills he had learned. However, the Black Emperor inheritance just happened to be able to fill these gaps, allowing him to create a perfect cycle with his skills. Without the Black Emperor inheritance, Shifeng would not have dared to challenge the 7th trial at all. The only pity was that the effects of the Black Emperor inheritance could only be used on the skills Shifeng had personally learned. It could not be used on the additional skills that came with equipment or weapons. If it were actually possible to do so, it would simply be too overpowered. Throughout the fainted debuff's 3-second duration, Shifeng had not only dealt a ton of damage himself, he had also managed to collect over 20 layers of death aura, thanks to the 9 dragons. When the Mirage beast was about to regain consciousness, Shifeng spent another 10 layers of death aura to reset the cooldown of Thunder Flame Explosion, before promptly using it on the Mirage beast again this time. However, the fainted debuff of Thunder Flame Explosion was less effective on the Mirage beast. The debuff's duration was less than 3 seconds now. However, Shifeng did not care about this matter, because at this time, he was drowning in the pleasure he felt from brandishing his 2 swords. He felt that this was the true combat method a swordsman should have, and it was a combat method he had always been pursuing. Excessive strength easily gave rise to gaps. Instead of mindlessly trying to deal as much damage as possible, the true way to battle was to combine and coordinate one's skills to attack steadily like flowing water. In this way, Shifeng continually used Thunder Flame Explosion to incapacitate the Mirage beast. Although the fainted debuff's effect grew weaker and weaker each time, the Mirage beast's remaining 140,000 HP was still forcefully wiped out by Shifeng's perfect control. Ultimately, the Mirage beast remained helpless until the very end. The various big shots present in the Eternal Throne also could not help but be shocked by this result. They had never imagined that Shifeng had such strength within him. System, Mirage beast defeated. 7th trial completed. Rewarding 15 million EXP, 30 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 800 points. System, 7th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? The moment Shifeng received 15 million EXP, he instantly leveled up twice to level 23. Currently, only Blackie had reached level 23 throughout the entire White River City. However, Blackie had spent several days in order to go from level 21 to level 23. On the other hand, Shifeng had taken less than 10 seconds to do so. Shifeng then looked at the system notification. Although his heart was filled with anticipation towards the 8th trial, he still shook his head, thinking to himself, one needs to know when to stop. With the points I've earned, I can already exchange for an epic ranked item. If I were to choose to continue, I would no longer be an expert but a gambler. The 12 trials was the toughest trial of the War God's Temple. The difficulty of the trials would definitely multiply several-fold the further he went. In Shifeng's estimation, the monster of the 8th trial would not be just a special elite monster. Instead, it was highly possible for it to be a chieftain-ranked monster. A chieftain was much more powerful than a mere special elite. Aside from having even more HP, it would also possess a much greater resistance to control skills. Chieftain-ranked monsters also possess team-wipe skills, and a single mistake would mean the end for Shifeng. Moreover, Shifeng did not possess the slightest idea what kind of monster he would be facing in the 8th trial. If it was a chieftain-ranked monster that he was completely unfamiliar with, then he practically had no chance of successfully killing it. The ability to make calm analyses was also a prerequisite to becoming an expert in God's domain. As a first-rate expert, Shifeng naturally knew when to decisively give up, following which, Shifeng selected no in reply to the system's prompt. He was then teleported out of the 12 trials. Chapter 297, Stigmata. Interesting. Truly interesting. Sitting on a silver throne, Eucharis voiced his praise as he looked at Shifeng. Your performance has completely surpassed our expectations. It is also for this reason that we have decided to reward you with an additional 2,000 merit points. It was also a fact that the last time someone managed to clear the 7th trial was over a millennium ago. System, rewarding 2,000 War Gods Temple merit points. That's generous of them. An expression of joy appeared on Shifeng's face. With 1,500 merit points, Shifeng could afford to exchange for a dark gold ranked item. Meanwhile, 4,000 merit points would be equivalent to an epic ranked item. Hence, the additional 2,000 merit points he received right now was truly a big harvest. Since you've already passed our test, walk to the center of the chamber. We will give you the strength necessary to locate the 7 treasures, Eucharis said. Shifeng then strode to the center of the eternal throne. There were countless divine runes inscribed on the floor there, joined together to form a huge magic array. Meanwhile, the 50 silver thrones were hovering around this magic array, the thrones themselves apparently connected somehow with this magic array. Let us begin, then, Eucharis said as he looked at his companions. The lords of the silver thrones nodded their heads and promptly stood up. Immediately after, the mana inside the eternal throne started churning. The mana density here was no less than at the god's grave. Meanwhile, this thick mana clustered around the magic array, forming 50 dense-looking fluid balls. Each one of these fluid balls was the size of a basin. These balls of liquid mana were definitely the densest mana Shifeng had ever seen in all his years of playing God's domain. At this time, Eucharis had also turned his head to look at one of the lords of the golden thrones. My lord, the preparations are completed, Eucharis said respectfully. It is still not enough, the phantom sitting in a golden throne said in a low tone. Eucharis was confused by these words. The liquid mana they had formed was several hundred times more precious than even 7 Luminaries crystals, and each and every drop had taken the 50 of them great efforts to form, not to mention 50 basin-sized. Liquid mana. Such an amount of liquid mana was more than enough to cast a silver stigmata. It is rare to find good talent. Let us lend a hand as well, the phantom sitting in a golden throne said to his 8 other companions. Very well, then. A person capable of passing the 7th trial is indeed worthy of the 9 of us taking action. The other 8 lords of the golden thrones nodded their heads in reply to their companion's suggestion. They then stood from their seats, floating in midair as they started to condense mana as well. In the blink of an eye, 9 house-sized balls of liquid mana appeared in the air above the thrones in the eternal throne. Eucharis and the others were shocked by this sight. Never would they have imagined that these 9 lords would actually take action and work together to cast a stigmata for a minor existence like Shifeng. This was the first time since the appearance of that absolute genius thousands of years ago. As for Shifeng, at this moment, he could no longer keep his mouth closed in regard to liquid mana. Shifeng had seen this item before in the past. Mages considered it a priceless treasure. Even when offered epic ranked items in trade, mage players would not be willing to part with the liquid mana they possessed. Just the basin-sized balls of liquid mana that each of the lords of the silver thrones had formed had already given Shifeng a great shock. Now, the 9 peerless existences floating in front of the golden thrones had actually managed to each form a house-sized ball of liquid mana. Judging based on sizes, the total liquid mana summoned by the 50 people from before did not amount to even 1/10 of a single house. In the next moment, all of the liquid mana summoned was injected into the magic array. The divine runes engraved into the chamber started lighting up one after another, and within moments, every single divine rune inside the grand chamber was giving off a golden glow. In the center of the eternal throne, a golden divine pattern took form. This divine pattern then melded with Shifeng's body. Shifeng immediately felt his body being filled up with an infinite amount of power, his mind clear as day, as if he knew everything there was to know in the world. However, this feeling only lasted for a few short seconds before it completely dissipated. Meanwhile, Shifeng's pupils, which were originally pitch black in color, had also turned golden for a brief moment. Although his pupils regained their original color, careful observation would reveal innumerable bright stars flashing within them, looking just like the starry skies at night. System, congratulations. Player has obtained Golden Stigmata. Reputation with the War God's Temple increased by 3,000 points. The seal on the Endless Abyss has been broken. If we wish to reseal the Endless Abyss, we need the assistance of the 7 treasures, which the gods had bestowed upon the human race. However, the 7 treasures have been missing for hundreds of years now, scattered throughout this large continent. A few of these 7 treasures have even been damaged. It would be extremely difficult to locate and gather the 7 treasures. However, with the stigmata that we have engraved into your body, your task of locating the 7 treasures should become much easier. As long as you come within a certain range of one of the 7 treasures, the stigmata will produce a response to notify you of it. If you happen to come across one of the 7 treasures that is damaged, the stigmata can also aid you in repairing it. Now that our part here is done, we will move to suppress the Endless Abyss. The fate of the entire continent will depend on you now. I pray that you will be able to gather the 7 treasures as soon as possible. System, Legendary Ranked Main Storyline Quest, 7 Treasures, Accepted Quest Details. The 7 treasures have been scattered throughout the continent. Player is required to gather the 7 treasures within 2 years. Otherwise, the Endless Abyss will break through the War God's Temple suppression and plunge all inhabitants of God's domain into misery and suffering, turning the continent into the playground of darkness. If player is unable to complete this quest, player's level will drop by 30, all attributes will be permanently reduced by 70%, and all EXP gained will be reduced by 90%. The system really is ruthless. If I can't complete this quest, this account would definitely have to be scrapped. Fortunately, I have 2 years to complete it. Shifeng inwardly clicked his tongue when he read the system notification. However, just what is this stigmata thing? Shifeng wondered, as there was nothing new on his body or in his bag. He then opened his status bar to take a look. As expected, there was an additional column labeled, Stigmata, their Golden Stigmata. Automatically perceives the presence of the 7 treasures within a radius of 5,000 yards. Detect can be used once a day to search for the specific location of the 7 treasures within a radius of 50,000 yards. In addition, player will receive Stigmata's power, providing player with ignore levels plus 20 and all resistances plus 40. For every increase in 5 levels, all attributes of player will increase by 5 points, in addition to receiving 10 free attribute points and 10 free mastery points. Player will also receive the skill Omniscient Eyes. Omniscient Eyes. A pair of eyes that can see through everything and find out all information. Nothing is capable of hiding from the Omniscient Eyes. The Omniscient Eyes have a perception range of 100 yards. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Such amazing effects. Shifeng's excitement after looking at the effects of the Golden Stigmata was indescribable. For starters, the additional 40 points in all resistances meant that he could ignore most of the environmental factors of many terrains. He would also receive reduced damage from spells. When battling against magic-type monsters, he could easily take on the role of an MT. However, the most amazing part about the Golden Stigmata would still have to be the increase in attributes. The Golden Stigmata was unlike the Abyssal Blade, whereby Shifeng would receive 2 additional free attribute points every time he leveled up. However, the Golden Stigmata would provide Shifeng with an average of 7 basic attribute points per level, 2 points of which were even free attribute points. This was definitely a huge increase. Moreover, the Golden Stigmata also provided Shifeng with a powerful identification skill. This skill would be of significant help when used against dungeon bosses or during field battles. It seems the Heavenly Dragon's breath is already waving its hands at me. Shifeng revealed a faint smile. Originally, the Heavenly Dragon's breath's requirement of 120 points in intelligence had given Shifeng a major headache. Now, however, with the bonuses provided by the Golden Stigmata and his magic weapon, as long as he received his promotion to a Tier 1 swordsman, he could definitely equip the Heavenly Dragon's breath. Before he reached level 30, he would actually get to equip a fragmented legendary item before reaching level 30. If it were in the past, Shifeng would not even have dared to dream about it, following which, Shifeng called out the exchange interface of the War God's Temple and began to carefully look through the treasures there.